One was a random ban. Interesting. Alright. Well, we should be completely caught up, right? Yeah, we are for the most part. Do you guys want me to keep the colors as they are? Or should we change it? Because I would probably move Vinchester to the red color to make it a little bit easier. You know what, I'm just going to do it. Because if this goes out to YouTube, which most likely it will, then, well, if anybody says on a YouTube comment, yeah, change the colors, and, well, tough knuckles. I'm just going to update this information as well. This is Vinchester. We have also the possibility of adding the flag. So this is a Russian player versus Hera, who is Canadian. And this is a best of 33. Actually, this is not the Valhalla Cup anymore. Yeah, there we go. I'm just gonna have to go 21 games at a time. So yeah, welcome everyone to game number 1. Vinchester playing with Malay for the opener, and Hera playing as Vikings for the opening game as well. This is Arabia. 1 out of 3 times they'll play Arabia, or well, at the very least 1 out of up to 3 times that they'll play Arabia. As we were taking a look at the settings before, this best of 33 is going to be played out throughout 2 days, and we have 16 games coming up in day number 1, and we're gonna have 17 games coming up in day number 2 if we need more than 16 games, which we will, even if one player wins all the games today. It's going to take a minimum of 17 games to take the series, so already a pretty strong start for Vinchester, getting the first kill here. Yeah, and with the heal advantage over there, he zoned Hera's archers out a little bit, but Hera still keeps on marching on. Full steam forward. Vinchester's got a second archer range coming up. Hera, on the other hand, has got the second archer range coming up as well. Both players are kind of mirroring each other. And wow! Vinchester starts to go after the ostrich, while Hera is not really going to have the chance to do that. At the very least, not quite as quickly. There is still 1 ostrich for him to potentially deny, but Vinchester would have already taken 2. We might see 1 villager going down over there, though. If Hera plays his cards right, should be able to block the villager with the scout, but he doesn't need to. And that's 2 villagers going down. Vinchester's bringing the defensive archers here, and I don't think, just taking a look at the minimap, that Vinchester's been able to do anything at the same time. As he was losing a villager over here. So far the KD might favor Hera, but also the eco KD, which is very important, is favoring Hera too. And Vinchester's... wow, that was a really good play from Hera. Vinchester ends up losing most of the archers over here. It's going to be 1 versus 1 left here. And you know what? Hera's done some good damage. He's bringing the spearman forward as well. He's bailing with the archer and the scout. And Vinchester so far has been unable to find any damage. He's going to try and push villagers away from the trees. He's pushing some villagers away from wood, but Hera's realizing right away, so it's not really making too much of a difference. If Vinchester kept on going over here, he would have been able to deny the walls, but he's probably paying attention to the left-hand side where Hera had the archer and the spearman. Oh, so Vinchester starts chasing, and Hera is able to get the units right away, right? So that's 1 spearman going down, another villager going down. Hera is getting revenge over here. We took a look at the match history between both of these players, and in the last 5 years, they have faced each other 8 times, and Vinchester has come out on top 5 out of those 8 times. So Hera wants to get, wants to get his honor back. He's not going to take anything but wins here. Or at the very least, gonna try and do his best to get the show match. Most likely he's going to end up losing 1 or 2 games, but... or more than that, realistically. But yeah, he's looking very strong over here. And if we are to, you know, go by the performance in this game, Hera's looking a little bit stronger. He's managed to click up to the castle age faster. And Vinchester, on the other hand, is going up to the castle as well, but he's going up with a lower villager count at a later time as well. And Nico KD is already 3-0 in favor of Hera. Doesn't seem like it's going to get any better for Vinchester, but we'll see. How to see some crazy strats in so many games? Probably. Vinchester is one of my favorite players because of how versatile and how out of the box he is. Many strats that I have seen in the past, I have seen first Vinchester go for, and then other people adopt. And that's something that I usually mention whenever we take a look at Portuguese on any close maps, right, where Vinchester has been known to go for the full Feitoria, fast imp into full Feitoria play, which I have seen other players adapt to later on. Not really sure if Vinchester came out with it, but certainly was the first player that I saw go for it. Regardless, he is usually very, very creative when it comes to strategizing, so very much looking forward to some of that as well. As gas edge here for both players, there's both so Balky Arrow, the crossover upgrade, and the lead skirmisher coming up for Vinchester. Meanwhile, there is Balky Arrow Bolso and Crossover coming up for Hera. There is no elite skirmisher coming up for the blue player, which indicates an interest in full push over here without playing too much defensively, right? And it could be good. Vinchester, now that he's got the upgrades, is able to push the villagers away from the wood line on the right hand side from Hera, but he does have a back wood line that he's sent the villagers to, and he'll be completely safe on. Meanwhile, Hera is going to end up pushing Vinchester away from the wood line over here, and Vinchester also has a back wood line to bring the villagers back too, but that's another villager going down. Well done. Yeah, and he's got this back wood line to send villagers back to, but he's gotta send some vills to get the walls up over here. Most importantly, he's gotta try and connect. Now that he's got villagers over here, he can go for something like this, right? And just connect to the wood line over there and to the edge of the map, because he's got the villagers to potentially send over to repair. The walls are under pressure. However, he's not doing it. He's going just for the TC, which is also fine, of course. Yeah. Here on the right hand side, he is going for the second TC. No third TC just yet, but this could be good for Vinchester. If it weren't because of the fact that Malay researched the next stage faster, there is no way that Vinchester would have been able to catch up. He clicked up later, you know. Eventually, he didn't make it into the castle age 16 seconds earlier compared to Hera. And that allowed him to get the extra TC up a little bit sooner, get the extra villagers out, and catch up in villager count. So despite all the damage Hera's done, Vinchester's looking alright. And you know what? This may actually be really good for Vinchester, even if Hera's been able to do a little bit of damage early on. I guess it's been a lot more than a little bit, right? 6 villagers so far. But the thing is, with Vinchester's civilization, he's going to have a later, he's going to have a better later stage, or a better position in the later stages of the game, rather, as Hera's civilization is going to taper off as we get later and later into the game. Vikings, by the fact that they do not get Thumbring, are not going to have fully upgraded Arbalesters, which is actually the case for Vinchester, that he does get fully upgraded Arbalesters. And then, well, once the free wheelbarrow and free handcart bonus from Hera wears off, right? Once your opponent goes for handcart and you're kind of on even ground, then the Vikings do not really shine too much anymore. We see that Vinchester's got more villagers, so if he does go for handcart rather, which takes less time than wheelbarrow, of course. Yeah, he might actually allow Hera to catch up in villager count. But he's going to even the grounds already, which is so important because, once again, if we get to the Imperial Age over here, we make a transition eventually, then Vikings are going to struggle big time. They could go for skirmishers. Yeah, but Vinchester's going to have bombard cannons. So, yeah. Definitely not the best position for Hera. to try and make a play for the later stages of the game. And there we go, as Vinchester's going for a handcar now. He does fall behind the villager count a little bit, but shouldn't be the case for much longer, not by too much anyway. And oh, that was a great man shot! That was a great attack round as well from Vinchester. He's trying to bring the villager over to repair the mangonel. Hera ended up getting a lot of... Yeah, he got chunked for a lot of HP. I mean, take a look at that archer army. It's got less than half of the HP pool. And so many of these are almost dead. You know, if it weren't because of the hail over here, I'm pretty sure many of those crosses would have gone down right away. I'm actually not really sure. I don't think the hail played a huge role, but still. In the end, though, Hera doesn't end up surviving. He sends the archers over the left-hand side of the crossbows. He might be able to get a villager or two. But he's going up to the Imperial Age, so it's going to be a fast imp over here. A faster imp for the Vikings, which is a very standard play from them. And then getting access to Arbalisters, Bracer, and Chemistry is going to be very big for Hera. However, it's only going to be until Vinchester is able to go up to the Imperial Age himself as well. So he's got a little bit of a time window over here to do damage in the early Imperial Age. But then from that point onward, it's going to be a little bit of struggle. 2 villages going down already from Vinchester. Good reaction time over there. If it weren't because Hera didn't have ballistics researched, Vinchester would have lost a lot more villages over there. Now check this out as well. Check that out. Skirmishers are getting pushed away by knights and by the mangonel, and Vinchester is going for Thumb Ring. But check this out, check his resources. He'll be able to click up to the Imperial Age very soon. And by virtue of the 66 or the 66% faster research in ages, he'll be there only a few seconds after Hera, assuming that he clicks up within the next 30 seconds or so. Yeah, he's getting close, And Hera has already gotten past 40% of his research, which is the time that Malay are going to shove off the research time themselves. So now we have a 15% lead for Hera. And Vinchester is going up, make that 20%. So by the time Hera gets to the Imperial Age, right? Vinchester is going to be on, what is that, 40% I think up? Nah, 35%. Close. I think you already know this, but it's always important to clarify. I have a really cute puppy. I mean, I don't want to burst your bubble, but your puppy is not a puppy anymore. She can be really cute still, though. 10 seconds left now for Vinchester to get to the Imperial Age. You know, he's already gone for Thumb Ring, so just get an Arbalister. Bracer and Chemistry is going to be really good too, right? So he's going for Arbalister right away. He's going actually for Bracer first and Chemistry, then he's going to go for Arbalisters, which is good. And it's the way he should be thinking about this. Now he's going for Arbalisters. This is great. Vinchester's already researched Guard Tower too, which makes it harder for Hera to just push here. And Hera's going over the left-hand side. Vinchester's not really paying attention here, so he might end up losing a bunch of ills. Let's take a look at the kills here. There we go. Vinchester's realizing overall only 2 villages have gone down to the knights over there. Why don't you range down from Vinchester? There we go. Hera's skirmishers over here doing some good damage. And Vinchester's not really going to be able to do too much over there anymore. He didn't manage to defend himself on the left-hand side. And from this point onwards, Malay do scale so much better compared to Vikings. But Hera's managed to get himself a 30 population lead. 17 extra workers and 12 extra military units. If he's able to keep on putting pressure up over here and preventing Vinchester from catching up in population, that's going to be very good and will allow Hera to possibly take the game. It's not guaranteed. Yeah, he's not paying attention to the knight though, so it seems like he'll get cleaned up. Meanwhile, Vinchester's just waiting for his army composition, right? So he's got the Arbalesters and Bombard Cannons. This is what we were talking about earlier. The Arbalesters from Vinchester are better compared to Hera's. And then Bombard Cannons are going to take care of skirmishes. Just gotta, you know, the unit control over here has gotta be pretty good for Vinchester. The great thing for Hera is that these are dirt cheap units and he'll keep on going for them. He's got actually 5 archer ranges producing skirmishers right now, which is, you know, a lot. And unless Vinchester is able to reduce these skirmishers by a faster rate than the production rate from Hera, then Hera's just going to end up overwhelming Vinchester, which is interesting to see. Bombard Cannon's getting overwhelmed by skirmishers. Even if Vinchester's got 2 siege workshops over here, he just calls a GG, as he doesn't have enough units over here and he doesn't really have the resource to keep on going for Bombard Cannons. And Hera ends up taking game number 1 to get the lead in the series. There we go, 1-0. We'll jump into game number 2 in a moment. First off, going through the achievements, we'll see a better KD for Vinchester, but it did not matter because of Hera's cost effectiveness. Also, Hera's economy was much stronger, collecting well over 4,000 extra resources. He managed to take advantage of that to go up to the Imperial Age faster, to increase production, kick it up a notch, and Vinchester was simply unable to keep up and compete against that. So game number 2 is here, guys, and welcome everyone. For this one, we're gonna have Saracens for Hera, and we have Saracens for Vinchester as well. Both players going for the same civilization. Very interesting. Yeah. If we take a look at the civilization, both players are going to have the same bonuses and stuff. Starting with the cheaper market, that's going to trade resources for cheaper. We also get, Saracens bonus damage from archer units, foot archer units against buildings for the team bonus, which is extremely important as well, and allows Saracens to go out into the open with crosses alone and still get away with it. Usually without a civilization, so it can be kind of risky. So, is indeed from an H manga? Well, I'm disappointed that you do not know the origin story of my name, given that I have said it on stream already a few times and you always around. Gotta admit, Gus, a little bit of a letdown right there. Archers coming in from Vinchester right away, and Hera's got archers coming out. He's got 1 archer range and Vinchester's on 2 already, so Vinchester's going all out here. Hera's just gonna try and make a play for the castle age, utilizing the market from the get-go. He'll manage to balance his economy in such a way that he's able to click up so much sooner, and Vinchester will. Vinchester does have archers out already in a good amount, right? That's 3 coming forward plus 2. He's got already 4. That's 5 total. Then he's got 2 more queued up, 1 more queued up to 6 archers right now, and doesn't seem like he'll be able to break through and do any damage over here anytime soon, especially as Hera's got defensive archers as well. Makes it pretty difficult for Vinchester to do anything. This is kind of an awkward spot for Vinchester. Hera getting to the castle age so much earlier means he'll get access to crossbows. The one thing that Vinchester's got going for him is numbers though. Even if Hera gets to crossbows, Vinchester could still potentially get better trades over here. If he does manage to close the gap though, so he needs to try and breach through. Something else that Vinchester's got going for him is the fact that the walls from Hera, and also the walls from Vinchester to an extent, They are connecting the wood lines over here, which means that there are no safe woods. If Vinchester was able to push villagers away from the left-hand side wood line, and then Hera moved the villagers over to the right-hand side one, and then Vinchester sent some archers over the right-hand side, it would be very difficult for Hera to go for a defensive siege workshop once they get out to the castle age, to go for a magnet, right? Or potentially even to go for crossbows, actually. But yeah, Vinchester's just trying to breach through, and it seems like he's gonna be able to. Hera doesn't seem to be paying attention. Is Hera calculating this? I think this might be calculated. Yeah, Hera goes for the walls over here, but he gets pushed away from goal. This is not good. And check this out. Hera's got the archers coming out the right-hand side. Vinchester's got some archers over there, but he gets cleaned up. Yeah, all the archers go down for the red player on the right-hand side. However, he does end up pushing Hera away from goal. This is huge. And it kind of seemed calculated because of how slow Hera's reaction was over here. He didn't end up going for the walls to prevent Vinchester from coming in, right? But he gets pushed away from goal, and that is not good. Now Vinchester is on his way to the castle age, but it's so much later compared to Hera, who already has crossbows. Was about to finish researching Balkan arrow already. Yeah, probably guys. Yeah, well defended over there from Vinchester. Hera does end up taking a bunch of the archers down from Vinchester with his own crosses over here, but Vinch, you know, has been able to catch up for the most part. He's got more military units still compared to Hera, so once he gets to the castle age and he's able to go for, at the very least, Balkan, right? And then he can go for whatever else he wants. Could be good. 1-0, series basically over. Yeah, Bailo. Welcome back. Thank you for the resub. 31 months as well. 5 months away from 3 years already. Thank you for the resub. Hope you're doing alright. And Castle Age is here. You know, once again, the history between both these players for the last 4 years has favored Vinchester, winning 5 out of 8 sets that they have played against each other. However, in total amount of games won, I think it was only 1 extra game that Vinchester won compared to Hera. I think it was 14 to 15 or something along those lines. I'm actually just gonna take a look at that really quickly. Actually, 18 to 15 so far. 18 to 15 in favor of Vinchester. So maybe we are going to get the 17th win over here before Hera. I don't know. Certainly Hera's gotta win by more than just 2 games, right? Just to make that even. Never came from the pub late last night along with some friends, so I woke up just after midnight, having only slept 2 hours. Not fun when you're already tired from the food. Oh, feels bad. Feels bad, Bailon. Sorry to hear that. You know what doesn't feel bad though? Vinchester's defense, because it's completely wrecking Hera's crossbows. But skirmishers should be able to take on these, and he will. Yes, sir. Well done. Vinchester's got the second TC, and so does Hera. Both players on 2 TCs already. And Hera's village account's a little higher though. From going up faster, I imagine he was able to get the TC up a little bit sooner as well. University's coming up for Vinchester, so you can get ballistics. Meanwhile, Hera on the other hand is prioritizing the third TC. No university at all. And this could be really good for Vinchester once he gets to a good amount of archers once again. Ideally, he wants to go for the crossman upgrade too. Right now, he's going just for archers. He's got ballistics. Townwatch is coming in as well. There you go. Nice push. Hera's still the one in the driver's seat. And Vinchester. Vinchester is in a really awkward spot though. There's in 2 archer ranges, which doesn't seem enough now that he's got into the castle age. He's got 2 TCs, right? He's got a strong enough economy to go for a stronger push. But it's kind of an awkward spot, mostly because Vinchester is behind both in villagers and the military units. That's usually not the way it goes. You want to be ahead by at the very least one of these, right? So Hera going for the 2nd TC earlier and going for the 3rd TC, whilst Vinchester's not gone for the 3rd TC yet. It's understandable that Hera's getting ahead in worker count, but military count, that should be the one thing that Vinchester has to go for him, and he simply doesn't. Without extra military units, it's not really possible for Vinchester to punish Hera's greed, so to say, right? And go and try to snipe some villagers or whatever. As a matter of fact, Vinchester's playing defensive over here already. And I'm not really sure if he's expecting to be the one player ahead in economy and he's just trying to play defensively, or maybe he expects Hera to be on 1 TC. Let's take a look at this point of view. Yeah, he's got no idea what Hera's up to. So for all Vinchester knows, Hera's on 1 TC, but even that wouldn't be good for Vinchester, because if he was expecting to be the one going for economy, he would have been the one going for a 3rd TC, or at the very least he should be going for a 3rd TC. Or should have gone for a 3rd TC not too much longer after getting to the castle age, but it's not been the case. Now Hera is stronger in villager count, stronger in military count, he's got more resources. I'll be the first player clicking up to the Imperial Age as well, and I think that might just be GG from Vinchester, honestly. It's only now going for the 3rd TC, which is gonna require some more food to keep on working. And Hera, well, Hera's gonna be on his way to the Imperial Age very soon, so Vinchester's just gonna fall behind. 18 extra villages for Hera already. Damn, boy, that's strong. He's going for the 3rd archer range now as well, so he'll be going for arbalesters, of course. Meanwhile, Vinchester, he's going for the 4th DC, and he's got 4 archer ranges. It seems like Vinchester's trying to ramp up production potential quite a bit, all at the same time, but it's not gonna be possible for him to actually go for quadruple TC villager production and quadruple archer range crossbow production. Skirmishers for that matter also are going to compete for resources with the villagers because of the food. But yeah. Seems like Vinchester will actually be able to go up to the Imperial Age faster. Yeah, Hera did end up queuing up a bunch of villagers and going for Balsa and Wheelbarrow, which took away from his pile of resources. And Vinchester, well, if he gets to the Imperial Age faster, that's gonna be so good. By the way, what did he go for? He only had the university. He was missing one building. Ah, there we go, a monastery on the back. Beautiful. Yes, sir. Here comes Hera. Should finally be able to click up to the Imperial Age himself as well. And Vinchester's gonna be there in 1 minute and 40 seconds, so he has a significant lead, right? 1.5 minutes of a lead against Hera. Doesn't really have too many crossbows, mind you. And also he's started to collect some stone, so you might be thinking of going for a castle eventually. The thing is, Hera has been collecting stone a lot more heavily than Vinchester. So he'll be able to go for one forward. And Vinchester, I don't think he's gonna have the resource to go for a counter castle, so it's kind of awkward. Yeah, there we go. This is a beautiful location for Hera's castle. Not only provides a stepping stone around which he can go for extra pressure by going for extra buildings, but also the fact that he's got the hill on top of the ridge here makes it very, very difficult for Vinchester to take the castle down eventually, especially with castle units. If he's unable to go for his own castle, right? That is a great attack round coming in from Vinchester. And the Hera's kind of trapped over there. What is yeah, what is going on over here? Hera's just gonna try and keep on microing the unit. Seems like he's gonna get away with it for the most part. Just trying to stay close to the mangonel. Eventually the TC is going to clean this up, but this is already so rough for Vinchester. A lot of his economy is idle. And with the castle coming up over here, which he should know about already, he should have sent extra villages to stone, and now he is sending extra villages to stone. He was only down to 4. So what is the plan? Vinchester gets to the Imperial Age. We see chemistry, but no bracer yet, no arbalester yet. So the minute and a half of a head start that he got to the Imperial Age will simply allow him to get chemistry in, right? He's got only 1 siege workshop. Oh, he's got 2. Okay, he's got 2. Now bracers coming in. That's good. We'd love to see arbalesters come up in a moment as well. And Hera, on the other hand, gets to the Imperial Age. First thing he goes for, ring archer armor. He's got chemistry coming up as well. So the moment chemistry finishes researching, Vinchester starts going for bombard cannons right away. That's why I was taking a look at the amount of siege workshops he had. Without a castle up, it was simply not possible for him to fight the castle off from Hera. But now with bombard cannons, that's going to be a lot better. Hera is going for trebuchets though, and Vinchester is going to try and get a castle up at the center here. I think Vinchester gets the castle up, but Hera's trebuchet is already coming out, so he'll be able to start targeting the castle foundation, which is not good for Vinchester, of course. However, if he manages to bring the bombard cannon around the right-hand side, he should be able to take on the trebuchet, and there we go. He's trying. I don't think he'll be able to range the trebuchet without getting ranged by the castle, right? He won't. He's going after the castle now. Yeah, I do know about that. The trebuchet is just staying there. And you know what? The castle comes up for Vinchester at about half HP. 1 more shot from the trebuchet and it goes right at half HP. The 2 trebuchets over here. Vinchester's castle is basically a goner now. And Hera? He's done a beautiful job on the back. With the skirmishers, he's taking on the freaking mangonels, taking on the villagers over here. And what a great unit control. Hera is on a game of his own over here, and Vinchester is not able to keep up. So far, the first 2 games have been so dominating for the Canadian player. What a ridiculous performance for Mr. Hera. Takes the castle down, and Vinchester, well, honestly, wouldn't be surprised to see him call a GG. Listen, the castle over there is huge. He won't be able to get any momentum. He's playing defensive right now only. And you know what? Bombard cannons over here are struggling big time to get the castle down. But even if they did, what does he do to take care of these skirmishers on the back? What does he do to start putting pressure? Since the bombard cannons forward, I guess maybe. Yeah. GG's coming up. Because of course, Hera's, yeah, playing a completely different game over here. 200 power versus 116. Overall, 21 to 20 KD ratio for Hera. For economy, we see a stronger economy for Hera as well, collecting a lot of extra resources. About 9,000 or so extra resources, and that's going to be because of his much stronger villager count. Since very early into the game, he was the first player to get to the castle age, to get the extra TCs up. From that point onwards, Vinchester struggled to keep up, and that's going to be it for game number 2. Because we're... And there we are in game number 3 already. Malians for Hera, Burmese for Vinchester. And as I was just mentioning, this version of Atacama for Red Bull Wallow is going to feature ponds to the corners of the map. So, wow, Vinchester goes for it right away. Goes for the dog. Meanwhile, Hera, not so much. Malians are one of the best civilizations for hybrid tapped maps because of the wood discount that they get on buildings. However, on this map, rather not on this map, on this game mode, they are kind of stripped away from the bonus because most of the buildings that you would usually save resources on in the Dark Age have already been built for you, right? So you already begin with all the buildings over there. So it doesn't really do too much. Let's check. Yes, Stale's coming up for Vinchester. So he'll make a play for scouts and archers, which is gonna be very expensive, but also extremely strong. Meanwhile, Hera's going for the first dock on the left-hand side. Actually, he's been going for one up in the north. So that's going to be the second dock. He's got one up in the north, one on the left-hand side. Beautiful. There we are. Hera should be able to clean this up for the most part. He's got significantly more archers. So Vinchester does end up getting some archers over here, and it's not going to be all for nothing. But it's certainly not been a lot of damage he's been able to do. And if you take a look at Vinchester's side of the map over here with only one archer range, he won't be able to go for too many archers. And he's got the scouts coming out over here, but he really needs to mass some units before going forward. If he just sends the villagers in over here, yeah, he's gonna try to get a tower up, right? If he just sends the villagers over here without enough archers to defend, without enough scouts to defend, Hera should be able to push the villagers away. Now we'll see. Hera's been getting some outposts up. And this is just so good! Check that out! There's one villager over here that Hera can't see, and now he's going to react with his own tower over there. But if it weren't because of that villager, that tower would have been completely stealthy. There you are. Yeah, good defense from Hera for the most part, you know? He's not lost a single villager yet, which is just remarkable. Despite defending with a bunch of vills over here. Okay, there we go. That's a villager going down. Two villagers going down from Mr. Hera. There we go. Let's see if Vinchester can finally get some good damage down over here. Notice how he's ignoring the archers, just trying to trade for villagers, and he does manage to get one. Might be able to get two as well. He's gonna try to go for it. He's going for the archers now, actually. It's 3-on-3. Yeah, and he gets a villager, so it's not bad. With good unit control over here, Vinchester could come out on top, but Hera's managed to outplay him, so he's going to end up taking all the archers down. But that was still pretty good, though. Vinchester did manage to find some good villager picks so far. 5 villagers down for Hera. In terms of EKV. However, he does click out to the castle so much faster. That's the reason why he was not going for too many military units. He was just trying to focus his economy towards going up to the next stage and getting access to stronger units. Vinchester will also be able to click out to the castle age after having gotten a bunch of villagers down from Hera, and that's another one going down right there. And the blue player to Vinchester's military, and as Vinchester clicks out to the castle age, there is a 2-minute lead for Hera getting to the next stage, but he's fallen behind by 8 villagers, which is, you know, redonkulous. It's not good. It's not good for Hera for sure. Defense towers have come out for the blue player. Beautiful. Bloodline's coming in now for Vinchester as well. He's playing Burmese, so going for cavalry is a very common thing for the civilization. However, against Malians, it might prove a little bit risky, especially in the castle age. We're going to have pikemen for Malians. We're going to have camels for Malians. There we go. Beautiful. Cosmic upgrades coming out now for Vinchester as well. He already had a bunch of archers moving over the left hand side, and Hera is sticking to 1 TC. Vinchester's going for the 2nd TC. One thing that Hera does have going for him though is both pawns, right? So he's got a dock up in the north, he's got a dock on the left hand side. However, he's not really been going too heavily into fishing ships. He's gotten out to 6 versus the 5 that Vinchester has gone for on the single pond over here. And Vinchester, you know, he's quite competitive in worker count. Now that he's got the 2nd DC, he should be able to start getting ahead of villagers. This is good though. This is good from Hera. Might be able to get some villager picks over here. Let's see. No kills at all. Wow. Good defense for Vinchester. 4 castles coming out for the red player as well. It's finally looking like a game Vinchester might stand a chance on. And the castle I like a lot better. If you wanted to go for knights, once again, it could be risky because of Hera's units. It's not only pikemen and camels that Malians are going to have available to fight knights off, but also incredible monks. Sure, we have Burmese, which is also a very strong monk civilization, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that you won't be able to go for too many knights if your opponent's got so many choices against you. Interestingly enough though, Hera, instead of going for counter units against the knights, he's going for more knights himself, and because he's sticking to 1 TC and the fishing ships, right, he's gonna be diverting his entire food economy, or most of it, towards knight production, which is strong, mind you, and he might be able to get ahead in military count compared to Vinchester very soon, or at the very least military value compared to Vinchester very soon, but yeah, you know, it's not the case currently. Vinchester still hit. Very nice picks over there though. The TC does come up, and the knights end up getting 4 kills total, 1 villager only, and overall eco KD is still favoring Vinchester 6-3. Wow. Yeah, that castle's not coming up. I have no idea what Hera's thinking about over here. I think he might not be thinking about much of anything. Yeah, Vinchester was trying to make a play for monks over there himself as well. But yeah, this castle's getting well delayed at the very, you know, at the very least. Denied. Worst case scenario for Hera. Similarly, but opposite to the previous games, now Vinchester is looking stronger for military and for villager count. If he's able to keep up, that's gonna be really good. And now Hera is coming in with all the villagers over there, trying to get the castle lab. We'll see. An engagement take place over here with crossbows, with the Arambai. We have the knights over here as well from Vinchester. And he's going for yet another castle on the right-hand side. He's getting the quick walls up, so yeah, he'll be able to get this castle up for sure. Hold on. Castle's coming up for both players. Let's take a look at the range of the castle. Hera right now doesn't have Balkan arrow. If he had Balkan arrow, he would have been able to target some of the villagers getting the castle up from Vinchester, but not all of these. Because from here doesn't seem that great. Yeah. The counter push seems much stronger though. Now the military count is indeed much higher for Hera, finally. And we'll see if he manages to do much of anything. Vinchester's been going for a Rambai, which will take some time to mass up. He's going for monks as well. We'll see if he can land a conversion or at the very least zone the knights out. Where's the monk, by the way? Oh, he's collecting relics. The quick wall attempt over there is not really connecting. Yeah, from Vinchester too much, and now Hera sees the monk, he bails. One conversion still lands though. And up in the north, yeah, the castles targeting each other. 36 coming up for Hera. He's managed to stay on this game. And he's managed to actually get on top over here for military. If he can take on the villages from Vinchester and catch up in economy, that'll be ideal for Hera. But for the time being, he's still the one putting pressure over here. He's got some momentum, a little bit. But Vinchester shouldn't take too long, especially now that he's got 2 castles, which doubles his Arambai production rate. Shouldn't take too long for Vinchester to get to a good amount of Arambai and then be able to take on knights easily and potentially go forward and kill all. What will Hera go for? He's going to go for monks. We were talking about the possibility of monks for both players in earlier stages of the game, but now the monks are coming out from both. It's going to become a reality, and monks can be really strong against Arambai. With good unit control, especially because of the Arambai fairly short range, monks could be exactly what Hera needs to defend against this. Turn the Arambai against Vinchester even. We are getting to the amount of Arambai that we need. Check that out, 16 Arambai. 19 knights for Vinchester and Hera respectively. And this can be really strong. We see the Arambai coming over. Yeah, they're strong, man. They're kiting away. And Hera, he's just been trying to reset the HP of his army. He's got both these monks on the back. He's gonna try and go for the conversions right now. He's got 3 monks over here to target units with, and Vinchester's gonna try and bail. He does end up losing 1 to the conversion though. It goes down right away. And the thing is, Burmese do not get heresy, so he wouldn't be able to mitigate the possibility for conversions with that. Just coming in, trying to target the monks, so they are just so inaccurate. Oh, man. Imperial Age is coming up now for Hera as well. Amazing. Amazing. Simply amazing. Vinchester has been on a higher work account for a while. Let's take a look at the gather economy too. It's only been 21 more minutes though for 22 more minutes for Vinchester. Huh. Not a huge difference. Unfortunately for Vinchester, assuming that he gets to the Imperial Age, he won't really be able to go for... I mean, he can go for Manipur Cavalry, but it's not going to have the same effect that it had before. As a matter of fact, let me check. I think now it's gotten changed, right? So that it's going to be cavalry units. Let's check. Burmese cavalry units getting bonus damage. Yeah, cavalry getting bonus damage against archers, not against buildings anymore. So Manipur cavalry won't really allow him to go and take on the defenses from Hera. And Hera's not really going for any archers, so it's going to be kind of useless in this situation. Forecast on the way for Hera, and Vinchester's going up to the Imperial Age as well himself, but he's going up a little bit later. This is good for Hera. If he manages to get away with this, that's going to be so great. Second castle will allow him to produce 2 trebuchets at a time, take this one down right away, reduce Vinchester's Arambai production by 50%, and that is huge, of course, because it's the unit that Vinchester has been relying on for this game. Unfortunately, Vinchester tries to make a play for the monks and the knights a little bit too late, and the castle comes up over here, so Hera's already up. He's got only 1 trebuchet queued up though, cannot really afford the second one. He'll be able to right now, so he can go for the second. There we go. And there's block printing coming in, which will make those monks just so much stronger. So much harder for the Arambai to take down. We have also Cavalier coming up for Hera, and he's been going for knights for the most part, so it does make sense. And eventually we'll see even Farimba coming up as well, as that'll make the Cavaliers so much deadlier. Vinchester at the very least does have a good amount of defenses though. He's got 2 TCs on the right hand side in addition to the 2 TCs he had on the left, so that's going to be 4. Hera's still on 3. And Vinchester's kingdom seems to be a little bit more compact as well. By the way, does anybody know what the difference between an empire and a kingdom are? Let me know. Might be fairly basic, but I don't know, I just thought of it. Good defense. Once again, the Arambai, once they are masked up, especially if they're going to be fighting point blank range over here, pretty hard to take care of. So Hera's getting completely wiped up over here. But yeah, the main point for Hera was just starting to put pressure, right? So Vinchester wouldn't end up losing the castles. Unfortunately though, Hera went for the TC first, which I am not 100% sure what that was about. I thought he was going to target the castles for sure, given how heavily Vinchester has been going for Arambai himself, but it's not been the case, so Hera hasn't been able to take a single castle down, and he's actually losing his own castle over here. There's going to be only 1 left. You know what? Here come the Arambai. He's got pikemen to chase the Cavalier as well. He's going for the Halberdier upgrade as well, so he should be able to take care of the Cavalier over here with pikemen or Halberdier alone. So you can send the Arambai and try to take the trebuchets right away. The Empire has an Emperor, the Kingdom has a King. Yeah, I figured that much. But, like, is there an actual difference? Or is it just labels? Yeah, the difference is who the monarch is. Right. This is a nice pick though. Hera doesn't end up getting the castle down. He calls the GG though. That's a very interesting time to call the GG. He finally succeeds at taking the castle down. But he calls the GG right there. And why? Well, because the Cavalier play was not working out. Vinchester still had enough Arambai over here to take on whatever Hera was going to throw at him. Plus, even if we had all the conversions connect over here from Hera, it would not have worked, and that was not a good monk control. Let's actually go back 30 seconds and replay this. Check this out. This is also a big part of why Hera called the GG. He had 12 monks to make use of. Alright? And he converted... Yeah. How many monks do we have here? He utilized 10 monks to convert one halberdier. So it was not really possible for him to go after the Arambai anymore. If he had been able to utilize... If he had gone for theocracy, or if he had been able to utilize the monks properly, he wouldn't have... I don't think he would have been able to completely... Obviously, wouldn't have been able to convert this army completely, as he had only 12 monks, right? But if he managed to get, like, say, 8 conversions over here, that would have reduced the Arambai army down to 18. And that would have been, you know, 19 military units from Hera with Arambai and Cavalier. Unfortunately, though, that was not the best unit control over there for Hera, and Vinchester ends up taking game number 3 to start coming back into the series. And if the past series we have seen between both these players are of any indication, this is going to be a long one, man, and we are going to get fairly close to all 33 games. Overall, fantastic AD for Vinchester, getting past 4-3 KD ratio. Yeah, and Vinchester does end up getting close to 7,000 extra resources, more like 6,400 extra resources, or close to it. And it was kind of looking dicey for Vinchester at times, but to be fair, Hera didn't really prioritize the castle when he had the chance to. And yeah, wasn't really able to catch up ever. There was one point in time where Hera managed to get ahead in work account, but it was just very short-lived. And that was the time where he was on 2 docks and Vinchester was on the second TC, but was still unable to keep on villagers creating. And then the moment he was able to sustain production, Vinchester started pulling ahead. And there we are, game number 4 here. Vinchester playing with Slavs and Hera playing with Huns on Enclosed. This is really interesting. Let me take a look at something. We saw on Enclosed that Cumans were particularly strong, but Cumans actually got banned. It's one of 9 civilizations that got banned. Alongside Portuguese, Goths, Byzantines, Khmer, Lithuanians, Magyars, and Turks. With 9 civilizations being banned over here, there were... You know, how many is that? So we've gone from 42 up to 45 civilizations, right? So that should be 36 civilizations left. Basically, there are only 3 civilizations that players had to ignore. Each. Archer range on the way for Hera, and Vinchester, yeah, he's got the archer range already. He's not going for a second one though, so Hera seems to be committing to military push over here a lot better, a lot more heavily compared to Vinchester. Anywho, here comes fletching from both players. Both are thinking of putting pressure against each other. Interestingly enough, though, Hera's second archer range actually delayed his production a little bit. But once he, you know, sets it up, once he's able to keep production going, that's going to allow him to mass the units much faster. Meanwhile, Vinchester is not really going for the second archer range just yet, so it's just going to be 2 archers over here. He's going for the 4th one, right? So he's got 4 archers right now, but these are still on the back. And Hera already has 3 archers over here to overpower Vinchester's army, and Vinchester's just gonna have to bail. Here come the archers from Vinch. 4v3. The moment Hera realizes about this, he turns around. He's gonna wait for some extra archers. He's got 6 right now versus 5. And still no second archer range for Vinchester, so it's going to be a little bit better from Hera from here on out. I guess Romans for a while use oligarchy. Yeah, so what you said seems about right earlier. It certainly seems like the empire is mostly about control, land control, right? Could potentially have a kingdom under its control versus kingdom which seems to be about a form of government, so to say. Tetrarchy is a form of oligarchy. Ah. Alright, that was a response to Gus Banyan. Well, Castle H is on the way for Vinchester. Hera should be able to click up to the Castle H very soon himself as well. He is on his way up already. And what do we have for Hera? His civilization will actually be saving some... You know what? The latest patch actually made some changes so that now the civilizations are going to be affected by their starting bonuses, which usually affect resource distribution on some of the civilizations. For instance, Hera civilization, the Huns, during the qualifiers of Red Bull Wallow, were not affected by the 100 less wood that they usually begin with. Instead, they, you know, they usually... There we go. They usually would get ahead because of that, because they would start with standard resources. But as of the latest patch, I am pretty sure that Empire Wars has those civilizations get their bonuses back. So I'm just going to check this really quickly. After the game stabilizes a moment. Let's not miss on the engagement. That would be a very poor time to go back and check. Alright. He's going back. Yeah, Vinchester's waiting. We have 20 seconds right now. Okay, never mind. He's gonna turn around. I do not like this one bit though. He's completely outnumbered here. Doesn't really want to turn around and fight at this point in time. I can't go for the crossman upgrade and blocking out right now, but he's getting cleaned up, and that is so bad for Vinchester. Why would he ever turn around when he was faster to the castle edge? He was so close, and now he's getting completely cleaned up over here. He's gonna be left on one skirmisher. Meanwhile, Hera's getting to the castle edge, and he's got 6 archers over here left. Anyway, as Hera goes for the crossman upgrade, let's go back and inspect the situation over here. I'm pretty curious. Let's check. Yes, you see that Huns do begin with 100 less wood compared to other civilizations over here as well. It was not the case before, so this changes a whole lot how the game is played, right? Because civilizations such as Huns, Aztecs, you know, Lithuanians, they are going to begin with their standard resources. That's going to affect also Mayans, but then also Chinese. And not only that, of course, but many other civilizations as well, including even Incas, right? Which I guess are going to begin with Olama now. Which I'm not really sure they began with before. I don't think so. Anyway, Scale Bar Armor is on the way for Vinchester. Now that he's gotten to the castle age, it seems like he's going to make a play for cavalry. So Scale Bar Armor, but does he have a stable actually? Wait, cavalry archers? With Slavs? What is it? What is it? What is it? What? Why would he go for Scale Bar Armor? Is the scout full HP? It's not even full HP. I really don't get it. Hera's going for cavalry archers. He's going for Scale Bar Armor. Cavalry archers from anyone would use Scale Bar Armor. Obviously, cavalry archers actually utilize the archer line of defense upgrades. So the archer armor upgrades, right? So why would he ever go for Scale Bar Armor? There is no stable over here. That's gotta be a misclick, surely. Yeah, it's gotta be a misclick. Knights coming in from here instead, which makes sense. He's gone for Scale Bar Armor. He's got Bloodlines on the way. And yeah, I have absolutely no idea what Vinchester's plan is over here. He's got 4 TCs. A monastery is coming up. A defensive Mangonel to defend against crossbows. And the monks will be good against knights, of course. But, you know, his 7th villager lead right now is coming in at a big price. At a huge cost, rather. Yeah, and that Mangonel is not staying out. We know that. This is really bad from Vinchester. I have no idea what his plan was. All around. I think this might be GG very soon, actually. Hera's pressure over here is fantastic. Especially going for the cavalry archers. He can deny so many resources, right? Like the DCs over here are not really providing too much protection to the villagers. I guess we do have a little bit of stone over here. But he doesn't really have any safe access to gold, I guess. Because even if he collected gold from here, the cavalry archers could be set on the right-hand side to push villagers away from there, so... It's not good. It's not good for Vinchester at all. I think from this point onwards, just going to slowly start bleeding villagers out, bleeding economy. And... it's going to get to the point where he won't be able to collect any resources anymore. At the very least, not any gold, not any... meaningful resources, and he'll just gonna be forced into calling the GG. I mean, take a look at that. They're just going down right there. Hera doesn't even have ballistics. He doesn't even have a thumb ring, I think. Yeah, he doesn't have it. But Vinchester's going for a castle. And once again, I don't think this is going to be enough. The castle's coming up on a hill, which on paper seems strong. But check this out, here comes Hera, is gonna try and get in the villages over there, might be able to maybe deny the castle. At the very least, he's going to delay it. At the very least, yeah, but he could potentially end up denying this. So, what I wanted to take a look at was, take a look at the range for this castle. It doesn't protect the gold. The range encompasses the gold, but it doesn't protect the gold against potential cavalry archers or even crossbows from Vinchester, right? Let's actually select both these things. Check this out. You see the castle? Cavalry archers should easily be able to take on the gold miners over here. So there is no safe access to gold for Vinchester this game. Even going for the TC right next to the gold over here. Is that going to suffice? Dude! This is so rough for Vinch. Sure, he's managed to get 22 extra villagers, but you take a look at the amount of idle villagers, he's got more idle villagers than extra villagers. Yeah, this is pretty GG at this point. And honestly, it's like it should be. Unfortunately, this has been overly greedy from Vinchester, and he's getting punished pretty heavily. Well, he's gonna manage to get the castle up though, which I wasn't really expecting him to be able to. Here you are. Oh, great attack round. Man, Vinchester's surviving over here really well. I don't think he should have been able to. In all honesty, I think Hera should have kept on putting pressure, and I think Hera should have prevented the castle from coming up. And any extra units he went for, he should have sent over the left-hand side to keep on denying resources. In the end, Hera ended up adding the second and third TCs, and he's gonna go for some economy right now as well, but he's still behind by about 18 villagers, so that's good for Vinchester at the very least. We'll see if he's able to take advantage of it in the future. Right now, we see for Vinchester, he's going for death nets, which is going to make the castles a lot more accessible. Nice picks. Some conversions are coming up though, but still, for the most part, monks did go down as well. Dude, if Vinchester ends up taking this game, I'm going to lose my mind. There is no way. Given just heavy the pressure from Hera was, that Vinchester's actually getting away with this. And you know what? He's got a second castle coming up. Meanwhile, Hera's going for the first castle over here. Hera seems like he'll be able to click out to the Imperial Age faster though. So that could be good. Unfortunately, because of how far away Hera's castle is, all the way on the left-hand side, won't be able to go for trebuchets. At the very least, he won't be able to target Vinchester's buildings with trebuchets anytime soon. So it seems like Vinch is getting away with this. Vinch is getting away with murder. Boyars? He could go for Boyars. Boyars would be pretty strong. Especially as Hera's been making a little bit of a heavier night play as opposed to before, where it was just cavalry archers for him. So Imperial Age will be on the way for ball players. Vinchester should be able to click up right away. He's got the resources already. I'm not really sure what he's waiting for. Hera? Yeah, Hera on the other hand, he's got the resources almost. Okay, he's delaying himself by going for a Tarkin. Yeah, Vinchester's finally on his way to the Castle Age, to the Imperial Age rather. Chain Bardin armor's coming up for Vinchester as well, so it seems like it could be Boyars. Bloodlines, yes sir. Yes sir, with the third castle up already. We'll see a much heavier Boyar production. Yeah, and Vinchester, I can't believe he's actually pulling it off. Huge villager difference, 33 extra villagers already for Vinchester. I like legit cannot believe that Vinchester is pulling this off. I really thought he was dead just 10 minutes ago. And here, unfortunately, let go of the pressure. Here we are. Nice conversion from Vinchester, and here comes Hera with knights. He already knows about the Boyars from Vinchester. And once Vinch gets to the Imperial Age, we're gonna get plate Bardin armor. Blast Furnace, of course. Potentially elite Boyars. Yeah, Hera cannot do anything. Elite Boyars coming in, yes sir. He's going right up against the cavalry archers, going to end up losing one of these to the conversions. Two of these to the conversions actually, but he keeps on going, damn. You know, Plate Bardin armor's on the way. He's got conscription and elite Boyars still coming up, so I'm not 100% sure why he decided to commit to the push over there. Especially given the fact that he doesn't really have too many Boyars out, right? So he's got 12 Boyars queued up, but only 3 Boyars out. If he had taken care of the Boyars he had forward, then he would have been able to have a much stronger push after all the upgrades finish researching. Especially Plate Bardin armor for +3, +4 already against the cavalry archers. Makes a big difference, of course. You see the conversions coming out right now from Vinchester. Is going to end up connecting only one over there. He does end up losing one of the monks though. Yeah. Bold actually. Bold monks. Here comes Vinch. Damn, son! 156 villagers for Vinchester. Holy crap. Hera's just finished researching heavy cavalry archers. He's got chemistry coming out right now. He's already gone for bracer. He doesn't have ballistics just yet. Let me take a look to see if he's got thumb ring. He's gone for thumb ring already. So he's basically missing ballistics. And these will be as upgraded as they can get for hunts. Oh, he doesn't have Parthian tactics actually. So he needs both ballistics and Parthian tactics for these to be fully upgraded. And I like Hera's army composition. He's going for heavy cavalry archers and light cavalry as a mid shield. Could potentially go for Hussar as well. Meanwhile, Vinchester, he's getting to 200 population, 38 Boyars, and Boyars only will be Vinchester's army. He does have the Cat Prime upgrade coming up, and do keep in mind that Slav's siege is actually pretty strong as well. So he could potentially go for like siege tram or whatever, but right now he's going for the raids and he's getting away with it. A lot of villages starting to go down right now from Hera. He's bringing the cavalry archers back to defend himself with, but Vinchester's already doing so much damage. Getting a bunch of villagers down. How many? 15 villagers down. Yeah, and this is disaster for Hera. Despite his somewhat strong population count, he's actually taking a lot of heat. He's gone for, you know, some extra castles on the left-hand side to defend this economy with, but then the right-hand side is completely open. Ripe for taking. And Vinchester's going to go for it. The villager count from Hera's gone down from 130 plus to 110 right now. Probably dropping under 110 very soon. And yeah, you can bet your butt. 109 villages, 153 population for Hera. While Vinchester, on the other hand, still on 190 or so population. Going pretty heavily into boyars, but also adding C-Tram into the mix, which will make the cavalry archer a lot less effective against these units. The moment the C-Tram starts soaking damage from the cavalry archers, Vinchester's boyars are just going to run rampant. So what does he do? He does send the converted boyars over against the siege, but this is also going to allow Vinchester to get the converted boyars down and eventually take to the cavalry archers. So Hera calls a GG, and I can't believe my eyes. How did this ever happen? How? Damn. Wow, that was really good for Vinchester, and I really thought this should be game over 15 minutes ago, and Vinchester managed to bring the game back. No caster, well, definitely. That's the one thing that's not going to be up for debate. So taking a look at the achievements, we see a 7 to 4 KD ratio for Vinchester. A little bit higher than that, actually, and a much stronger economy. 18,000 extra resources, which is just incredible for the red player. Faster uptimes as well. Holy crap. You have to win 17 games to get this, right? That is correct, Ghost. So, welcome everyone to game number 5. Hindu status for Hera, versions for Vinchester. The map's gonna be Frigid Lake, and we are going in alphabetical order through all the Rebel Wallow maps, except for Arabia and Acclivity. Yeah, those are kind of swapped. So we are going to have Arabia as the first map for each cycle of map repetition, right? And then Acclivity is going to be the next one. However, though, for game number 5, we do have Frigid Lake, and Vinchester is going for archers right away. He's going for spearmen. Hera, on the other hand, he's got spearmen coming up, but he's been going for scouts himself. He's got a stable already up. With Hindustanis, it certainly makes sense. Unlike Indians, which arguably are the civilization that is the closest to, you know, Hindustanis from before the update. Hindustanis do not get fully upgraded cavalry archers, so going for archers over here is not really going to allow him to transition into stronger units in later stages. So just going to stick to cavalry over here, which is now much stronger compared to what it used to be before. Not only do we get chain barbed armor, actually he's plate barbed armor back for the civilization compared to when we had Indians, but also now the camels attack 25% faster. Anyway, we saw the first village go down from Vinchester over there. Hera is getting to a decent amount of scouts over here, so should be able to take an engagement, take the spearman down, and he's going to. Yes, sir. So now he's going after the archers, and he'll end up cleaning this up for sure. Will he, though? I think he will. Won't he? Oh, Vinchester's bringing extra units, and that is a good pick. We're gonna see more scouts going down. Hero was not paying attention, so now Vinchester's got some momentum coming in with 8 military units against only 3 from Hera. It's gonna be really good for Vinchester. The units that he actually has for are only 5 though, so it's not quite as much. But it's interesting regardless. Hera is also the only player going for navy, whilst Vinchester was going for fishing ships. If you realize about this, yes, he's gotta cancel the fishing ship and go for a fire galley himself. If we take a look at the south over there, These archers could potentially have put a little bit of pressure against fishing ships, but it would have been risky. Hera can always go for an emergency demolition raft, right? So, we'll see. Vinchester instead just gonna try and prevent Hera from getting the walls up over here, and Hera's trying to get away with it. Meanwhile, Vinchester, he's already gotten away with the walls to the edge of the map. Ah, very nice quick walls from Hera though. This is still open down south, but he's got a villager at hand, so he could very easily go for a house. Yeah. Well done. Well done. You could try to target the villagers, getting the gate up. Remember that gate foundations do not have any armor, so they could go down pretty quickly if he ends up pushing the villagers away before the gate actually finishes building. Yeah. It's going after the house foundation though. Okay, yeah, that's good. House is very low HP. So what Hera has been investing getting navy units out and going for water control. Vinchester has gone for a few navy units but hasn't been able to take the engagement just yet, and we see a villager going down from Hera. This is also Vinchester moving forward. The archers and the spearmen. There we are. Beautiful. Good defense overall for Hera. Still ends up losing some of the skirmishers over here though, so unit control has been fantastic for Vinchester, who is, by the way, the first player to click up to the Castle Age. Remember, once again, civilizations that begin with a different amount of resources in the past were not affected by those bonuses, but now, as of the latest patch, they actually are. So I am pretty sure that Vinchester did begin with 50 extra food and 50 extra wood in this game, which allowed them to get ahead a little bit. Yeah, it's got galleys, fire galleys, right? And no demolition rafts though. It seems like he already landed a good shot on Hera's fire galleys, to be fair though. Hera's galleys over there are not very high HP, plus Vinchester is going for a second dock. He's going to kind of commit to it a little bit. In the end, ends up getting cleaned up on the left-hand side inside Hera's base, for the most part. But he did manage to get a villager down, even if he ended up losing a fishing ship himself and a villager, right? The fishing ship and the villager earlier. It's going to be a better eco KD for Hera, but might not be the case for much longer. Hera's got two fishing ships over here, and Vinchester places guards right and waits for the war galley upgrade to hit. It should be, oh god, he's going out. He's going out, but he does have a significant more HP compared to Hera. Anyway, he can still take the engagement over here. It's just not going to be quite as one-sided. Regardless, if he doesn't take the two fishing ships down over here, it's going to be 3-2 eco KD favor and Vinchester and Hera. You know what? He was going for the second dock. He decides to give up on water. Yeah, for the most part. Vinchester, not the best unit control, mind you, but does end up getting all the fishing ships over here and the fire galleys, and you know, Hera just won't be going for any water economy anymore. Instead, it's got some skirmishers coming forward, which should go down to the knight from Vinchester. This is good in the sense that Hera's buying himself some time, as the knight's going to be here taking the skirmishers down, as opposed to going forward, knocking on Hera's door and potentially getting villagers after breaching in. On the back though, Vinchester has been able to add a second TC and a third TC. Because the Persian's TC is working 15% faster in the Castle Age, Vinchester is basically guaranteed to get ahead. The one thing that Hera will have going for him though is the discount in villagers, which goes from 10 to 15%. Actually from 15 to 20%, sorry. Discount in the Castle Age for Hindustanis. And Vinchester, well, Vinchester's gotta be careful here, my man. He'll end up paying full price for the villages, which will kinda result in him being stuck in the Castle Age for quite a while. But if he's able to hold on, it's eventually going to pay off. How many of the 33 games we will play today? 16. And tomorrow we are going to have up to 17. You are required to win 17 games at the very least to get the series, right? So it's not possible. Well, now that we have both players winning one game at the very least each, it wouldn't be possible even if we had 17 to date for it to be a one-day show match. But yeah. 16 and 17 for today and tomorrow respectively. 15 GMT start time, the same as today. Beautiful. There we go. Conversion's coming up. Yeah, converting the fire ship over there doesn't really do much of anything. And Vinchester will still be on top, so it's whatever. He's been going for some fishing ships though, which I like to see. And Hera? Naturally, it's not like he's got too many options for Hindustanis in terms of military. He's just going to go full on camel play over here. And we just gotta be careful. The camels are strong units. They attack 25% faster for Hindustanis. And if we take a look at the attack stats over here, they actually do get bonus damage against ships. So he does get one fishing ship down. He's going after the other one. There's still the demolition raft over there, so Hera's gotta be careful, of course, but he's been able to get some damage done at the very least. Just going to keep all the fishing ships close to the demolition raft, or the demolition ship, rather, close to the fishing ships instead. With 3 TCs already up, Vinchester is starting to pull a respectable villager lead, 10 extra workers compared to Hera, who's on 2 TCs only. As the third TC comes up, if Hera is able to keep production going from all 3 TCs, that will simply prevent Vinchester from pulling ahead even further in villager count, but will still make the villager difference, or the worker difference, consistent for Vinchester, like 10 extra workers for the foreseeable future, once again, as long as both players are able to keep all TCs working. That's actually going to be whatever the villager lead is for Vinchester by the time Hera gets the third TC up, so it might actually be more than 10. Anyway, things are looking good for Vinch. Once he gets to the Imperial Age, he'll be in a much better position over here in Hera. Hera's struggling. He's putting some good pressure though, pushing villagers away from food and idling some of Vinchester's economy, but Vinchester is going for pikemen and should be able to defend against Hera's push just fine. Pretty cheap unit for Vinchester to defend himself with, right? Let's take a look at the demo raft. It's coming up! Tripping into the war galleys though. Unfortunately, yeah, he's gotta delete this one. He's gotta go after the skirmishers at least. Get some value out of it. If he just kept on waiting, the demolition raft would have gotten converted, of course. Regardless though, Vinchester's position is pretty good. He's going for the 4th and the 5th DC as well, while Hera's going for the 4th DC right now, trying to catch up. And to be fair, I did say, as long as both players are able to keep all 3 TCs working, the villager difference in favor of Vinchester should remain consistent at 10 extra villagers at the very least, right? It's gone down to only 5 extra villagers, but that's because he's been unable to keep the TCs working. Check this out. He's not producing any villagers, he's just paying attention to the units over there. And going for the demolition ships as well, is unable to get a single shot. Yeah, there we go. Well done. Beautiful. That was so close. That was so close, yes. Not the first time that it was so close for Vinchester. Probably not gonna be the last time either. He's got another demolition ship over here. Now he's producing villages. He's got 5 TCs queued up. Here on the other hand though, he's getting very close to having enough resources to go up to the Imperial Age. And this is what I was talking about. Vinchester pays full price for the villagers, so especially by going for additional TCs compared to Hera, he will be kind of left in the castle age for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Hera should be on his way to the Imperial Age very soon. He's got the resources, he doesn't have the buildings, he's going for a university now. Yeah, that's gonna take a hot minute. He's going for the castle as well. So, this is not the best awareness from Hera. He's already starting to float some resources, while Vinchester, on the other hand, if he utilizes the market, he might actually be able to go up to the Imperial Age himself as well. He's just kind of lacking the buildings though, and he doesn't really have the resources to go for them. There we go. Imperial Age is on the way for Hera. And with the castle already up, he's gonna start going for Gulam, which I do find very interesting. Well, Vinchester's been going for pikemen for the most part, right? So Gulam are gonna be alright. Against pikemen for sure, should be good. Against anything else from Vinchester, could be a struggle. Cavalry especially. But obviously, if Vinchester were to go for cavalry, Hera will be able to go for his own camels, right? Strongest camels in the game. So it doesn't seem like Vinchester will really have too many options over here beyond just going for halberdier and then some siege perhaps. But then Persians, man, I don't know. It just seems kind of awkward. Alright. Weirdly enough, all the pressure we have coming up from Vinchester and Hera's empire comes from water. Here come the Gulam. I don't think they have any bonus. Let me check against ships. They don't. They don't. No. Don't have against cavalry, don't have against ships. Defense castle on the way for Vinchester. He's going up to the Imperial Age. At the very least, DCs do work 15% faster for Vinchester in this position already, so it's not going to take quite as long to get to the Imperial Age, and even though he clicked up significantly later, is going to get there anyway. Nice raid. Gulam will end up getting the 3 villagers over there, and Vinchester will be open still. And he's going for knights. He's going for knights against Hindustanis. And Hera's got a very respectable amount of camels already, and he's going for a lot more. He's got a heavy camel upgrade coming up. 3 stables producing camels full time. It just does not spell good news for Vinchester. Chemistry is coming up for him as soon as he gets to the Imperial Age, as well as conscription halberdier. And yeah, scaled bar number. He's only starting getting the upgrades for his units just now. You gotta wonder though, Persians, when are they able to take on Hindustanis over here? Because in earlier stages, Vinchester going for economy made it possible for him to go for military at the same time. Paying full price for the villagers, the TCs work faster, right? So he ends up spending a lot more. And yeah, going for economy over there is simply going to make it impossible for you to put pressure. So I imagine maybe just 1 TC full push would have been the way to go for Vinchester over here. Certainly in the Imperial Age, doesn't seem like he's going to have anything that will allow him to take on Hindustanis. With Gulam countering spearland units, and then camels countering any cavalry that Vinchester could go for. Yeah, kind of a wasted demo. It doesn't seem like there are too many choices over here for Vinchester at all. That is a good demo shot though. He got it finally. But he doesn't really have any demos anymore. I mean, he's going for some. It seems like Hera's just going to donate some of the camels over here. No. He's going back. But still, Hera should be in a much better position. He's probably overboomed a little bit on 153 villagers though, mind you. Imperial camels coming in for Hera as well. Extra castles coming in for Hera too, which means we can increase Gulam production. So with Blast Furnace, these camels will be very strong, and then Gulam could potentially be, you know, the last nail in the coffin. Hera's able to get the raids going. He does have Gulam coming up. And that's what I want to see. He just needs to send those forward. They'll take on Halberdier. They'll hold on against TCs, and obviously they will not be taking any TCs down, but they will hold on against TCs, and they'll be able to get the raids going. Where are the units though? Hera is kind of falling off over here. Yeah, the camels on the right hand side are getting some good damage done, mind you. Still, Vinchester's dropping villager count. Hera's not doing quite as much damage as he could, perhaps. Heavy Tato? Yeah. He's got it. Seems unlikely this is going to play a huge role though. Given that he's got the castles on the right hand side, he can just send the Gulam all the right hand side, just completely ignoring the center. And then on the left, he's got a second castle coming up as well, so he could potentially also send the units forward and just ignore the center. Elite Gulam's coming in now for Hera. Vinchester on the other hand is going for fast fire ships. This I don't really get though. Why would he keep on focusing so heavily on water when Hera's not really... doesn't really have a reason to go for it at all. Like, Vinchester doesn't even have a water economy anymore. He doesn't have fishing ships, so there's like literally no reason for Hera to go for water. Except maybe to prevent cannon galleon, I guess. So we do have a cannon galleon from Vinchester. I guess that's going to be a little bit of an issue. Although Hera could potentially go for bombard cannons and try to play dodgeball. We'll see. We have the Gulam on the right hand side from Hera. He's got his camels as well, and he ends up pushing Vinchester away for the most part. Still on 200 population, while Vinchester's on 177. He's been struggling to get past 180 or so, even to 190. Might change in a moment though. Vinchester's producing a lot of units and not really losing too much right now. There we go. Good defense for Hera. Just keeping the trebuchets up, going after the castle. This kind of systematic push is the kind that I prefer from Hera right now. He could have tried to get the raids going with just Gulam, but the Cavalier coming out from Vinchester would have made that a little bit of an issue. And going forward with the Gulam and the camels was also a little bit rougher because the camels not being quite as strong as the Gulam, right? Holding on against DCs and stuff. So yeah, he just provides defenses for the trebuchets to get the castle down. And after the castle crumbles, there's only going to be DCs left over here. He'll be able to go forward and keep on putting pressure with 3 trebuchets as well. Even Persian DCs are going to crumble pretty quickly. Super annoying comp to push against dispersions? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And Vinchester's not really being able to quite counter what Hera's gone for. Heavy demolition ships, second and 2 scouts, a little bit of wasted resources over there, I'll tell you. But yeah, this castle still, if it does not go down, it's just going to cost so much stone to keep up for Vinchester. You can take a look at the stone count just dropping pretty quickly, but it seems like the castle should be going down, right? Hera was not fully utilizing his siege. Now he's sending finally the 3rd trebuchet forward to take the castle down. This is much better, especially as this trebuchet is going to have a hill advantage. Coming in too late though, the castle crumbles right there. So now he can pack the trebuchets back up and go forward, try to take in the TC, but he's going after the stables first to try and prevent Vinchester from training too many units. I don't think that's going to change too much though. I think Vinchester is already on. Let's see how many stables. Oh! Only 3 stables left if he loses these. Alright. Well, anyway, it's very important for Hera to keep on putting pressure, and if we take a look at his line of sight, he already knows about the castle coming up. So he can go for it right away. He just needs to keep on going for more defensive units. What is the gold situation looking like for both players? We have a little bit of gold left for Hera over here. He's got 13 gold miners and he's got no gold anymore. Just officially running out of gold. He needs to try and get access to these extra golds up in the north, or try to push maybe Vinchester away from this one, right? Well, he's tried. But this is going to become an issue. How much gold do we have left actually for Vinchester? It's got 2200 gold. You know what? This might actually be a pretty big deal. This might actually be a pretty big deal as Hera runs out of resources. Whoa! Vinchester calls GG just as Hera runs out of gold. To be fair though, Vinchester did kind of get pushed away from the north over there and did not really have access to this one down south. So he was going to run out of the gold on the right hand side, and then he was going to be in the same position as Hera. I think he might have been able to keep on going though. I think he might have been able actually to get a counter push coming. Alright, well, it's fine. I guess both players were going to run out of resources sooner rather than later. So it's not like Vinchester was going to be able to sustain military production for much longer. For gold units, that is. For the achievements, we do see a better KD for Hera with 14 to 10, while for economy, we see a stronger economy for him, collecting about 800 extra resources. Faster in time as well, a higher villager max count for Hera. Yeah, and that's going to sum up the achievements for the most part. And there we go. Ready for the next game? Well, ready or not, here we are in game number 3. Hera's playing with Burmese while Vinchester is playing with Malians. This is Kawasan. We knew the map beforehand. They're just going in alphabetical order through all the Red Bull low maps. So we have a stable already for Hera, and Vinchester's gone for the stable as well. Oh, nice pick though from Vinchester. Hera sent the villager out, completely exposed, and he got picked up. Now he's sending another villager. And we do have extra scouts over here from Vinchester, so you could potentially try and go after the Ville once again. Seems like he'll get away with getting the dock up a little bit sooner, though. Yeah. And there we go. Good engagement for Hera. Doesn't that get in a better trade over there, taking the scout down from Vinchester, while Vinchester on the other hand sending the scout over the left hand side. His spider sense was tingling over here. And this villager from Hera is going down. There we go. Tries to get the quick walls over there, but cannot do it. And Vinchester does have 2 scouts over here to work with. And yeah, overall a pretty close engagement. Now with the third scouts coming over from Vinchester, that's enough to push Hera away. So it's a pretty interesting situation for sure. Vinchester, he goes for a fire galley as soon as he realizes about the dock coming up over here, I imagine. He doesn't really know, but he will expect Hera to have sent an extra villager to get the dock up eventually, right? You kind of want to go for water economy. But so far, Vinchester's game sense over here has paid off big time. With 2 villagers down already, Hera is behind by 2 workers. And both players are on the same fishing ship count, and then with Vinchester going for fire galleys over here, that's not going to be the case for much longer, as Hera's probably going to end up losing those fishing ships himself. Which is going to leave Vinchester on a 5 worker lead, or actually a 4 worker lead. Probably. Beautiful. So far, Vinchester has been able to put himself on a very nice lead. Even if the worker count is the same right now, Vinchester's gotten a little bit of idle TC time. He's gonna be able to click out to the castle age very soon, and so will Hera. Hera had to use the market quite heavily, and that was not the case for Vinchester. Vinchester's economy was just very well balanced, properly balanced over here. He's got the resources, he's got the buildings, he just needed to realize, and now he's going up to the fuel age. To the castle age, rather. And Hera, yeah, Hera gets a villager forward, gets the quick walls up. Just as the villager was about to go down, and there's a fire galley coming up for Hera over here in Vinchester. I am fairly surprised that Vinchester is on the back foot over here. Because, come on, he was the first player to go for the fire galley, but he was not targeting the units from Hera right away. And Hera's going to get the first pick over here with the fire galley, with the fishing ship going down over there from Vinchester. And Vinchester's going for the second fire galley, while Hera already has a second fire galley out. This is really bad. Hera's got a second dock coming up over here, so that's really bad for Vinchester, that is. Hera just seems like he'll stay ahead in navy count for the most part. While Vinchester, on the other hand, is just going to get pushed away from here, most likely. We take a look at the left-hand side, and while he's managed to get a dock up over here, and he's going for a fire galley. It's really very important for him to send the units forward, because if he doesn't realize about it, the same way on the right-hand side, he didn't realize about it until Hera started attacking, he'll be on the back foot once again. Right-hand side, it's basically gone for Vinchester. It's a matter of time. We have 2 docks over here, and only 1 for Vinchester. 2 for Hera, 1 for Vinchester. And very nice trade from Hera on the scout department as well, taking 2 down. And Vinchester doesn't really seem to be able to catch a break at all. Bloodline's coming up. He's getting to the castle age a little bit sooner though. That's a 15-second lead to the castle age, but he's got Bloodline's only now finishing researching, so he's got both stables queued up, and Hera's gone for Bloodlines already, and he's got a knight queued up over here. Just the one though, just the one, but he's got a monastery on the way. We might see Vinchester get a village down over here. I think he's going to. Well done. Yeah. Village is dead. And as expected, on the right hand side, he got completely pushed out of here. Left hand side instead, he does have the 1 fire galley, and he's got the second one coming up. Meanwhile, Hera's got a fishing ship garrison inside the dock. He's got a fire galley garrison inside the dock. He's gonna try to take the engagement. That was a really nice play from Hera, ejecting the fishing ship to draw attention and get a better trade, right? But in the end, with the second fire galley over here, Vinchester's looking stronger. So if he's able to get the dock down over here, it's going to be 1 pawn for each player, with the difference that Hera's already been collecting resources from the right-hand side one for a while. And only now Vinchester might be able to start going for fishing ships on the left-hand side. Despite the fishing ships over here for Hera though, we still have a pretty respectable worker count for Vinchester compared to Hera's, as the blue player's got only 1 extra worker. And same matchup as earlier as well, yeah. But reverse, right? There we go. Nice picks from Vinchester. Well done. But I don't remember who won. That one Vinchester took. He was playing Burmese. He made the run by work. That's the match where Hera tried to convert a halberdier with 10 monks and wasted all the fate. Yeah. 36 coming up for Vinchester. He's already gone for the second one on the right hand side, so this will boost his production potential by 50%. There we go. Beautiful. Vinchester's been able to get away with the extra TCs, even if he's not really gotten ahead in worker count yet. Another thing that's pretty good for Vinchester is he's managed to get a good amount of defensive units out already, so he's not going to be completely exposed to Hera's push. He's got camels over here. Not too many, mind you. He's going for more monks. Meanwhile, Hera's got monks coming forward alongside the knights himself, and he's going to stick to one TC full push. A very different game compared to the previous time, where we saw a run by against knights. Now we see knights versus camels, and fighting under the TC over here is not really going to be the best for Hera, but he'll still not clean up the units, I think. Not quite. He gets pushed out. That was actually kind of close. He ended up losing a lot of extra knights over here. Now we see the conversions from Hera trying to connect over there, and Vinchester's reaction was very timely. On the left hand side, Vinchester should still be able to get water control over here. I think he's gonna need to go for a demolition raft or a fire galley over here. This is not the best though. We have two fire galleys over here from Hera. What am I talking about? From Hera, and it seems like Vinchester's just giving up on this. I guess it's fine if he loses these three villagers or these three fishing ships. It doesn't matter because he's got two extra TC, so he can go for as many villagers as he needs to catch up and eventually even get ahead, right? And he's managed to, despite taking a few villager losses over here and losing the fishing ships over here, he's managed to retain the same worker count as Hera. Both civilizations only miss one monetary technology, and for neither one is that tech theocracy. Hera messed up then. Yes! That's going to be heresy for Burmese and illumination for Malians. And that was pretty bad from Hera. True. I don't remember if he even had the upgrade coming up. I don't think he had the upgrade coming up. He didn't. Yeah. Makes sense. 8 seconds idle TC. Hera the Boomer. It's going up now. You jinxed it. But yeah, it's understandable, right? Just one TC compared to Vinchester. So Vinchester starting to pull ahead in villager count once again. Probably doesn't even know a single monk tech by now. Probably. Hey BV, how's it going? Let's take a look. He's trying to bait the units. Yes, it's very important for Vinchester not to get baited over there. He does have a good line of sight because of the monks though, so he doesn't end up pushing the knights over here. Let's see the conversions coming out. We see a Kantakas coming in as well. 3 conversions trying to connect over there. 3 different knights targeted. Meanwhile, the scouts are coming over. Like cavalry over here against the monks, and he's going to get these down. So it's going to be just camels against knights. And the castle's coming out from both players. We take a look at the castle. It's coming up a little bit sooner from Vinchester, but it's about the same. And now actually Hera's castle is pulling ahead in completion. So we take a look at the military count over here. It's looking better for Hera as well. He might end up actually getting the castle up faster and cleaning these units up in the process. This is really good for Hera. However, once Vinchester manages to get the castle up, it's going to be a petard battle for both players. The castle's so close, 95%, and it's coming up now for Vinchester, and bang! He's got it there. As Hera's not queuing up any petards. Now he's going to go for it, and Vinchester's got to go for the same. His economy is, you know, spread pretty thin right now, so you cannot really go for it right away. That actually spells bad news for Vinchester as the first petard's coming out for Hera already. It seems like he's going to end up getting full center control. Yeah, Vinchester calls the GG right there. He calls the GG alright. Just logged out from my work. Sounds good, BB. Do you work at home? Logging out from work sounds as if you just finished working on the computer and now you're able to entertain yourself. For military, that was really good for Hera. Doesn't that get in a little bit better than 4-3? Okay, the ratio. For economy, on the other hand, we have a stronger economy for Hera, collecting well over 4,000 extra resources, which is great. For society, instead, we see also a stronger worker count for Vinchester at the end of the game, right? And the higher worker max count over here as well, but he didn't want to keep on trying against Hera anymore. It was going to be on the back foot for sure. Yes, I am based out of India. It's already 11 p.m. Right. Yeah. Makes sense. And there we go. Game. Let's update this. Game number 7 is here. And let's also change the color of Vinchester over to the red color once again. I wish I had your mindset. Well, I know most of these players are most likely going to have a similar mindset because you need to try and get the most out of these games, right? You need to try and get the most out of all of these situations in order to keep on improving yourselves. They get to the very top because they are very self-critical and they always think of ways to challenge themselves to keep on improving. It's a very hard thing to do, and to be honest, I am saying this as a commentator, but if I were to play these games and I lost badly, I'm not really sure I would take it too well myself, to be fair. I just think that probably the best way to take it would be to just use it as a opportunity to grow, right? Which I imagine these players are seeing this as well. I would have just sulked? Maybe I would have a little bit as well. Or at first, in any case. So we have Koreans for Vinchester. Yes, your favorite trash save. And then we have Hera playing with Ethiopians. Second archer range is coming up for Vinchester already. Hera, on the other hand, he's got just the 1 archer range, and he's going for a market, so he'll try to go up to the castle edge on Vinchester. Vinchester should be able to click out to the castle edge very soon himself as well, without utilizing the market, just good eco balance. Whilst getting the second archer range up, that means that he should be able to significantly outproduce Hera. And by the time both players get to the castle edge, Vinchester should have a much stronger army to upgrade to crossbowmen. Hera's going for the second archer range right now, but this already started to fall behind. Should already be falling behind in military a little bit, right? It's about the same for both players, actually. This is not really too good for Vinchester. It's not really taking advantage of the head start to the second archer range too much. Here we are. Well done. Looking at these trees makes me want to remove small tree mod. Looks much better when it's normal size. This is not normal size, by the way. This is medium trees. It's smaller than normal size. It's good for... I like it for casting. And you can actually get away with playing with medium trees as well. The reason I like it... You know, Cold White, you're saying, looking at these trees makes me want to remove small tree mod. Looks so much better when it's normal size. So yeah. The mod that I'm utilizing right now, it's called medium trees, and the difference between medium trees and small trees is that medium trees are 75% the size of standard size, and small trees are 50%. The reason I prefer to utilize the medium trees mod over here, not only is it better for casting in my opinion, because it still retains the foresty look of the woods, right? But yeah, it's because the small trees, they honestly, they kind of look like crap. They're pretty good for playing, but you know, you can get away with playing with medium trees as well. Let me actually show you really quickly what the difference is. If we remove the graphics mod, do you see the trees become larger here? Here at the bottom as well. We enable it, and they become smaller as well, but they still retain this foresty look, which is so good. And it's, in my opinion, a big part of the Age of Empires look, so I don't want to sacrifice on it. Like this, you're still able to see like villages behind woodlines, so it's not quite as clear as small trees, but I think it's quite playable. We'll chat on medium trees then? Yeah, do so. There we go. Beautiful. Me just going fast in. I don't think he's got the economy to go there, actually. If he wanted to, he would have to use the market quite heavily, and he would end up kind of sinking his resources quite a bit. Plus, he's got the siege workshop on the right hand side. This is a very strong push. Yeah, it's not going to be a fast simp. Hera, on the other hand, it's got a little bit more balanced economy. It's kind of the same resources for both players with a different distribution. Vinchester's got so much food over here, and Hera's got food and wood, and then some gold as well. But yeah, no. Vinchester's getting the second TC up, and that's going to be the case also for Hera. Beautiful. Yeah, Vinchester's able to push Hera away. So now he's starting to get close to having enough resources to go up to the Imperial Age. I don't think it's something that he necessarily was working towards from the get-go. I don't think this was necessarily the strategy from the get-go. But he's getting very close right now, and it's not going to be super fast, but it's still going to be fast enough over here that he'll get a significant lead just by getting access to Arbalesters. So much earlier, as Hera doesn't really have the resource to go for it at all. And Vinch has done a good job keeping the mantle up, and that is a great shot. He did end up losing one mantle. He ended up getting a bunch of crosses down as well. So I would say that's probably a pretty even trade for Vinchester. Gotta pay attention over here though, because yeah, there's a mantle coming over from Hera. Unit control for both players. Hera's losing a little bit more HP. Yeah, and Vinchester's on his way to the Imperial Age. He's going up faster. It took about 2 minutes since I said he's getting close until he actually was able to click out to the Imperial Age. But Hera's not even close, not by a little bit. Not by a long shot, actually, and he did add a third TC, so that kind of explains a little bit, right? It's been just using the food to get his economy to grow. And Vinchester, on the other hand, getting to the Imperial Age, he'll go for. He can go for our ballistas, but he's got only one crossman left. He's got ballistas coming up, and he's been collecting stones, so ideally I would like for him to go for war wagons, but ideally I would also like for him to be on more than one castle by the time he got to the Imperial Age. It's very hard. It's tall order, and you're going up on 15 minutes, right? With 54 villagers. But yeah, without army, then getting to the Imperial Age is not really going to do much of anything for him. Especially as he might end up losing the archer range over here. He's going to be left on only one, so actually amassing a good amount of crossbows to upgrade to arbalist is going to become more difficult. There we go. Imperial Age is here for Vinchester. He's only now managed to get ahead in military count compared to Hera. 4 crossbows, that is. Oh. Cross on the right hand side. Going down. Good unit control for Vinchester. He's bringing the villager over as well. He's going to keep the Magna Lab. You on the left hand side. These crosses are putting pressure on the gold mine as well. And Vinchester's going for it. 4 tower. Wow, he's going to just go for keeps. Does he have on the right hand side a villager push coming up? Nope. He's still collecting stone quite heavily, so he could very well end up going for a castle very soon. However, Hera's managed to click up to the Imperial Age, and it's very important for Vinchester to take advantage of his momentum. He's got a 4 siege workshop, but once again, I would very much have preferred for him to already have a push going. Or be able to go for the push right away as soon as he got to the Imperial Age. Having to go for the siege workshop because you don't have enough momentum over here is really bad for Vinchester, and it's really delaying his push by quite a lot. You know, on the right hand side, he is going for more keeps, and he sees the defensive castle coming up for Hera. Could potentially go for his own castle very soon, and you know, if he ends up getting chemistry, could potentially go for bar cannons, actually. We'll see. Good unit control for Vinchester. Does end up taking a bunch of the villages down over there. And delaying this castle a little bit. And he still retains 2 magnets, so he can try and take the TC down. While on the left hand side, he's got a magnet coming out. He's got villagers inside the tower. Doesn't really have the crosses anymore. Seems like he got pushed away or cleaned up. And yeah, it's going to be mostly about the right hand side right now. This isn't really the best location for the castle for Hera, for sure. It doesn't really protect the gold, doesn't really prevent the units from still coming in. But it's going to protect the stone, and collecting stone quite heavily is going to allow Hera to go for yet another castle in a better position, closer to the center of his map. Or his base, rather. There we are, Imperial Age here for Hera. And he should be able to go already for Bracer. He should be able to go for some of the upgrades. Alright. That is not a good location for Hera. What is he doing? Vinchester's got ballistics already. Oh, man. Those crossbows are gone. And that wasn't... Oh, that was not even close. That was awful for Hera. I'm not really sure what was going on over there. You know, Vinchester still has the mounts on the left-hand side, so he can go for the TC. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side... Yeah, he ended up getting the TC down already. He's going after the Siege Workshop. Interestingly enough, Hera's military count is half that of Vinchester's, but his villager count is only 25 higher villagers, so it's not too much. He does manage to get Tower Ballisters though, even if he's not gone for Bracer and Chemistry, which I'm fairly surprised about. But yeah, we'll see if Hera's able to defend just with Arbalisters. Vinchester, on the other hand, he's got Elite Skirmisher coming up. Just finished researching it, and yeah, those mountains are going down on the left-hand side to Hera's castle. Anyway, yeah, with Elite Skirmishers over here, it's going to be a little bit better for Vinchester. Both these civilizations get fully upgraded Tower Ballisters, with the difference, the distinction actually, that the Ethiopians have 18% faster attacking archer units compared to standard attacking archer units from Vinchester. So it makes sense that he does not want to compete, you know, as pound for pound Hera's crosses will be better, or Arbalisters even. And Vinchester's making a play for war wagons, which I like, and is what I originally wanted to see once he got up to the Imperial Age. But just with one castle, it should not suffice. The production is going to be so slow. So he needs to try and go for a few more keeps. Just try and make sure that Hera cannot push back until he gets to a good amount of war wagons. He's going for the skirmisher still, and ideally I would really like for Vinchester to be able to go for a second castle, but he's been prioritizing tower construction first. Does he have any extra stone, by the way? Oh, there's plenty of stone around the map, as a matter of fact. There's plenty of extra resource over here, so he could go for, yeah, each pile of stone that he can find over there, he can go for one extra castle. Easy. That was very unlucky from Hera. Vinchester's not microing the bombard cannon at all. And just the trebuchet is very inaccurate. Yeah, there we go. Vinchester realizes. And Hera actually just going to pack the tread back up. Or keeps coming up for Vinchester. This is very interesting because he seems to be kind of cornering Hera into the south corner. But Hera is still in a no right spot himself. Gotta be careful, you know, as he's gotten caught up in villager count for the most part. Vinchester's only 4 villagers lower than Hera. It's not too much. Yo, Gingerbeard! Thank you so much for the resub, coming in hot at 27 months. Hera calls the GG over here. And this goes to you, Gingerbeard. Vinchester starts catching up. That's going to be 4-3. So let's take a look at some of the achievements. Very nice KD for Vinchester. It's going to be better than 3-2. For the economy, we do have a stronger economy for Hera, though. In the end, he ends up collecting about 3,000 extra resources. Mind you, he did end up spending a lot of that into the economy set up in the first place. But yeah, I think he could have kept on going for sure. Decided to call it quits over there. But this is good for Vinchester, of course. Managed to get the castle down the left hand side. I think this was the GG moment. I think this is the reason Hera called it GG. I said he could have kept on going, but I didn't realize he had lost the castle on the left hand side. I was paying attention on the right. And once again, because the location of these castles was not really protecting much of his economy, losing the left hand side one was pretty bad. He was going to end up losing the TC over here, a bunch of ills. So it makes sense in the end. It's fine. I don't think he could have kept on going much longer than this anymore. So yeah, corrections have been made. So there we are. Game number 8 is here. Once again, we're going to switch Vinchester over to the red color. And we are completely caught up. What do we get from the get-go? The players are going to scout each other, so Yes, Vinchester is transporting his Eagle Scout. Hera's transporting his Scout. We take a look at the left-hand side. We have an archer range coming up for Hera, so he'll start going for archers. And Vinchester, on the other hand, doesn't seem to be going for much of anything, so he might be thinking of just going up to the castle age, perhaps. So yeah, the question is, Capture H being such a great tool for casters, I was pretty curious as to who among you utilizes the tool for analyzing your own games or watching pro players, perhaps, right? On your own. So Kowa says, I use it for my own replays, mostly if I lose so I can check mistakes. That's a great mindset to have, Kowa. Good job. And Hardcore Massive says, I don't play the game. Ginger Beer says no. Okay. I'm pretty curious because I think it's a great tool for analyzing your own games as well. My neighbor via LAN in like 2015 is the last time that you played. Wow. What is it? A best of 33 instead of a best of 21 or some other number? That's a great question and I actually have no idea. I have no idea. It might be, and this is just me speculating. Somebody would have to ask the sponsor. And by the way, shout out to the sponsor of the tournament. Not the tournament, sorry, of the show match. That is Mr. Jiru88, who is sponsoring this for $1,000, $700 for the winner, $300 for the loser. It might be, and this is just my speculation, the fact that we have 11 maps for Red Bull Wallow Legacy. So by having a best of 33, you play each map exactly 3 times, assuming that you do get to the 33rd game. Alright, nice pick over here, though that was really good from Hera. He's getting a villager down already, and that is not quite possible for Vinchester at all. Actually, he ended up losing about half HP on the scout. Okay, I remember LAN parties when I was around 12, 15, playing AoE in garage with friends, best times. Yeah, man, I just love those days as well. Even if you could only see this much of the game at the same time. It was good. It was fun. These days, when I play with those very same friends, Age of Empires, we usually just play against the AI. Very casually on like Amazon Tunnel, Black Forest, one of those maps. If we have to play on Arabia, I need to put on the carrying gloves. So yeah, if this goes up on YouTube and you're watching on YouTube as well, do let me know in the comments as well if you utilize Capture It or not. It's something that I'm very curious about because I think it's a great tool and yeah, it's got fantastic potential for individual players to utilize it, not just casters and content creators, of course. Also, it's a third-party project that needs independent support. That's why they sell the Capture H Pro subscription, which allows you to go back in time in the game as well, which is really good, and I highly encourage everyone to get Capture H Pro if it's in your ability. Where's your elo, Noah? Oh yeah, you know, you don't need to be high elo to carry my friends. Right now, after 2 years of not playing competitive, the placement matches put me at like 11 something. My elo back in the day, Boobly was about 1670 or so, so that should translate. I did the math the other day, and that would translate to about 1400 in DE. So if I wanted to get back in shape, I should be able to get up to 1400. And then from that point onwards, you know, getting any higher than that would require a little bit of grinding. To be fair though, once again, I talked about this the other day, but my understanding of the game since I went full-time casting has increased substantially compared to when I used to play competitively. So I think I should be able to get higher. I just need to get my mechanics in place, but it's not really the high priority for me right now. Content creation is. Where's your caster, Elo? You know, I know I would have to be put on the ladder. You tell me. Oh, great push on the right hand side though from Hera. Managed to transport 5 archers. The crossman upgrades here as well, so he gets 2 villagers down, ends up pushing Vinchester away from the wool line. And while Vinchester's got a pretty strong push coming up on the left-hand side with monks, and now siege on the way as well. Although he struggled to kill too many siege weapons, got just the one scorpion over here. This is still really good though. Hera will be able to take villages down right away with archers. He doesn't need the siege, he doesn't need the monks. Meanwhile, Vinchester's push is a lot slower on the left-hand side, but if he does breach through, it pays off big time. Especially with all the Eagle Warriors he's got over here, he's gonna be able to hold on against DCs, even against towers. He doesn't really have chainmail armor, which is kind of necessary when going for the Eagle push, but it seems like it's not going to matter. He's got into the wood line already. Well, it's not quite as straightforward for him to get the villagers down over here with the Eagles. It's still pretty good that he's being able to come in. Now he can bring the rest of the group over and just keep on raiding, right? The great thing about this as well is that, especially after you get chainmail armor, Eagles are so resilient. They are going to take a long time to go down to the TCs, and that usually allows you to replenish them before they die, right? So you can, if you get to the TC and you have chainmail armor and you have like double or triple barracks production, you're able to bring more Eagles in than they are going down, and basically just keep your opponent completely idle. I mean, take a look at this economy from here. It's a disaster. 0.3% efficiency in the last minute. About 68% or so. Almost nice. Worker efficiency up all time for those villages. That's not good. That's not good. Second TC is already out for Vinchester back home. And then he's got on the right hand side the third TC coming up. 1100 is nice. It's good. It's above average. I'm saying 150, but we'll play more. I just love to watch show matches and streamers. Yeah, it's cool. You can just watch. You know, being high level in Age of Empires doesn't really do anything for you. Unless you're at the very top, then you're able to participate in tournaments, maybe make some money out of it or stream, right? But you know, the difference between 750 and like 1700 is nothing. It doesn't really do anything for you. You're just better at the game, but it's not, it's whatever. I also learned a lot from streams. Yes. What feels worse, sneak archers into your woodline or dying to all in eagles? What feels worse? Probably the archer, because it was so cost effective. Hera just sent 5 crossbows and he was able to basically negate full woodline and get a few villages down. Meanwhile, this is a very, very expensive kind of all committed push from Vinchester that you are expected to be significantly more punishing if it works out, right? Punishing for the player who's trying to defend, of course. A lot more rewarding for the player making the push. And the crossbows, it just hurts to see. It's like losing half your economy to 3 archers in the village, which we have seen happen in the past. Not very often, but it happens. In any case, Vinchester is just doing so well over here. There's a defensive siege workshop from Hera. It's going for the Mangonel, but by the time the Mangonel comes out over here, I think the TC is probably going to be dead already. That's the only TC that Hera's got right now. The only defense that he's got, he's going for a tower. 2 towers, actually, close to the woodland. But guess what? Against the warriors, especially now that finally chainmail armor's coming out from Vinchester, he's not gonna give a crap about the towers. So, the DC crumbles. Siege Workshop's got a magnet inside it already, and it's going down. It's going down, down, down. We could see the magnet come out and try to get a good shot over here, but unfortunately, without the delete mechanic, Hera wouldn't be able to get more than just 1 magnet down. Yeah, there we go, assuming that Vinchester's paying attention. He is. He does end up surviving on 2 manas over here still, and he can go after the next TC, but most importantly, he can just go after the villagers. If he takes the siege workshop down over there, there's nothing for Hera to defend. This is an incredible push from Vinchester. One of the best executed pushes that I have seen. He's bringing the eagles, yeah, to the monks once again to defend against light cavalry. Hera simply is unable to do much of anything. He's going for a second TC on the right hand side, but he's been reduced to the little tip of the island, and because he doesn't really have any farms over here, is relying just on the fishing ships, which he's got a good amount of, mind you. He's got a good amount of fishing ships. However, it's not going to suffice for him to produce villages from both TCs at a time. Weirdly enough, Vinchester did end up going for extra TCs, but he's not really taking advantage of those. He's not going for any extra villagers. Instead, he's going for extra docks over here. He's going to try and take on the water economy from Hera. I don't know. I feel like he can just win the game over here by committing to full eagle push. You know, if he went for a third mana and then just keep on going for eagles, 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 he can take on the towers, right? He's got villagers to repair the... He's got villagers to repair the manas, and he's got monks to heal the villagers, so the towers are not going to be strong enough. And then he just goes underneath the TCs with the eagles and prevents Hera from working, full stop. And that's GG. Should have added in Ram? Yeah, Ram would have been good. A Ram would have been good. This balance coming up. Yeah, he'll get it. Where are the eagles? We have some eagles. And the push is stalled, indeed. And here come the eagles, trying to defend. Against the light cavalry, we have monks over here. Getting the conversions, though. Yeah, wow. He actually does not get the conversions, and in the end, all those scouts, most of those, went down for a single mana. I think they might have been able to get one monk, right? Yeah, there's the one monk over there. Sinking into the ground. Why didn't he go to monks? Probably felt the pressure was coming mainly from siege, so tried to get the manas down first. But yeah, it didn't really work out too well for him. There's a transport over here. Hera's transport to 5. What is this? What is he doing? One tower denies this. Vinchester, hello. Tower, market. Does he have a market? He's got the TCs. He's going for a TC on the left-hand side. He doesn't have a market. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't have a market. So I guess that makes sense. There is no way that Hera is getting away with this. Come on, just bring 10 villagers. Get a market up and go for a tower. There's no way he's letting Hera get away with that castle. Well, regardless, Vinchester is still in a much better position. He's coming in right now with the eagles and with chainmail armor. It's just fine. Hera winning this. Imagine. Imagine Hera actually wins this. Alright, Bailey, I'll see you next time. Sleep well. Okay, we see the conversion coming up. He does get the conversion, but the castle's coming up still. This is not good for Vinchester. However, it's not like Hera is in a much better spot, right? Villager count is 3 higher for Hera, only worker count rather. And yeah, you know, Vinchester gets pushed away from the right-hand side. He's got a TC on the left-hand side and the economy over here to potentially go for a second base. So what is the plan? Hera gets to the Imperial Age. Sorry, what am I talking about? Hera gets the castle up. And yep, that's it. Doesn't really have the economy to produce much of anything. It's going for the War Galley upgrade instead. I think he is. The middle is so important. The middle is important, but it's only important if you run out of resources outside. If Vinchester holds on to his control on the left and right hand side islands, let's actually do some quick math. So Hera's got some gold over here, right? This is what Hera's got. He's got this, and then he's got access to this. The center does not have quite as much gold as some other maps. That's 13,000 gold. Then we take a look at the right hand side, and Vinchester's got this much, 9,000, right? And then he's got a whole of these two as well. So that's once again close to 18,000 versus 13,000. Vinchester actually has access to more gold than Hera has right now, which is ridiculous, and it's not something that anybody expects to see on a map like this, right? Eagles are coming over to the center. Nice. Vinch going for him. Yeah, he's getting very close. He's got the resources and the building, so he's on his way up. While Hera, on the other hand, he's waiting. He gets a 15% discount to go up to the next stage, but still doesn't have the resources. And Vinchester is going for a castle on the left-hand side. And there is another castle coming up for Hera on the right-hand side. Dude, there is no way! There is no way Hera's getting away with this castle! Vinchester already started collecting stones so he can go for towers. Yeah, what is this? I really don't get it. Hera's just YOLO in it because, I mean, what else is it going to do, right? But Vinchester shouldn't ever let the castle come up, and he does end up pushing Hera away as Hera loses the villagers over here to the knights. Manages to save them. Yeah, but he wouldn't be able to do too much, right? Then on the left-hand side, we see a castle coming up over here for Hera. As he pushes Vinchester away, Vinchester's forced into relocating the castle. He's going for it right now. He's gotta be careful though. Hera's got a mangonel over there. I can't believe Hera's actually surviving over here, and he is going up to the Imperial Age very soon. He's got a stronger military count. This game should have been over a long time ago. Had Vinchester committed harder to his eagle push, Hera would have died, in my humble opinion. When can Incas do their eagle armor upgrade at Castle? Castle Age or Imperial Age? You're talking about fabric shield, right? That is the Imperial Age upgrade. In the Castle Age, they get couriers, which allows their slingers and their skirmishers to attack without minimum range. If I'm not mistaken, that is. Let me take a look at the tech tree. Andean Sling. It got renamed. Sorry. Yeah, it's about right. Yeah, you're correct. Andean Sling. Sorry about that. I had the same issue with the Magyars as well, and I kept on calling their units mercenaries when it got renamed to Carvinian Army. Match even now? Kinda. We still have the Imperial Age faster for Vinchester, so it's got a substantial head start to trebuchets. Because there's only one castle over here for Hera, by the time he gets one trebuchet, if he's ever able to get a trebuchet out, actually I don't think he will. If he was able to get one trebuchet out, Vinchester will be on 3 already. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, it's going to be the same situation as well, so I think Vinchester's getting the castles down before Hera's able to get a first trebuchet out. Yeah, we'll see extra eagles coming out right now, and check this out. He's got triple barracks production. How did he lose all the eagles? Just trying to raid. Just trying to raid on the left-hand side. Now we have Condottieri coming out for Hera, which is actually quite a sensible choice. Getting to the Imperial Age gives access to Condottieri, to Italians, right? From the barracks right away. You don't need to go for any upgrades. You don't need to... You can just use them from the get-go. So getting a few barracks up over here so he can start going for the units already pretty good. Then it's going to counter Eagle Warriors. However, Incas, being the versatile civilization they are, they can make a play for Kamayuks, which will murder the Custiller. Oh my god, sorry, not the Custiller, the Condottieri. And he can potentially make a play for Archer line units, Arbalesters, but most importantly, something that he gets access to from the get-go that doesn't require any upgrades and is going to be extremely effective against infantry is the Slinger, right? As it's got 10 bonus damage against infantry units, it's oftentimes called the American hand cannoneer. Are they good? Because the Condottieri? Yeah, they're great. Doesn't look like Vinch realized he needs slingers. Yeah, he didn't realize. Now he's going for Kamayuks, which is fine. Once again, Kamayuks are going to be just fine. The only problem with going for Kamayuks is that production potential is not going to be quite as strong. He's got just the one castle on the left-hand side, and then the rest of his castles are on the right-hand side island. So if he wants to push over here, it's going to be pretty difficult, as Hera will be able to produce condottieri from 4 barracks, and he'll have the numbers lead. So ideally, you want to see slingers still, and that's why Vinchester is starting to go for the archer ranges on the left-hand side. Yeah, the trebuchet situation over there was not particularly good. There is a pause though. Let me see what this is about. Yeah, Vinchester's just asking for a second. I'm gonna take a look at the stream as his point of view to see what's going on. Probably has to go to the bathroom or something. Nope. He just paused the game. I think he's just trying to... Okay, they're going to keep on going. I think they're just trying to... He's just trying to figure out how to seal the deal. I think he just needs to breathe. And take it from there, you know? Kind of... Step back a little bit, look at the larger picture. And try to seal the deal. Because he's got all the puzzle pieces. He's just got to put them together. Excellent map, this one. I like it, yeah. Many of the maps for Red Bull, although, are pretty good, pretty competitive, pretty balanced as well. It goes to show how much work and effort goes into these. Shout out to Cruzini for sure. Bombard cannon coming in. Yeah, that's good, that's good. He's got one already, he's got another one queued up, and Hera is holding on over here much longer than he should. But yeah, beautiful map. And the center is also going to show how well balanced it is. Whoever gets access to the center is not going to be insta-win compared to some of the other maps that we have seen in the past. With a somewhat similar layout. Like Golden Island, for instance, right? Anyway, the castle's going down over here. There's no question about it. And here come the slingers. He doesn't really have too many right now. He's just trying to go for more. He's got more, also eagles coming out. Fortunately, Vinchester was able to save trebuchets this time around, so he can go after the castle right away. And there we go. We have a meat shield of Eagle Warriors. And even though they are going down to the condottieri, the slingers over here are going to try and take on the condottieri as well to take on all the units down so that he can utilize the trebuchets. But it's not been enough. And the condottieri are closing the gap. But now they are going down finally. And the bombard cannon over there is going to be an issue. One trebuchet has already gone down. So we see the conversion coming up. Vinchester gets one. And Hera calls it GG. As he realizes the push is actually working out from Vinchester on the left-hand side, and he was already cornered. There is no way for Hera to fall back to anymore. With the center control already being there for him, and just a little bit of surface area for him to work. You know, very soon he was going to completely run out of wood as well. There is no way for Hera to keep on going, and Vinchester, he equalizes the series. What a great performance from the Russian Wonder Boy. 4-4. We'll take a look at the achievements really quickly, and then we'll go for game number 9, hopefully. We have a 4-3, like exactly 4-3 KD for Hera. Whilst for economy, we see a stronger economy for Vinchester, and this is why the extra KD or the stronger KD from Hera didn't really matter too much. All the extra resources, which amount to over 9,264 extra resources, like exactly that amount of extra resources for Vinchester allows him to go for extra units despite taking more losses, right? So it's not so much about cost effectiveness for Vinchester as it was about just steamrolling, going for a power play, just going for the units. Alright, we are catching up right now. Welcome you guys, everyone, to the next game of the set. We are making Vinchester red. I think it is. All the games played regardless. Okay, that's interesting. Let me take a look then. I'm just going to corroborate on Wikipedia to see if there's any information over there. It says nothing. I'm just going to update this again. Well, they should change it to a play all 33 as opposed to a best of then. Right now, on Wikipedia at the very least is labeled as a best of 33, which is by nature going to signify not all 33 games necessarily, so I'm not really sure. Was done Hera stream maybe? Vinchester stream? Somebody could go and ask and let us know for sure. But as it stands right now, best of certainly suggests not all the games are going to be played necessarily. I wouldn't be against a play all 33, by the way. I'll cast the whole thing. I don't care. But it's kind of rough, of course, for the players to play everything, especially if you already end up losing your 17th game. Yeah, you're just gonna keep on going out of goodwill. If that is the case, then 11 games per day actually would have been better. Because you have basically the same maps played 3 times. That could have been made with 3 different drafts as well. But I do like it that they have 33 civilizations each, and that way they cannot repeat the civilizations, so we are more likely to see different strategies, right? We could see up to 6 different civilizations on each map, depending on which civilizations the players go for each time. Anyway, Vinchester's already putting some pressure. He's going after the castle age at the same time as well. He's got 5 archers forward, and meanwhile Hera, he's got some archers moving forward, but he has not really been able to go for too many. For the most part, he's going for skirmishes right now to defend himself with. He's also on his way to the castle age, and that's going to be the case for both these players. First 17, one guy in here stream said, "Do you know if he can be trusted?" Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Best of certainly suggests first to 17. There you are. Yeah, beautiful. Good push over here from Vinchester. He's getting some good damage with the scout, even if he's going to end up losing the unit. He keeps the archers alive, he brings a few extra units in. And this is great. Can take advantage of the ridge over here as well. Potentially. But he's a little bit later to the castle age, so never mind. Bakinaro, crossman upgrade coming in right away for Vinchester and Hera. He's gone for Powder Arch Armor, which he kind of needs against the archers, but he's not really gone for Leather Arch Armor yet. He's only now going for Bakinaro. He does need to go for Bakinaro to get the extra range, and he needs to get Leather Arch Armor once Vinchester gets to crossbows, and he gets Bakinaro as well. They're just trying to fish for the crossbows, and he's looking the wrong side. Mod say real best of 33, so the first to 17. We confirmed it's an actual best of 33, right? Alright. The first 16 games are guaranteed, obviously. It's not possible for anybody to win the series with just 16 games. Plus the fact that we already have a pretty even set over here, right? And tomorrow's rest of the show match could be a little bit shorter, really depends. But yeah, so far today, if things start to keep on going like this, it's going to be pretty long. It's going to be a pretty long show match if things are going to keep on going like this today and tomorrow as well. Cannot be trusted. I would imagine. I would imagine, yeah. Nice push. He's coming in right away. He's playing Tatars. Hera's playing Burgundians. We haven't talked about the civilizations too much. Not too much time to go about it. But yeah, Tatars are great. On this map as well, you have 2 ridges. One up in the north and one down the south as well. So if he's able to take advantage of it, that could be really good. He's trying to bait Hera into the ridge. Of course. He's also baiting Hera into the knights. And here come the knights. Let's check. This is looking a little bit better now for Vinchester. Threatening the monk, but he doesn't like getting pushed back. Hera is the first player to, add the extra TCs if I'm mistaken. Both players are on 3 TCs right now, but I think Hera's TCs came up a little bit sooner, right? We only have 2 villagers over here from Vinchester and 4 over here, so I think these just came up. Thus, Hera does end up getting ahead in villager count by a little bit. He does have 7 extra workers right now compared to Vinchester, plus Vinchester's going for wheelbarrow. That's also going to take a little bit of TC working time out. Hey, Big Sponge! Hi. What do you bet on? Well, you know, the best predictor for future is the past, and Vinchester has gotten the best results in the past when it came to facing Hera. So I would say Vinchester. He's taken on Hera. I think every time that they have played on Red Bull. I'm just going to take a look at the match history really quickly. Red Bull World War 3. Actually, that's not the case. For Red Bull World War 3, Vinchester came out on top. For Red Bull World War 5, Hera came out on top. But for the most part, for all the newer results, Vinchester has been able to take on Hera every time. It's never been quite as long. Not even a best of 21 or a best of 11 or anything. It's always been like a best of 5 or whatever. So you gotta take it with a grain of salt. It can very well be the case that Hera takes this one. I think it's pretty even in any case, but I'm still liking Vinchester's odds over here a little bit better. Regardless, who do you guys predict to win the show match over here? And most importantly, who do you guys root for? Two very different questions, of course. Hera's looking really strong in this game, though. Not only has he been able to get a significant villager lead right now with 14 extra villagers, but also he's got almost enough resources to go out to the Imperial Age, too. So he's got a stronger economy. He's got a stronger army as well, or at the very least, a more valuable, more numerous army. And Vinchester? Vinchester is making a play for cavalry archers right now. He's starting to go for cavalry archers a little bit late though. I don't know if I like this too much. Let's see. Yeah, Scale Barley almost coming up now for Hera. Is thinking of going for Cavalier potentially. Palin? We'll see. Should be on his way to the Imperial Age already. He's got the resources, and after the villager comes out, he should be off to the Imperial Age. Right? Hera? Never mind. He's going for extra units. I don't know. He's so close. He definitely could have gone for it. I guess it's probably just a reaction to Vinchester's push on the left-hand side. Wow, Vinchester's castle though. Castle drop. All right. This is really, really strong from Vinchester. We'll see. He is keeping Hera pinned in the castle edge. This is the right way to go about this, by the way. This is definitely the way to go for Hera. If he had spent the resources to go up to the next stage instead, that would have been pretty risky. Pretty risky for sure. So now he's just going for extra units in order to defend himself. He's got knights. He's got skirmishers. And the knights, given that we don't really have too many cavalry archers from Vinchester, the knights probably alone are going to suffice. But where are they though? He's got them on the back. He's just trying to mass them up. This is kind of bad though, because it gives Vinchester plenty of time to get damage done over here. And okay, the lack of ballistics over here is not going to do these cavalry archers any favors, as the villagers just casually walk past. Yeah, the rain of arrows. Let's check. Beautiful. Yeah, there we go. And it goes down. Yes. And we see Keshiks start to pop out. Vinchester's gonna try and castle drop here on the right hand side as well. He's just gonna try and keep on putting as much pressure as humanly possible. But it's pretty difficult with the smaller economy and smaller military count. The units are simply not sufficient. And Hera, he's got a lot more knights. Now he's finished researching Cavalier. He's got a lot more units. He's got monks over here to fight against Keshiks as well. And Vinchester cannot really take advantage of the ridges over here to try and capitalize on his bonus, right? The extra damage from the elevation. Here we go. Oh, this is good though. This is good for Vinchester. I'm not really sure what Hera was doing over here. He wasn't really paying attention too much, and Vinchester's going to win again and everything. Now that he's got ballistics finally, he's getting 17 villagers. 18 villagers. What is going on? Yeah, Hera just gave up on the villas over there. I guess he simply cannot move anywhere, right? He could have garrisoned the TC. It still had a little bit of HP. Hera's goal situation starting to look rough. If he gets pushed away from this one, it seems like it's going to be the case. Let's actually take a look at that. So he's got 1 goal in front, right? And this one's got 150, and then he's got 2 goals on the left-hand side. But Vinchester's done a good job recognizing the situation and pushing Hera away from here. So without this goal, and then without access to this goal, because of Vinchester's castle, Hera is indeed looking pretty rough. He's trying to go for the counter raids right now. And Vinchester, weirdly enough, he's got a heaven villager count after all the villager picks he's got. He's got him. And now it's a matter of endurance. If Vinchester's able to hold on over here without taking too much damage, he should be able to outlast Hera. But we'll see. There's got a lot of extra Cavalier coming up. So the raids are coming in for sure. He's making a move for the North Gold. And does Vinchester have vision of this? Yes, he does. Damn sure he does. At the very least, he should know about the villagers. Yeah, these ones. On the left-hand side of the goal, he should know about. Let's go in for another castle. This one seems like it's going to come up. Yes, the quick walls are coming in for Vinchester just in time. Well done. Yeah, that's good. But it's very important for Vinchester to realize about this and potentially try and push the villagers away. Now we see a TC coming up for Hera. Here we go. This could be just as much of a slaughterhouse around Vinchester's base as it was down south around Hera's former base, right? So, yeah, Vinchester's going to end up losing a bunch of villagers over here. Once again, though, he not only has got to realize about the goal, he's got to push the villagers away, and then he's got to outlast Hera. So there's another castle coming up for Vinchester. He's just going ham at castles. Better one coming up on the right-hand side. Well, he'll have basically guaranteed access to this goal. I'll tell you that much. That's 12,000. Actually, 11,500 gold left. And yeah, he's going to secure with this castle, this additional goal. Potentially this additional goal is going to not be secure, but it's going to be denied from Hera as the castle is going to range the TC. So this is good. This is good for Vinchester. Hera is officially out of gold. The only thing he can go for right now that's going to allow him to get some back is using the market to sell resources. Or try to go after relics, which even then is going to be pretty rough given the relic locations, right? One on the left-hand side, right next to Vinchester's castle. And yeah, Hera just calls it GG. This was a remarkable game. As Vinchester gets 3 games in a row, he gets ahead 5-4 in the series. We'll be taking a look at the next game in a moment, of course. Let's go through the achievements first. Yeah, and what do we have? About 21-20 overall KD, right, for Vinchester, which is great given the fact that the Hera has been going for the most part for pretty pricey units and ended up running out of gold, right? Even though Hera managed to collect about 37 extra resources, I think. Still, the fact that he was lacking gold was pretty rough for him. Most of his economy went into his economy itself as well, just trying to grow it. You can see that he was on extra villagers compared to Vinchester for the most part in the game, but it was still not enough. Of course, he needed to sustain actual military production. Nicely played by Vinch. Absolutely agreed. Oops. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I can hear Timber Hoffman. This is game number 10 then. Let's once again switch colors. And we haven't missed much of anything. As a matter of fact, no one's gone for villagers or for fishing ships or for anything. So yeah. Demolition rafts. Coming up, no, just standard galleys over here. So Chinese for Vinchester for game number 10, and Hera's playing with Poles. After this one, we still have 6 more games to go. So yeah, boy. Ready up. Ready up, you guys. What's been the average? So, assuming that the 10th game is over within 10 minutes, the average has been, what is it? We've been streaming for close to 4 hours, right? Which is 240 minutes. It took some time for them to join into game number 1, so I guess we are just going to assume, yeah, 24 minutes per game or so. 6 games are going to come in at, what is 144 or so minutes? Wow. Yeah, it's going to be 2 more hours. That's good. Strong matchup. What do you prefer here? Chinese and Poles. I think I probably prefer the Chinese. And I'll tell you what. I think Poles are very strong, but I was not really considering Poles to be a stronger civilization than Chinese when I was doubting over there. I was just trying to remember the balance change or the patch, right? That came out that made Chinese begin with less resources. But they also do begin with fishing ships already. So they begin with food workers and the farmers, of course. So Vinchester, despite starting with less resources as of the latest patch, he was still able to keep the TC working for the most part. He was still able to stay ahead in worker count. So yeah, if he's able to keep up with the economy against Poles, the Chinese are simply going to be the better civilization. They do have more options, they are more versatile, and they are overall incredible. So I'm liking Chinese here, for sure. 100%. Whether or not they are going to win, that's an entirely different matter, of course. Vinchester, they did not get in a bunch of idle TC time. I'll tell you. And yeah, he's even idle in the TC to go up to the castle age now, but he's missing a building. And what is it going to be? Dude, what is going on with Vinchester? He's missing a building. And he's not going for anything. What is the plan? Oh, he's sending 4 villages to get the stable up. This is so rough. Hera will be in the castle age so much earlier. What will we see from the bull player? Well, probably. By the looks of it, seems like we are going to see extra TCs and he'll try to get ahead of Nico. That'll be interesting against Chinese. Vinchester is looking stronger in water though. He does have more galleys over here compared to Hera. Mini games, now we'll see mistakes happen more often, I guess. I would imagine, yeah. It's been 4 hours already. I'll play Age of Empires non-stop for the most part. These guys certainly, no matter how young you are, you're going to start wearing off a little bit. Wearing out. So the castle is here for Hera. The first thing he goes for is the second and the third TC, right? So this is what we were expecting. As a matter of fact, he goes for a 4th TC even. He's buying the stone or... Yeah, he bought the stone. So he's going for a 4th TC, and then Vinchester, on the other hand, once he gets to the castle, he'll be able to go for 2 additional TCs himself. Could potentially even go for a 3rd additional TC. Though if you take a look at his resources, could potentially even make a play for the Imperial Age, which would be kind of suicidal, to be fair, in the situation. Doesn't really have anything to push with. But, yeah, you know what? He can also go for 1 TC full pressure over here. He's got the second stable coming out, which indicates aggression as opposed to just economy. Yeah, and what do we see? Right away, Gilnets is coming up. Boso is coming in. And with the second stable up over here, we're going to see Camel's coming up for Vinchester, and ideally he wants to go for Bloodline, scale bar than armor, and then just try to go for as many units as he can. By getting water control, Vinchester will be able to work his economy on water as well, and it's not going to be just on land like Hera's. He does have a second TC already placed, or the foundation of it placed in front of the left-hand side goal, and then on the right-hand side goal, there is nothing from anyone just yet, so no one is contesting it. So far, Hera does have a TC kind of close to the area though, so he could potentially send the villagers over there, but it's still going to be up for grabs. Let's take a look up in the north. Yes, sir. Nice raid coming in from Vinchester. A single camel getting 2 villagers is already remarkable. Ah, he got only 1. It seems like the war galley got the other one, right? Yeah. Yeah, Vinchester's not really going for too many military units anymore. It seems like he's just gonna go for the 3rd TC himself. I do not like this one bit. Going for extra economy so much later than your opponent is so rough. And he should have vision already of Hera's economy, so this is not something I like from Vinchester. Even if he was going for fishing ships, it wouldn't be the best for him, because at the center we have for the most part just shore fish. We don't really have deep fish. Check this out. There's the 50C coming out for Hera now on the right hand side, and Vinchester's going to spot this as well. He knows, and if he goes past this, given that he won't be able to deny this, he's going to spot the extra TC over here. As a matter of fact, the villagers send in, or actually taking the spearman back. And now he knows. Now he knows about all the TCs. He knows about all 5 TCs from Hera. And honestly, I would be surprised if, upon seeing the 50C over here, Vinchester is still going to try to commit to playing for the economy himself. It's just going to be playing catch up, and it's not going to be good for him at all. Let's pick on the right hand side. Beautiful. Hey B, I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, this is really good for Hera. That's the problem for Vinchester. He's just poised to fall behind. And Hera's already managed to get a 19 worker lead, despite the fact that Vinchester is the only player with water control, for instance. If it weren't because of these 5 fishing ships, Vinchester will be behind already by way more than that, 24. So Hera, with a good monk defense over here, with a strong economy coming up, very soon will be able to go up to the Imperial Age, research, slack the privilege as well, get a 60% gold discount on his 9 units, and then just spam the crap out of Cavalier, which against standard camels are not really going to struggle too much. Yeah. You know? Chinese, as versatile as they are, yeah, they're going to need their upgrades, they're going to need the numbers to hold on against Poles, and it seems like Vinchester's going to go for a forward castle. That's a ballsy one, by the way. He knew already about the TCs. He knew about this one. And now he's trying to get the castle up. Hera realizes about it, goes for his own castle. If this was Age of Empires 4, the keep from Vinchester will be coming out so much faster. In this scenario though, Hera should be able to get the castle up at about the same time himself, and it's going to be a Petar war. Vinchester could click out to the Imperial Age though, which is huge, because getting access to the Imperial Age earlier gives him the head start to trebuchet production. However, they are so close that Hera might get enough Petars to take the castle down before Vinchester gets a chance of getting to the Imperial Age. We'll see. Imagine send all those knights to the castle. Yeah. Hera won't be able to go up to the castle age, or to the Imperial Age rather, for the time being. He's going for knights though. He's got 3 queued up. He's got 6 queued up. I don't think he's gone for Snack the Privileges, has he? I'm gonna check really quickly. Oh, he's gone for it! He's got it! Hera's gone for Slack the Privileges! This is huge! He can start spamming knights. Like there is no tomorrow now. Given the very strong economy he's got right now as well, it's pretty good. So the darts are coming out. And yeah, it's getting a good amount. Meanwhile, there's another castle on the right hand side from Vinchester. This is really interesting. Vinchester, once he gets access to trebuchets, he'll be able to take the castle down over here and to push Hera away from this gold. And this might just be enough for Vinchester to hold on to the game, because if you take a look at the amount of resources available to each player, you only begin with a very small amount of gold. So there is only 1 tile left with 450 gold, and then there are these 2 tiles left with about 1600 gold, right? Then for the most part, Hera's been trying to collect from the neutral gold. So if he eventually gets pushed away from here, he'll still have some gold to work with, but it's not ideal, of course. So another castle's coming up for Vinchester. He is expecting to see petards coming out of here from Hera very soon. And Hera's getting the 5th petard. As Vinchester is already going for the trebuchets. 6th petard's coming up now for Hera as well. And I don't remember too well. Is it 7 petards, I think, that it takes to take down a castle? Well, he's going for 3 more, so it's going to be up to 9. Well, the Shurishi is coming out already, so Vinchester is already getting something out of this castle, which is great. I believe it's 7 petards. Not 100% sure, but I guess we are going to find out. There are 7 over here. He's going for 2 more very soon. If he doesn't target the castle right away, he'll get just... They'll just get automatically ejected. I don't think we have masonry, right? We don't have masonry for Vinchester researched yet. He does have access to it and architecture too, but he's just not gone for it. We'll take a look at the petards coming out in a moment. He's waiting until he gets the raids in, so he distracts Vinchester, I'm very sure. There we go. Hera's preparing. He already had switched the waypoint and he gets it. He ends up using 7, I think, right? Actually, I think he ended up using 8 over there. Yeah, but that was pretty good. And the castle goes down right away. Meanwhile, up in the north, here come the knights. He's got 30 knights queued up. He's got 47 knights out in the open right now. While Vinchester just finished researching heavy camel. He's gonna struggle to defend against the sheer amount of units coming in from Hera. On the left hand side, we also have the raids coming up. Straight into the gold miners. Well done, Hera. He's got a limited amount of gold. But I think it's going to be sufficient. You know what? Hera's going up to the Imperial Age. Heavy camels are not going to struggle against knights whatsoever, even if we have great numbers over here. I mean, you take a look at that. That was not even close, right? And Vinchester gets to... Wow. A pretty decent amount of military compared to Hera, who's gone down to 20 knights only. So, definitely Hera wants to go for Cavalier, but just heavy camel is so much stronger for Vinchester. He's coming forward right now in order to protect his gold miners. Here you are. By the way, the game after this one, the bull, is going to be the last one for the first cycle of the show match. Second cycle is going to be... It's going to begin in game 12, right? With Arabia again. What an epic set. What an epic set, I'll tell you. I love the bull. Yeah, we'll have it. Up to 3 times. That's one of the least likely maps to be played 3 times because of it being also the last map for tomorrow too. But yeah. Do you remember when Hera got knights? I remember. Yeah. It's been a long time without them, my friends. And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. But for now, the camels are doing a pretty good job. And then, yeah, with the castles going down, Hera's going to run out of defenses, right? Castle scramble on the left-hand side. The light cavalry from Hera shouldn't suffice. The pikemen are going to be a lot more threatening, but Vinchester's units, he kind of needs something else though. Camels alone over here is not going to suffice because of the pikemen from Hera, and also population is not anywhere near as strong for Vinchester. He needs a lot more than this. To be fair, given the smaller army that he's got, he's actually extremely effective. He's either in a bunch of Hera's economy himself, and he's carrying a bunch of villages down, so actually the village count might actually go down lower for Hera compared to Vinchester very soon. Another castle on the right-hand side. That's gonna make the 5th castle from Vinchester and Hera. Hera's down to no castles, no trebuchets. Could potentially go for bombard cannons. But for the time being, Vinchester's fine. He needs to pay attention though. He's got the heavy camels over here. He's not using them. And that's a lot of villagers going down from Vinchester. Send them back to the castle as he sends the camels in to try and clean out the winged hussar. He should be able to out-garrison the remaining villager and get the castle up over here eventually as well, but it's not been the best for him. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, we see more trebuchets coming up, which he's got to be very careful about, and ideally go for extra camels to defend with. Chemistry for Hera. Blast Furnace for Hera. Unfortunately, many other things Hera's gone for. They're not going kind of to waste. The extra TCs, the extra economy, right? The extra villagers. Kind of gone for the most part. The TCs remain there, but the extra villagers are no longer here. She lacked the privileges as all the resources he spent into going for the upgrade, plus all the knights he went for. A little bit of wasted resources too as well, so it's the kind of thing that makes it still possible for Vinchester to take this one, even if Hera's still looking stronger for population. To be fair, the difference in population is not anywhere near as high anymore, as Hera's only about 8 extra units compared to Vinchester, and Vinchester, on top of having a pretty decent population, he's the only player with access to gold. Check this out! Hera has... yeah, getting pushed away from the left-hand side. That was the only goal that he had access to. Then the right-hand side one was gone. So it's just winged hussar for Hera and Pikeman. Pure on trash. And you know what? You know what? I love to see Vinchester going for the Chicanos, and he's going very heavily into those because I'll have you know, Chicanos will shred everything. With rocketry coming in right now as well, Vinchester should be able to... yeah. Boost the Chicanu's attack over here by 2. And ideally he wants to go for elite. He wants to go for leather and ring arch armor. He's going for leather arch armor. Ring arch armor is gonna come next. But yeah, he's already got chemistry, and yeah, rocketry is just going to make the Chicanu so much deadlier. And Hera calls a GG right there. Just like that, after a very strong start for Hera in the series with the first 6 games, having 4 going his way. The 11th game, the 10th game, sorry, goes in favor of Vinchester, who gets 4 wins in a row to get a 6-4 lead against Hera. This is really strong performance from Vinchester that we are seeing right now. And 48 on goal versus 0, yes, absolutely. In the end, we see the Vinchester managed to get a better than 7-to-4 KD ratio, which is great, especially considering that Hera towards the end of the game was going mostly for trash units. It was very important for Vinchester to get somewhat cost-effective trades over here. Also because of the fact that Hera was ahead in economy for the longest part in the game, so in the end, Hera does end up collecting 1,600, right? Actually, 16,147 extra resources compared to Vinchester. But, yeah, Vinchester's KD was pretty good, and his pressure was fantastic as well. Towards the end, he was the only player with actually access to gold, so well done. Here we are. Welcome you guys to game number 11 on the ball. Archer range is coming up for Hera right away. Archer range is already up for Vinchester. He went for it first thing this game. But yeah, there we go. It's taking a lot longer for Hera to get the archer range up over here. Meanwhile, Vinchester already has an archer out. He's got a spearman out. He's got a skirmisher coming out very soon as well. And yeah, this is going to be Burgundians versus Malay. For both these civilizations, we are going to have different bonuses. Starting with Hera civilization, we'll see first off that Malay are going to provide a discount on the uptime by quite a bit. They are going to shove off 40% of the research time, usually, as they go up 66% faster. Meanwhile, they also get a discount on elephants, which is great, but it's not something that I have seen a lot of people make use of. And then on top of that, they will also have some bonuses for water, such as cheaper fish traps as well. That could come in handy over here after they eventually do run out of deep fish, right? That's about it, for the most part. Only go forward for Vinch, never seen that. Thought it was forward for both or none. Yeah, you know, the map generations that I have seen for the bull in the past were pretty consistent, for the most part. But that is the case this time around. That Vinchester is going to have a little bit of an exposed economy for sure. Not much that you can do with the archers, but yeah, so much better over here for Mr. Hera versus Vinchester. Here we go. Good defense from Hera. Perfect. Yeah, and good push for him as well. Down south, he's going for the walls. Underneath the ears of the ear of the bull. This is very standard. We have seen players already go for this in the past. This can be really good because we only have the additional resources inside the bull's head. You kind of need to get access to it. And let's say that he brings the villager from here, right? All the way here. And he gets some walls up here. That basically makes it impossible for Hera to get access to any of the extra resources. Oh, actually, sorry, for Vinchester. What am I doing? This is Hera I'm talking about. This is, yeah. I meant to say if he went here, right, and went for the wall over there, he will make it impossible for Vinchester to get access to the center. Sorry. Need to have my tea by the looks of it. Fortunately, flatmates being kind enough to offer themselves to prepare for me, and I didn't have to leave. All right. Yeah, Vinchester's roaming around. He's sending a villager though. He's got us spotted over here. Because of the spearman, I don't think the villager is going to be under threat too much. But yeah, okay, here are some archers over here, so never mind. It's very curious. We'll see the archer go down right there. The villager's going to be next. As Vinchester is bringing the spearman back over here, Hera's going to bring the archers to get the spearman down and get the villager down with the scout as well, potentially the archers as well. This should be really good for Hera. He's going to get the best end of the deal. Castle Edge will be here significantly faster for Hera as well compared to Vinchester. And that is regardless of the bonus for Malay. I think he did click up a little bit sooner as well. So, on the right hand side, Vinchester is collecting some of the fish. On the left hand side, Hera's collecting a lot more of the fish. And then at the center, Vinchester's already been able to chop through. So he's coming in with archers, with skirmishers. Waiting for the Castle Edge upgrade to hit before he can actually take any engagements in Hera. Hera's in the center, of course. Since pretty early. And it's got the archer range. There you are. Now Vinchester's getting to the castle edge. He's sending all the units forward. Interestingly enough, despite Hera being the player, getting to the center first with the villager going for the forward walls like this, he's actually going to be the one kind of zoned out to the center by Vinchester. Yeah, and that's about it. I was not expecting this to be the case for Vinch at all. Beautiful. Skirmish is coming out now. Vinch will end up getting the villagers down over here. And without a monastery, the siege workshop over there is not going to do too much. We do have an archer range, but he's got only archers inside. Against skirmishers, that's not going to do anything. So the siege workshop is kind of useless currently. Was Vinchester sending some? He's sending a villager to get 2 walls up. He's gotta be careful, Vinchester. Oh, that was so close. He could have gotten it. To be fair though, on the left hand side, the TC coming up for Hera does allow him to get through in the end and get access to the stone at the very least. And Vinchester, the only way in which he will be able to prevent Hera from getting to the center would be by going for something like the walls over here that he was trying to go for, right? And then potentially something like this. That would be really good. With Barras coming in now for Vinchester as well. He is behind the worker count a little bit, but that shouldn't be the case for much longer. He's got the 30C coming up. So he'll start catching up in worker count very soon. Oh, this is bad though. There's only 2 crosses over there, but there is nothing for Vinchester to defend himself, so he needs to go for something else. I don't know, if he just gives up on the fishing ships, he'll fall behind the worker count. I guess if he gets the 30C up and starts working with it, he'll be able to keep up for the most part, but he won't be able to get ahead. Not anytime soon anyway. And Hera's bringing the crosses over here. One thing that I do really like for the blue player though is the fact that he's prioritized getting ballistics over here over going for a 30C. So his archers are significantly stronger right now. You can see when trying to bail from the engagement, Vinchester ended up taking a lot of free damage, and that puts Hera in a much better position. Still gotta be careful because of the mangonels, but yeah. Any stray units from Vinchester will probably end up getting picked up by Hera's crossbows for sure. Hey, there we go. Fire Gal is coming out now for Vinchester, so he's not completely giving up on the fishing ships, just that he's going to end up losing these still. At the very least, what is that? 5 out of 6? I'm not really sure how many he had before, but yeah, he's losing a bunch. Game's pretty even right now. Neck and neck. As Fire Galley ends up taking the crossbowmen down. The fishing ships are going to stay up for the time being, and Vinchester's got some momentum coming up over here with the siege workshop. Skirmishers, and now he's got ballistics coming up, although it's still 45 seconds away. He's gonna try and drop a castle as well, right next to the siege workshop from Hera. Hera instead, he's going up to the Imperial Age. This is actually, you know, he could have gone for a further forward castle for sure, given the units that he's got. He would have been able to defend himself just fine. Let's take a look at the attack rounds over here. It's gonna try and go for it. The mangonels taking on the monks over there are not going to really get good shots. And yeah, this mangonel over here is taking a lot of damage, but that is a great attack round. He's going to end up pushing the crosses away. There's another mangonel coming out over there though. Good attack round, but good reaction from Vinchester. So yeah, he could have gone for a castle further forward, but it would have been riskier because of the possibility of Hera getting a mangonel out and potentially starting to target the villagers and reducing the villager numbers that Vinchester had to deal with or to work with. As Hera gets to the Imperial Age so quickly because of a civilization, Vinchester instead is only now gathering enough resources to click out to the Imperial Age. So it's gonna take a hot minute for Vinchester to catch up to Hera. Vinch did manage to get a hidden villager count though, a little bit by 7 workers. It's going up to the Imperial Age. Hera needs to get a castle up, by the way. Without a castle, Vinchester can definitely keep on putting... Oh, I am not really sure about this castle position, though. Now that Vinchester's got access to the extra golds, denying this gold isn't really doing much of anything for Hera. Plus, if he had gone for the castle down the south over here, for instance, right? Maybe in front of the DC, someplace like this. This castle would stop the push from Vinchester, but without this castle, Vinchester can just go. You know, and he'll take on, and he'll take on the siege workshop. He'll be able to come in, place his army over here, and take on the TCs as well. So there isn't really too much in terms of defenses for Hera with the castle being forward like this. Not too sure about this. Switch from Day to Nova. Love your streams, man. Wow! Thank you so much for your kind words, Silver Arrow. That's saying something. Dave's a great caster. So I'll take it as one of the best compliments that I could have gotten. Of course, it's just preferences, but still. This is really, really interesting to see. Vinchester will very soon get to the Imperial Age, so he'll get access to trebuchets. He'll be able to tear the TCs down as well, so he doesn't even need to keep on going just for the Mangonels. So I'm pretty curious. I just trying to collect some feedback. What is it that you like about the stream? Is it the casting style? Is it the annotations? The production quality? You let me know. Screams. Regardless though, there's a defensive castle for Vinchester. He's got a trebuchet coming out of this one for the time being. Hera is, yeah, the one with the head start to trebuchet production. So this is kind of rough for Vinchester. He could potentially make a play for bombard cannons as well. That would certainly help against the Trebs, but for now he's just going for Trebs. The ASMR sounds about right. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about viewership at all. That's going to grow with time. Guys, last year, at the beginning of last year, I was just starting to cement a 10 viewership average. So I see 42 and I'm like, that's good. Compared to before, it's huge. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with how things are going. And they're going to keep on going better. Especially now that the YouTube channel is back to being active. It's gonna be good. The other thing, you're more chill. I like that. Your voice. Thank you. Thank you so much. So the castle crumbles right now from Hera. He did not have any villagers repairing this one. Meanwhile, Vinchester, on the other hand, he still has a lot of villagers repairing over here. Basically, if he can... Yes, this is what I was going to say. If he can just keep the castle up. And Hera calls a GG right there. Damn, boy. Cannot finish my thought. Hera is just going to call it right there. And that marks the 5th win in a row from Vinchester. Taking advantage of Burgundians. Taking on the Malay over here with a score of 7-4. He's got almost twice the score of Hera. And that could potentially be the case. That could potentially materialize in game number 12, of course. But damn, boy. Vinchester is looking good. He's on fire. Yeah, I guess whatever I was about to say, it doesn't matter anymore, right? He just needed to keep the castle up enough so that he was going to be able to snipe one of the Trebs. Because he had enough villagers over here to repair against 2 Trebs. He did not have enough villagers to repair against 3, but he managed to get away with it. And this is remarkable, especially how much faster Hera was to the center. Not chopping through, but getting the villagers in. And going to the other side and blocking this. I really thought he was going to prevent Vinchester from getting to the center by going for some walls over here, but he didn't go for it. Interesting. I do have to wonder though, is Vinchester burning through these very strong civilizations? Burgundians are I don't want to say a guaranteed win, because you could still face like Bohemians or some other strong civilization as well, but I don't know, like I feel like it's much worse for Vinchester to burn through Burgundians right now than it is for Hera to burn through Malay. I guess we'll see. It really depends on the matchups, of course. There's still enough people, enough civilizations that the matchups are still very relevant, right? It's going to still be very hard for the players to figure out from here all the way to 33 games exactly what each player is going to go for every game. So I guess that might not be necessarily too bad. Regardless, for the KD, fantastic. This is a KD ratio we've been getting quite a bit lately, 7-4, which is really good for Vinchester. And just like his, his current score, 7-4, is almost twice as high as Hera's. So it's good. Stronger economy, 1800 extra resources. The Burgundians certainly paying off over here. Extra villagers as well. Well done. Let me check APM real quick. Not too bad. Not too bad. Vinchester actually getting over 200 peak this time around compared to 165 from Hera. There you are. And welcome you guys, everyone, then, to game number 12. Vinchester 7, Hera 4. Civilizations, Vinchester's making a play with Mongols. Hera's going to play with Franks. And what do we get for these civilizations? First off, starting with Hera's civilization, Franks are an incredible cavalry-driven civilization. However, he will open up with an archer range, which I was not expecting, but against Mongols, it is an option. It is kind of a risky one, because Mongols could be the ones going for scouts as well. Both players can go for it. Mongols going for archers will be able to scale these units much better into the castle age with access to stronger crossbows, as they do get access to thumb ring and Franks do not. We're going to see also for Mongols 25% faster attacking cavalry archers as well, which is fantastic. So Hera choosing to go for archers over here is it seems kind of awkward, but Vinchester instead, he's going for the archer range, which for Mongols makes sense, but he's also going for the civil right now in Hera. He's going for the civil too, so it's going to be archers and scouts for both these players. Interestingly enough. Here comes the first little engagement. We had less than 3 minutes and this is just so interesting. Man, this really reminds me of some time like 2 years ago or something where they changed the gods, right? It was the case of gods where they only have like a 35% discount on infantry, I think. I think it was like a fixed discount starting from a certain age, or I think it was in the Imperial Age or something. And then they introduced the change to have the kind of like the staggered bonus that we have today, but it extended all the way to the Dark Age. And actually, it was not staggered, sorry. The current one is staggered, 20, 25, 30, and 35%. But back when they made the change to the gods, they made it so that they will get a 35% discount on infantry units from the Dark Age, actually. So the whole game. And I remember I saw one of the most interesting games ever there, where Tato and Dowd got matched up. They both went for gods. And we had a 100 plus population Dark Age game with full militia. That was so good. That one's on my YouTube channel, by the way. It's one of the older videos. Anywho, we're still waiting for the players to mass a good amount of units over here, or at the very least feel comfortable enough to take an engagement. And for the time being, seems like Hera's looking a little bit stronger. He's got a higher HP pool, and even though he doesn't really have quite as many archers, he does have one extra scout. We'll see though. He's coming in right away. He's going right after the lumber camp, and these villagers go back to the TC. Instant reaction from Vinchester. If he gets a good engagement over here, which with the defender's advantage shouldn't be too hard to get, then he's going to get some great momentum over here. He might be left on significantly more units compared to Hera, so we'll see. The engagement's coming out right now. We see some villagers coming over from Vinchester as well to fight the scouts off, and all of a sudden, Vinchester's HP pool is looking better over here, even though he's not really targeting with villagers. That still end up getting most of the units down, especially the archers, which are kind of tricky. He ends up taking down, but even then, the military count is still higher for Hera, which is remarkable. 6.5 KD for Vinchester. We'll play. The archers are alive only for Vinch over here. And Hera's bringing more scouts. Blue player, I'm pretty sure he's still on 1 archer range and 1 stable, right? No, he's on 2 stables, which makes sense. He's been massing the units pretty quickly. So 2 stables, 1 archer range. Meanwhile, Vinchester on the other hand, 2 stables, just managed to get the second stable up. About the same production potential for both these players. Just Hera's been going for it since a little bit earlier, so he did manage to still stay ahead in military count. But Vinchester, once again with the defender's advantage, should be able to stabilize over here. We'll see though. Hera's push is very strong. The archers are here. The archers are being targeted by villagers. With the extra scouts coming out right now from Vinchester as well, it's gotta be careful. Hera not to get cleaned up over here, of course, and we see the quick wall coming in just in time. This is completely closed off. I got out the shop and Vinchester is Winchestering. Yes, he's Winchestering, all right. And Hera is, well, not so much. Good defense for Vinchester is gonna be fine. Hera does manage to rack up enough resources to go up to the castle edge though, which is not quite the case for Vinchester. You take a look at the farmer count and that's going to shed some light on why exactly that's the case. With this engagement going in favor of Hera as well, he's gonna have a good amount of units left to work with. The archers mainly will be so deadly against the villagers, and we see some extra scouts coming in from Vinchester just in time to clean out the archers rather before Hera gets a chance to turn those into crossbows. So yeah, Hera's push over here is still very strong though. He's still going for extra scouts. He just doesn't really have much of anything else to go for, while Vinchester on the other hand, he is ahead by 4 villagers, but he's very much stuck in the fuel age. Whilst Hera on the other hand is going to be in the castle age very soon. This just goes to show how strong the Frank economy is ridiculous. Both players have had access to the same resources, but notice, only now the berry bushes get depleted for Vinchester, and then for Hera, it probably was the case that he depleted them so much sooner, and he ended up getting so much extra food in because of it. In the end, the first villager in the game goes in favor of Hera, as he gets Vinchester's villager over here, and the castle edge here for Hera now as well, so we'll see knights coming out right now, not only scouts, and these villagers are going down from Vinchester, as he calls a GG right away. Hera starts catching up, puts himself only 2 games behind Vinchester, who is still on the lead with a 7-5 score. But this might be the beginning of a win streak for Hera. We still have 4 more games to go after this one, of course, the 13, 14, 15, and 16th. We'll go through the achievements over here. It's going to be pretty quick. A pretty quick game. 1-1 EQKD. Hera's economy is stronger because of the Frank bonuses. For society, yeah, pretty strong for Hera as well. Even if he ends up losing in villager count towards the end, he was the only player able to get some villager picks, right? So eventually Vinchester was going to fall behind the worker count as well. The Franks get here get instant collar? Yes. We can actually go back and check it. You see it. So he saves resources too. Horse collar is definitely extremely important. Game number 13 is here. Hera is playing Aztecs this time around, and Vinchester is playing with Ethiopians. Archer range for Vinch, and Hera with Aztecs. We'll have no choice but to go for an archer range, basically. Unless he wanted to make a play for full Eagle Scouts, right? Which, it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. It takes forever to train them. Do you have a favorite player cheering for someone specific? Almost feels like I'm abusing the chat. Don't worry about it. For the players, these two, right? I am favoring Vinchester. I say that almost at the beginning of the series, mostly because of the results that we have seen between both these players in the past. They say the best predictor of the future is the past, and this year, Vinchester has gotten better results against Hera than Hera has gotten versus Vinchester. Plus, I think the main good result that we had from Hera was from like 2018 or something. Every time that these players have faced each other, Vinchesters look pretty good. And yeah, it seems like history is kind of repeating itself, or at the very least in part. Hera loses the Eagle Scout, but he's starting to send skirmishers, and he's got another Eagle. He's going for Eagles. Oh boy, this is not the greatest for Hera. It's kind of wasting units already, and then Vinchester, he's got the walls up. Yeah. The only area which is still open is protected by a tower now as well. The two and in general? Oh yeah, well, in general, I'm liking Dragonstar a lot. Tato and Vinchester, these three players are so good. Mostly because of how... Usually, they are the players that I see most out-of-the-box strategies from. And then you also gotta love your Lixes, your Rubenstocks, because who doesn't love a little bit of chaos? And then besides that, I guess from the top players, if you are talking about like Viper, Mr. Yo, Hera, and Leary, right? We're talking like about the very, very top players. I guess maybe Mr. Yo's playstyle I like quite a bit. Lix is love? Yeah. Lix is life. But I think from those players, if we're just talking about sheer skill, I think I like Mr. Yo's playstyle a little bit better. Yeah. To be fair, of course, the Viper's a beast. You know, Hera's a monster player as well. Obviously, Leary is incredibly talented, but I don't know, there's something about Mr. Yo. I probably because of how long I've been watching his games, right? Before I became a caster, I used to watch Age of Empires on, you know, YouTube, on Twitch as well, and I remember Mr. Yo. I remember watching him play in the 2017 SY International tournament, and that was just so great. I think that was the first time that I ever saw him get interviewed as well. Alongside Doubt, I think that's the first time that Doubt ever got interviewed by Neely. Used to be Doubt, but somehow like Tato style, being patriotic, I had to support Leary. And of course the Swami are always fun to watch. Yeah, I agree. Doubt is always great. It's always a hood. But those will be my favorite players for sure. There are some other players that I am trying to keep my eye on for the most part, but who aren't yet quite up there, right? And I'm talking about Dan at the top, I'm talking about freaking Andy, talking about Ganji, players who have been surprising other people. Sebastian, of course, is there as well, even Kingston, right? Making it into round of 16, the Red Bull Legacy qualifiers. Certainly a few players to keep an eye on. Sito as well, who's been getting pretty decent results in tournaments in the past as well. So Vinchester got to the caster so much sooner. He's gotten to the crossbowman upgrade already, Balkan Arrow. In Hera's taking a little bit longer to get to the castle age himself. Simplicity is very good also. Yes. Completely agreed. Fire also showed a glimpse of brilliance during the first qualifier as well. Kinda sad he couldn't make it. Yeah, beautiful position over here for Vinchester though. He's taking the Eagles down before they become Eagle Warriors, before we get chainmail armor as well, so these crosses are actually pretty decent still. He's trying to roam around, trying to find an opening. He's collecting a little bit of stone, but this is not something he'll be going into too heavily, so it's unlikely we'll see anything other than just an extra TC, right? No castles over here. No castles mean no shuttle warriors. No shuttle warriors means that Eagles are certainly still going to be a very strong unit for Hera to go for, as Vinchester's just sticking to crosses right now. Yeah, this is not good for Vinch. He needs something else over here. He needs something else into the mix, and I guess he could potentially try and make a play for Lone Swords, perhaps. Or maybe even Knights, to be fair. I mean, what is Hera gonna do? Monks, right? Pikemen? But it would require a reaction. Nice raid. This is huge. This is why so many people like the Eagles so much. They are just so freaking resilient. There we are. Yes. The Eagles finally get cleaned up. Now Vinchester's got to send the villagers back to work. Meanwhile, he's still... Where are the crosses? I think... Yeah, they're gone. They got wiped up by the Eagle Warriors. Yeah, Vinchester needs something. He's not really going for the extra TC. And he's not collecting stone fast enough to go for a castle anytime soon, which puts him in kind of an awkward spot. Yeah, here comes the Eagle Warrior army once again. Here we are. Fantastic. Yeah, I honestly don't know what Vinchester can go for over here. He's getting the barracks up, but this is just coming in so late. And the shuttles over the swordsman, since it's also faster and can catch up. Yeah. Shuttles will be a fantastic counter to the Eagles over here. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have the resources to go for the castle he needs. There you are. More Eagles coming up now as Hera's producing from 4 barracks at a time. That should be enough. Yeah, for him to get some good damage down over here. Meanwhile, Vinchester only now has gotten to the Manatons upgrade. He still needs to go for Lone Swords. Squire's coming up. He managed to still hold on to a good amount of archers, but these guys will just get completely cleaned up. Oh man, what is Vinchester doing? He's going after the villagers, I guess. But these crosses are gone. It's not even close. You see the quick walls coming out right now for Hera as well? He's actually made a little bit of a choke point over here for Vinchester to... Yeah, to squeeze his units into, but... Yeah, now these crosses are going down. So how many Minotaurs has Vinchester managed to get out? So far, he's gone for 1. He's not gone for the Lone Swordsman upgrade. He's losing all the crosses over here. Getting some villagers down, though. So at the very least, he's trying to trade. And with Ballistics, at the very least, he does manage to get a good amount of villagers. But still, only 1 Minotaur is not sufficient. He's going for Lone Swords. He's going for more. Now, Utilizing only 2 of the barracks. I'm pretty sure he should have been in 3. No, he's in 2 only, so he went for the second one. So in this situation, is it better to target the villagers or the eagles? Oh, the villagers, 100%. Your units are going down. If you try to target the eagles and your opponent's got good micro, they are just going to pull the weak ones from the front and pull them back. So you just want to trade for villagers and do some damage. Otherwise, the eagles are... It's whatever. He can replenish the eagle. So you want to get the villagers, and then you want to prepare your defenses. You want to prep it up, but he's taking so long. I think this is going in favor of Hera. The reaction is simply not timely from Vinchester. Yeah, there we go. With 4 freaking mangonels, Hera's pressure is incredible. Relentless push from the blue player. Yeah, and guess what those crosses are going to do? Absolutely nothing. And guess what? Hera's got enough Eagle Warriors right now that he can even take on the longsword simply by sheer numbers. There you are. Gotta be careful. Maybe the castle really would have been the way to go. I would have liked to see that for sure. Now it seems like Hera is gonna be the only player thinking of a potential castle. Yeah. So with the 4 castle, Hera should be able to seal the deal over here eventually. Push. Oh, the shot over there. That's a GG shot. Without the crosses here, it's gonna be rough. Even if he's got lone swords, because with the mangonel still up, some good ground attacks would be enough for Hera to still end up taking... Yeah, I mean, take a look at that. Especially when Vinchester's gotta go through choke points to get to the Eagle Warriors. It just makes it very, very easy for Hera to... Yeah, you know, to calculate where to shoot. He's got another mangonel coming out, and while the villager count is a little higher for Vinchester, so far he's been able to take advantage of his extra economy. There you go. That DC is going down. It's gonna leave only 1 DC for Vinchester, and no barracks anymore. He's gonna keep on going for lone swords. So these go down, which he should be able to do with the mangonels. That's what I'm talking about. Some good ground attacks over here are going to suffice for Hera to keep his momentum going. So yeah, without barracks over here and without lone swords anymore, game's pretty much over. Take a look at that. Absolutely incredible push from Hera. Catching up, guys. This game is going to bring Hera up to 6 points versus 7 from Vinchester, 7-6. And we'll take a look at what we get for game number 14 as it's coming up in a moment. Let's go through the achievements. Respect to Vinchester for keep on trying, but yeah, it was kind of over. 7-6 KD ratio, not too much to take a look at over here. Hera dominated this game, managed to get close to 4,000 extra, 5,000 extra resources even. And yeah, the work account was higher for Vinchester, but it didn't matter too much. You take a look at the economy, and in the end, Hera's economy was much more efficient compared to that of Vinchester, despite the extra villagers. So well done. That was quick indeed. Game number 15 is coming out. Then we have the final 2 games. And then tomorrow, of course, 13 GMT. Let me actually take a look at Arizona and Wikipedia. Yeah, and not only did he struggle to mass a good amount of units, but also the army composition was kind of rough. He had the spearmen, but then Hera had the archers, right? And there was nothing from Vinchester to take care of the archers. He had his own archers and the skirmishers, but they were under so much pressure from the scouts, of course. Quick but quality. That's what I usually tell my wife. Yeah, you know, if it works, it works. If it suffices, we don't need a marathon over here. Yeah, there we go. 13 GMT, Jordan versus Dallas. Dallas, rather. Best of 5. And then that's going to be followed by the second half of the best of 33. Which is not reflected over here for some reason. I guess after today it's going to be shown. It's probably because they cannot duplicate the event, I imagine. Anywho, the next game is starting very soon. It's going to take place on Enclosed. And the final game for the day is going to take place on Frigid Lake. Yes. Is this updated? It's not. I wonder if I can change it. I understand nothing of this. I imagine it's probably map 7. This is probably not too hard to figure out. Yeah. This is not too hard to figure out. I just like I had no idea how to use it. You need to be logged in. Maybe I do that in the future. But the game's coming up already, so let's go for it. Game number 13. Perfect. For this one, Vinchester is playing with Teutons and Hera is playing with Vietnamese. Archer range is on the way already for Hera. Playing Vietnamese, of course it makes sense. And the stable's already up for Vinchester. Playing with Teutons makes sense. Which civilization do I like more over here? Teutons. Not even close. I like it a lot. On this map, usually civilizations with strong economies do come out on top, and we have seen Cumans do really well over here, which got banned for this show match, so it's not a civilization that's available. However, Teutons are going to be fantastic as well with the discount they get on farms, you know, the extra melee armor that they get on barracks and stable units as well. The military units are going to be very strong, and it's going to be fairly easy to actually train them after your economy starts kicking in. So at the very beginning, Vinchester's got 2 scouts. He's going for more. He's got 3 actually. He's got another one queued up. And Hera, on the other hand, he's got the archers coming out. He's got the spearmen over there. Because the players are so far away and they are divided by this huge mass of trees, it's very difficult for you to be extremely aggressive early on and get away with it, because usually it's not going to take too many walls, right? Hera is just going for very casual walls from here to here. It's gonna be fine. The only thing that you cannot really do on a map like this is because of this terrain type, of this terrain type, you cannot go for a full wall, right? Yeah, you can only go like this. So your outer resources are kind of always gonna be open unless you're able to. I mean, they're still going to be open even if you get a castle or TC sub, but they're going to be exposed unless you can get some fortifications up. Down south, Vinchester isn't able to do much of anything. Up in the north, Hera's trying to put pressure over here. So far, he's lost the scout, and he's losing the spearman over there to villages as well. There's only 2 archers left, which Vinchester can't take care of, which is fine with the 1 skirmisher. And on the right-hand side, he's got the scouts. But Hera, he's got the spearman over here as well, right at hand. Here we are. Beautiful. So far, so good. Hera will be able to go out to the castle age much faster compared to Vinchester, which is not something I was necessarily expecting at all. But Vinchester did spend a lot of extra resources going for skirmishers and scouts compared to Hera, who's been going for a few scouts, but for the most part archers. So Vinch is going to be delayed to the castle age a little bit. This could give Hera a head start that's large enough for him to start pulling ahead. It's certainly going to provide a window of opportunity for him to come forward with the archers. Go for crossbowmen. And suppress Vinchester's economy before Vinchester's got a chance of doing anything. The great thing about this map as well, the map concept in general, is because you have the gold outside, the stone outside, all your valuable resources outside, and you only have empty space around your starting TC. You cannot really protect your gold too effectively. You need to get good military presence out of the map. Because if you get suppressed, even if you go for towers, especially in the castle age, right? You can get just dove over here and completely cleaned up. And that being the only goal that's available for Vinchester is going to be super rough. So I do like it that he's got the skirmishers forward. I do like it that he's got the scouts forward over here as well. This way, he prevents Hera from going straight forward into Vinchester's economy. Not the best unit control for Vinch right there, I'll tell you. But he's finally on his way to the castle age himself. Yes. Castle age is here for Hera. Nice. Here we are, we have crossbows already, scale Barden armor coming in for Hera. And Vinchester will, once he gets to the castle age, he's going for bloodlines and scale Barden armor himself. Once he gets to the castle age, he should be in a position to start putting some pressure himself, or at the very least be able to defend himself by going for knights. As Hera's going for knights himself as well, and he's gonna scale Barden armor. He's still lacking bloodlines, so Vinchester's units will be significantly stronger as he's going to have the upgrade himself. Then on top of that, remember that because of the extra melee armor that Vinchester's units get, just by getting to the castle in Imperial Ages, Hera's gonna struggle to fight knight on knight. So he's gonna be left going only for crossbows, which the knights will still be very strong against. So, let's see if Vinchester is able to hold on over here before too much damage. Yeah, he's sticking to the crosses, and actually, this is what we were talking about earlier. In this position, you know you're going to lose your crossbows, you trade for villagers. So he's going for it, and he's going to get a bunch of villagers down. Won't be able to deny the castle, or the TC rather, sorry. But he'll be able to get some villagers down. If you take a look at the worker count for Vinchester, it's gone down to 39, while Hera is up to 53 workers. So that's already a substantial lead. As a matter of fact, Vinchester did end up getting denied over here the TC for the time being, and he just calls it GG. Wow, Hera. 4 games in a row, back to back. Gets the lead in the series after being down by quite a lot. Hera 8, Vinchester 7. we'll jump into the final game of the series in a moment. Frigid Lake. So Vinchester Tire might be it's pretty late for him right now, I'm very sure. Although I assume as a good gamer, he's probably a night owl, so he maybe doesn't really care about it too much. But you know, Hera's getting he's warmed up now. He's getting warmed up. This is probably the time he would be just getting to the game on a different day, right? I don't think it's too much of an early bird. Another fast game, and I guess game 16 could be pretty quick as well. We'll see. It really depends. If the players are too tired to keep on going for too long, I guess they're just going to call it as soon as they get on the back foot, right? We'll see. Pretty close set, I'll tell you. If Vinchester takes this one and we are left on an 8-8 series, that's going to be very interesting. Anyhow, 5-2 KD ratio for Hera. 1,000 extra resources. Much stronger worker count as well. It's overall pretty good. So welcome everyone to the final game of the set. For today, this best of 33 is going to continue tomorrow, 15 GMT, right after we cover Valhalla's first main event series. Anyway, yeah, to start with, Hera's gonna be the first player to go for a dock over here. He does begin with 50 extra food and 50 extra wood as of the latest patch. While Vinchester, on the other hand, playing with Bengalis over here, I'm pretty curious about it. He does begin with extra villagers though, I think. Yeah, he does begin with the extra villagers just by getting to the village, so it's pretty good. But he's going to lose one over here, so it's going down to only one extra villager for Vinch. And it's already a pretty strong start for Hera. He's gonna have the strongest economy because of going to water. He's going to have also the highest villager count if he manages to find yet another villager. We'll see. And is that Samedo or is that same dude? Let me know. AoE, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. And we are casting right now. You're coming in just in time. This is the final game of the first day of the best of 33 between Hera and Vinchester. They are playing 16 games today, and tomorrow they are playing 17 games. Samedo, the first one. Okay, thank you. I hope you had a great stream. Welcome, welcome, Raiders, for sure. So far, so good. Yes, sir. Well, Hera's been investing quite a lot into scouts. If Vinchester does end up getting away with the walls, and he has up in the north, and he has down the south, right? This should allow him to save the resources to go up to the castle age a little bit faster. As Hera, well, he spent north of 320 resources going for scouts so far at the bare minimum. And Vinchester's going on water, but he's going with navy. He's not going for fishing ships, and he's got the second fire galley coming out. Meanwhile, Hera's got the first fire galley coming in at about the same time as Vinchester's going for the second one a little bit faster. So this can be really, really strong for Vinchester still because he's got the advantage in numbers. Hera does have 15% faster working, actually 10% faster working docks, so eventually, if both players stick to fire galley production, Hera should be able to catch up, but it's going to take a while, right? It's going to take about 10 units worth of training time or so. Nice, nice. Nice pick over there. Vinchester losing another villager, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Hera gets 2 villagers, and that puts him ahead in villager count. It's looking great. Just gotta defend on water over here. Make sure that he does not take unnecessary damage. And Vinchester's gonna want to keep on putting as much pressure as possible, as he's gonna commit to the second dock. And he brings some archers into the mix on the land as well. Notice the resources. Vinchester will be on his way to the castle age much faster compared to Hera, who's going for bloodlines now. I don't know if Hera's gonna go for scale bar than armor anytime soon. But yeah, Vinchester's got the potential to do a lot of damage over here. He can go after the villager, and that villager being chased away is going to give Hera enough time to react over here. Ideally, I would have liked for him to get the walls up and connect the stable to the barracks so the archers cannot come in. But Vinchester can come in, actually, if he wants to. Not through the left-hand side, though. Rip. Meanwhile, on water, Hera's still trying. He's got the second fire galley coming out, and Vinchester's surrounding the dock over here with 3 fire galleys. It's gonna take a while for it to go down because of the Persian bonus. But besides that, I think, yeah, Vinchester's gonna be fine. He should also be the first player to go up to the castle age by quite a bit, but this is really good from Hera, though. It's really good from Hera. He was able to find some villages exposed, so that's another villager biting the dust. The other one gets pushed back to the TC, so what do we expect to see over here? Once Vinchester gets to the castle age, he can go for the war galley upgrade. He doesn't need to, in all honesty, because with the amount of guys that he's got, it's going to be enough for him to take the dock down, and that's all that matters, just pushing Hera away. Going for the war galley upgrade could be useful in later stages of the game, mostly to put pressure from water against fortifications. So maybe not the war galley upgrade, rather, but once you get to the Imperial Age, for instance, going for cannon galleon is going to be really good. But yeah, that's way into the future, of course. And let's take a look at the engagement over here. The fire galley is going down to the scouts, to the archers. We have a bunch of extra fire galleys coming up over here from Vinchester, but unfortunately the unit control was not quite as good, so this one's going down. We're going to be on 3 versus 3 for fire galley units. Meanwhile, the scouts are still there and the archers are still there. Vinchester is kind of giving up on water over here. At the very least, he's not really worrying about it too much. Should still try to prioritize going after the castle edge, given how much closer to it he is. But with 2 docks, he does have the ability to go for more than 1 navy unit at a time. So we see a fire galley queued up over here, 2 fire galleys queued up actually for Vinchester. And then we'll have a demolition raft coming out. If he can land a good demo shot, the 2 fire galleys he's going for should suffice for him to get water back. We'll see. For the time being, Vinchester should be on his way to the castle edge, and there he goes. While Hera, he managed to catch up very nicely. He's gonna be on his way to the castle edge very, very soon as well. Oh boy. Good defense for Vinchester. Once he gets there, we'll see crossbowman and Balkan arrow. For the time being, Hera has done a really good job kind of coming back on water. We still need demolition rafts for Vinchester if he's to ever get a good engagement over here. And Hera's got to be careful. Really important for the bull player to bring this one down here and this one over here, right? So he wants to separate these as much as possible. This is still going to take damage from 1 demolition raft. Like 2 over here are still going to take damage from 1 demolition raft. Let's check. Alright, the fire galleys are coming out. There's a demolition raft still there. He's just buying himself some more time so that he can get extra navy units out. And once he gets to the castle age, well, now is a good situation for him to go into the war galley upgrade, of course. Given the head start it's gonna have on Hera. I'm gonna make food and now Hera's winning? Yeah. Just the way of life, man. Let's check. Here comes demo shot and Hera's paying attention. A little bit of a wasted demo over there, and Vinchester's gotta be really careful about his unit control because he's been taking a lot of unnecessary damage over here. He's gonna have 5 fire galleys. We have 6 for Hera. Plus a demolition raft himself. That's gonna be a good shot. If Hera was paying attention, he could have detonated the... Oh, yeah, the demo, but he still gets a good one. And Vinchester is 20 seconds away from the War Galley upgrade. Now 20 seconds away from the Crossman upgrade, but it doesn't seem like the War Galley upgrade is going to come in on time though. Given that he doesn't really have any Navy units anymore. Probably would have preferred for him to cancel it and just try to focus on land. And this is good. This is the land push that I wanted to see. With the Crossman upgrade here already, he's got blocking arrow coming up, but he's already been able to get 2 villages down, and we'll see a lot more than that. 3 villages down the ground. Make that 4. Make that 5. Yes, sir. You can keep on roaming around as well, especially with the TC coming up over here. If Vinchester is able to spot the TC on time, should be able to deny it. Maybe not deny it, but he'll be able to get 1 or 2 villages down, as the villages are static, just trying to get the TC up. He doesn't even need ballistics. Yeah, just get a bunch of hills over here. A little bit too late of a reaction from Vinchester, unfortunately. Now it seems like Crosses might end up getting cleaned up. Yes, most definitely. Taking a look at the right-hand side once again, though. Hera's got 3 fire galleys only. In Vinchester, with the War Galley upgrade, now he's got 2 fire ships to take on Hera with. And it seems like Hera's going to end up getting pushed away from water once again and potentially cleaned up. Good from Vinch. Red player's got a second TC already up, and he's going for the third TC. While Hera has managed to get a second TC up on the back, but he's going for the third TC only now. It's not too bad, even if he's up a little bit later compared to Vinchester. The fact that he's got 15% faster working TCs and dogs in the Castle Age is going to make up for that, and he should be able to keep up, and not only that, but potentially also surpass Vinchester's villager count. I know in the Bengalis tech tree, they don't have camels, right? The Bengalis, the Bengalis, I know the elephants are special for them because they take less damage, but they do get camels, don't they? Let me check. These new civilizations I'm not too familiar with yet. No, they don't get camels, they don't get knights, they only get scouts and elephants, so it's pretty crap. Stable. Yeah, scouts and elephants only. Correct. It's also a civilization that we don't really see very often. During Valhalla, we saw them a few times on Fortress because the starting castle and the walls makes it a little bit easier for them to actually make a play for Rathas, but on standard games, I don't think we have seen them too much. As a matter of fact, I don't think we have seen them too much at all during the Red Bull World qualifiers, right? I'm just gonna take a look at the spectator dashboard and take a look at the map stats to see exactly what we get. Nice though. Monk going down, villager going down. Conversions do not connect. By the way, we're gonna have server maintenance tomorrow. Just as the players had scheduled this series to start at 15 GMT once again, if they do end up playing 17 games, and some of those are longer compared to the games from today, they might actually not be able to finish playing. We'll see. Nice raids from Hera. Getting some good villager picks over here. However, Vinchester is still ahead though. In worker count and in military count is really good. Really good for Vinchester, and Hera's gonna try to increase pressure by going for a 4 siege workshop. So yeah, taking a look at the maps for Red Bull Wallow Legacy qualifiers and the main event as well, I think. Yeah, Bengalis are not a top 5 civilization on any of these maps to speak of. Not a single one. Yeah. Final ability 6 here? Yeah, it's on the way now. Pikemen. Squires. Coming out now for Vinchester as well. There we go. Here comes the castle. Yes, Hera's and the villagers force. Sorry, I needed to check on something really quickly. Perfect. There we are. Vinchester, if he really wants to, he can go for his own castle over here as well. He's got monks, he's got pikemen, so he can hold on against the knights. And he can buy the stone that he needs. He's got enough gold. He's not going for it though. No. He's just abandoning ship over here. That's a lot of farms he won't be able to take advantage of. On the left-hand side, it's got some knights coming around. It's gonna try to get the raids going. Yeah, well done. Hera's reaction is almost instantaneous over there. There we go. Yeah, and Hera needs to bring the units back a little bit, but it's not too bad. Oh boy, a demo shot over here would be fantastic. He's got the demolition ship, so he's bringing it over. And Hera, he's not paying too much attention over here. This could be so good. But now he realizes, and it seems unlikely Vinchester will be able to land a shot over there to speak of. Plus, Hera's got monks over here. He tried to convert the demolition ship. Defensive castle's coming up for Vinchester. Instead, he waited until he got enough stone naturally as opposed to using the market. And he's getting his own castle up over here. This could be really good. He's got a good amount of crossbows. He's got a good amount of pikemen. Plus, being able to go up to the Imperial Age with a castle already is going to be huge for Vinchester. One of the reasons Bengalis are not being used quite as much on standard games is because it's very hard to get them to a position where they are really strong, which is in the late game with a bunch of Rathas. But now with the castle up over here and the Imperial Age on the way, he can start going for Rathas. And yeah, we'll see extra barracks coming out so he can go for more pikemen, but he can start going for Rathas and these can be extremely strong. They're going to take on most units. Pretty well. Second castle's on the way now for Hera. And he should be on his way to the Imperial Age version as well. This is a make or break castle. Getting to the Imperial Age significantly later compared to Vinchester means that Vinchester is going to have a significant head start to trebuchet production. So, the castle over here is going to provide protection to the knights. The knights are going to keep the castle up by threatening the trebuchets, of course, from Vinchester. So Vinchester needs to take a good engagement over here. Doesn't seem like it's going his way though, as Vinchester's units are going down. And Hera keeps on pushing harder and harder with 15 knights over here, still about 50% HP. It's not pushing the crossbows back into a choke point, but between the fully garrisoned TC or partially garrisoned TC and the castle, seems to be like Vinchester is able to hold on over here, right? And it was looking kind of dicey for him, but he does end up clutching it up. And now, once he gets to the Imperial Age, trebuchets. It's the way of the game for Vinch. Here on the other hand, it's going to be significantly later. Because of the Persian bonus and the 15% faster work in TC, it's not going to take quite as long, but it's still not that great. There we go. Trebuchet on the way. First thing in the Imperial Age, of course, for Vinch. Second castle as well. I love the second castle. That'll make it so much easier for him to actually take the castles down over here from Hera. Trebuchet is backing up. Or is unpacking rather. And the second castle is coming out. That'll allow him to go for more than one trebuchet at a time. Meanwhile, Hera's been massing the knights. He's got quadruple stable knight production. And Vinchester. Vinchester cannot go for camels. He can go only for Pikes. Rathas is something that I definitely would love to see, especially with 2 castles. Vinchester would have been able to produce a lot more. Now. Cavaliers coming in for Hera. Yeah, and especially Vinchester's army composition over here. Going for archer units against Persians is always very risky. And you can see already once Hera gets plate bar than armor. Once he gets the cavalier upgrade, it's going to come in and these arc crossbows are just going to get completely wiped out. For the time being though, Vinchester does end up managing to take one of the castles down, and then the other castle is going to go down eventually as well. It's just going to take a while since he's got only 2 trebuchets over here, right? And the castle's got a little bit of a hail advantage. He's been extremely patient in the way of his push. Yeah, and the military count is kind of meager for Vinchester. Especially given the army value he's got and the nature of his units, right? Actually, halberdier and crosses are very, very cheap. They're not going to hold a candle against this amount of cavalier. Iron Caston's coming in, and Hera, he will try to go for it right now. Here he comes. He's going right in with the cavalier. Trying to get a good surround going over here. However, the Halberdier have been doing a good amount of damage, especially with the hit advantage over here. The Cavalier are taking a lot of damage. Still, they do end up coming out on top, though, as pound per pound, they'll end up taking on the Halberdier, no problem. We are still left on 27. Cavalier for Hera. Well, Vinchester, on the other hand, has got 27. Of what? Halberdier and crossbows combined. The crosses are not going to do anything in this situation. It's just halberdier for him, but then he'll need something else, because with halberdier he'll never be able to push out. Just going to be a defensive unit. So what can we get from Vinchester? I gotta say it, Rathas is, you know, the only thing that I can think of they could potentially go for that would be very strong. They are highly mobile. They are extremely powerful as well. You do need to get the upgrades. You need to get elite Rathas. You need to get pikes. But yeah, there is no way around this, you know. He could try and make a play for elephants, maybe. They take less bonus damage for Bengalis, but then at the same time, it's so rough. I could easily get converted, even by Persian monks, which are pretty lackluster. And elephants, ain't they good against cavalry? They are good against cavalry, but they're pretty hard countered by halberdier, of course, and monks, of course, as well. Unless you manage to get to a very decent amount of elephants, which can be quite pricey, it's difficult. It's very difficult. I definitely would prefer for him to make the play for Rathas, but now, yeah, just halberdier. And I don't know, man, I'm not liking this one bit. Even if he's getting to 200 population, he's doing so by going for trash units, which he'll never really suppress Hera with. He'll only be able to defend himself with, and even then, kind of so-so only, because the Cavalier's high mobility. Blast Furnace here for Vinchester. He's going for the light cavalry upgrades. Got a husbandry, handguard, scale bar that was coming up, and yeah, it seems like the halberdier are getting completely wiped out over here as well. Here on the other hand, he's going for... Whoa, he's going for... what is the name of this one? Come on, Commanderan, right? Yes, Commanderan, so he gets access to gold-free crossbowmen. Well, that's gonna be good against halberdier, I'll tell you. Vinchester, he's going now for Mahayana. That helps a little bit. Mahayana will bring the population of villagers down by 10%, right? Not the actual villager count, but it's going to have villagers take 10% less population space. So he can go for these insane villager counts and still be alright, because it's going to be about 142 or so worth of villager space, population space, right? So it's not too bad. Yeah, and he's not going for Rathos. I simply do not know what Vinchester's plans over here. I guess like cavalry and halberdier. He does get blade bar and armor and blast furnace, so these light cavalry are fully upgraded. At least. Yeah. But no power unit to go alongside that. Here we go. The conversions are coming up. I'm really gonna be able to do much of anything over here, mind you. And the halberdier is still getting a good push going. And wow, I can't believe my eyes as Vinchester is actually making this work. You know what? Hera's gone down to 6 cavalier only. And Vinchester's getting to the soft underbelly of the blue player over here. Going straight into the economy as Hera realizes about this a little bit too late. It's like cavalry have been already taken 15 villages, and that's not going to be the end of it. Hera's not going to see the end of it for a while. Because the TC simply does not have enough garrisoning capacity to garrison all the villagers. Hera's villager count's dropping severely as he's losing a lot. Bengali Suppi, I call it. He can go for anything he wants. Everything's going to work against Persians. Never doubted. Not even close. Didn't hesitate. Bengali is extremely strong over here. I'm surprised they are not used everywhere. Good defense though, but Hera's gonna start going for a hand cannoneer now. The raids over here were absolutely deadly. Hera's going down to 113 villages, which makes his economy kind of a big issue, right? The third castle coming up over here. I would certainly still love if he were to go for Rathas, but honestly, this seems to be working just fine for the time being. It's going for our ballisters now. Basically, the halberdier defense allowed Vinchester to rid himself of Hera's push, but now he's gotta come up with something to make the push work in his favor again. So going for our ballisters is good. It's going to be stronger than commander and crossbows. It's going to be stronger than any trash units, except for skirmishers, of course, but then skirmishers die to Vinchester's light cavalry. So light cavalry and our ballisters can be very strong. Yes. Nice race though from Hera. And what is Vinchester's plan? Scanning the 200 population again. With well over 200 units because of Mahayana. Gonna try and get to water again, interestingly enough. Okay. Fantastic. Yeah. Pretty good defense over here for Vinchester. Up in the north is a little bit rougher though. Hera's still getting away with a lot of raids over here despite the unit composition he's going for the most part. Mainly just Hazar, right? This is a good opportunity for, maybe not a good opportunity, but this would be a good time for Vinchester to just try and get some extra walls up. If he can push Hera back down the south over here and get just some walls around his base so that he's not quite as susceptible to raids anymore, that'd be ideal. He just doesn't really have the stone to go for it, and honestly, he doesn't really have much of anything. His economy is really rough. He's lost a lot of villagers, guys. From 150 plus villages, Vinchester's gone down to 116. And Hera's up to 133 villas. He's been catching up in the economy himself, and Vinchester's in a world of trouble over here. At the very least, seems to be so the case. And what do we expect with the civilization? Bengalis are garbage, man. I've been telling the whole game. No wonder you never see them anywhere else than Fortress. Yeah. Written stone. 100% confirmed. Counter raid's coming up for Vinchester. It's just not going to be strong enough with light cavalry now, will it? Certainly doesn't look like it. Yeah, there we go. Both players are actually getting away with a lot over here for very little. Most of the focus of the game is going to be around the south though. Nice pick as well, getting the castle. It's huge. We're gonna see the TC go down next. There we go. Hera's push is starting to gain some steam over here, starting to pick up some steam, gain some momentum. Vinchester gonna be confined to playing defensive for the most part, even if he's got some light cavalry forward still. These are not strong enough and won't be able to do too much damage. Beautiful. They're starting to crack. Winchester's defense is open over here. I've taken the first castle down. That is huge. Now he's got access to the TC. The start of TC is not really going to be the biggest deal for Vinchester to lose because there's nothing around here that he'll want to protect. But it's going to open the way to reach the castle. Both these castles, of course. And with those castles gone, Vinchester is simply not going to have any fortifications to keep on defending himself, unfortunately. Beautiful. Vinchester so far is able to hold on, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be the case for much longer than this. Good defense. Still though, check the stream of units coming in from Hera. It's fantastic. It's going to be very hard for Vinchester to defend against. Yeah. He's getting cleaned up over here. This is ridiculous. Even with a fairly small amount of units. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Vinchester starting to raid with Halberdier, trying to raid. He cannot do anything. Push the villagers away from this area, but then making a play further forward is just going to result in him losing everything to the castle. So the push on the right-hand side is looking so much stronger for Hera than the push on the left-hand side from Vinchester, as Hera's got still some siege over here. Never mind, but should be able to keep on going for more if he wanted to. There we are. Hera kind of needs further buildings forward though. Right now he's got about 3 stables over here, and then the rest are going to be kind of on the back. So whenever his units die, he needs to wait for the units to train, and then he's got to wait for the units to go all the way over to the right-hand side. So this is not really great. It's still working for the time being, don't get me wrong, but it's not ideal. And then on the left-hand side, the Halberdier are coming in. They're going to get picked up by the castle. This is exactly what we were expecting to see. So nothing new on the left-hand side for sure. Was the action still taking place on the right? What is the goal situation? As we are getting close to 1 hour in game length. Yeah, Vinchester doesn't have any gold at all. Meanwhile, Hera's got a little bit of gold over here. He's got about 1,300 gold left. Yeah, boy. From this point onwards, it's gonna be extremely difficult for Vinchester to keep up. Hera's gonna have fully upgraded Hussar, which are better than the light cavalry that Vinchester is currently using. Hera's got Commander and Crossbows, which are the only gold unit that either player can go for no gold in this game. And yeah, he's got a significant population lead. It's gonna be kind of locked to 200 population as long as he keeps on queuing more units. And then Vinchester, on the other hand, is just struggling to keep up. 120 even. It's going to drop under 120 very soon. And yeah, he just calls it GG actually. So that's gonna be 9-7 in favor of Hera. Hera did end up collecting all the relics as well. That's a good catch. So he was on 5 relics versus 0 from Vinchester, on top of being the only player with still gold available, right? So well played. Hera gets the best result in game number, actually in the first day of the series over here. Tomorrow, starting 15 GMT, they are going to resume the set for the rest of the games, right? After 33. So up to 17 games tomorrow. However, let's take a look at the achievements real quick. If you're watching this on YouTube, you're probably not going to have to wait anything because both are going to be pasted into a single video. Regardless though, for military we see a stronger economy for... Actually, what am I talking about? I'm so tired apparently. Yeah, it seems like I got exhausted from casting. For military we have a stronger KD, not a stronger economy. For Hera, he gets a better than 4-3 KD ratio. For economy, we have a stronger economy for Hera, collecting about 10,000 extra resources. Higher worker count towards the end of the game. Even if the villager max count was better for Vinchester, he struggled to keep up with it. So well done. And that's going to be it for the last game of the first day. There we are, guys. Welcome everyone to, what is this, game number 17 in this show match. We're gonna try to fast forward actually, because we don't want to fall behind, and they are apparently in game number 2 already. So yeah, best of 33, and yeah, we're just going to use this. Actually, we are going to use best of 17, right? Because, yeah, is what we have available to us. Now let's go. Let's fast forward. We have Poles for Vinchester. We have Teutons for Hera. We'll take a look at the draft and additional information about this later on, not right away. Because yeah, it is the way it is. We'll take a look at the actual score as well later. But if I'm not mistaken, I think it was left at 9-7 in favor of Hera. Anyway, we're getting a little bit of action already as Hera's bringing the scouts over. He does manage to Hera snipe one of the villagers from Vinchester. He's trying to go for another one. It's very early into the game, and Vinchester's already taking a little bit of damage. However, he does have 2 archers and the spearman going forward, and then up in the north, we're going to see the dock up here. There we are. Vinchester versus Madri is also going to be tomorrow. Yeah, I can't imagine Vinchester wanted to play anymore after this. Oh, this is good though. Vinchester's coming in. Taking on the goats. Taking on the lumberjacks over here as well. Won't be able to get a village down, I think. Yeah, might be able to get some damage done. Actually, could be able to get a villager over here with 2 archers. It's not going to take that much. He's going to lose the archers over here, so definitely would have liked to see him try and trade for vills. But this is actually disrupting Hera's economy quite a bit. Blue player has got a dock up in the south, and then Vinchester with the dock up in the north. He's got a fire galley, and he's got a second fire galley coming out, actually. Just in case, by the looks of it, he doesn't really have too much scouted information. Definitely would have preferred for him to try and spot a dog before going for any extra units. But it's fine. Yeah, the result so far is 9-7. I think we're going to end up adding a text-based scoreboard in a moment, because this is obviously... like, captures does not really support best of 33 series, right? I'll tell you what, we don't really have too much action right now. We are waiting for the players to click out to the castle age. So I'm going to very, very quickly add a... sorry about that. I'm going to very quickly add a little bit of a custom scoreboard, alright? You're just going to see it in a moment. As we wait for the archers to come in and do any damage. We'll take a look at the scouts as well in a moment, but we should see villagers going down. Hera's reaction is swift. He does still end up losing a villager though, meanwhile on the left hand side. He wasn't able to do anything with the scouts as Vinchester was already waiting. With the spearman over there. So hold on, Castle Age is gonna be here very, very soon for both these players. And here we are. Okay, I think this might be good. So it's 7 for Vinchester, 9 for Hera. Just going to bring this over here, right? Just like that. And I think that's good, right? Yeah, that's alright. Okay. Not ideal, but it's whatever. I have still yet to see the first half of this, so I am not going to spoil myself. Have fun with the rest of the game. Alright, Darvies. Have fun watching the first half. I'm just going to very quickly change this as well to be centered. Yes, sorry about that. Let's fix it right away. There we are. Perfect. And the second DC is coming up for Vinchester. Meanwhile, here on the other hand, he's been going pretty heavily into military production. He's going to stick to 1 TC only. And the Teutons, they have a very strong economy, so going for this kind of push can be extremely deadly. He's got a 4 monastery as well. He's going to try and utilize to get all the relics. This is huge. Getting all 5 relics is going to be worth about 6 villages worth of gold income to Hera. Which means that we are most likely going to see Hera kind of catch up in economy despite not having the actual villagers to work with just by getting the relics over there. As a matter of fact, for a little while, he's going to have a stronger economy compared to Vinchester despite Vinchester having the second TC. On the right hand side, Vinchester's coming in with a Knight's Door. He doesn't knock in 2 villages over there. Yes, sir. And he's going to end up getting a few extra villages over here. That is really good. These knights from Vinchester ended up getting about 8 eco units so far, and Hera's scramble in economy count by quite a lot. However, he does have a good amount of knights over here that he could potentially get some good eco rates going himself with. But Vinchester's reaction is pretty swift as well. He's going to get the barracks up, whilst Hera's trying to get the stables down here. There we go. There you are. You know what? We are just going to change this really quickly to a best of 21. And yesterday's games, we're just going to update this. There we go. There are only 17 games that can be played, right? So the first 4 we are just going to fill with the results from yesterday. Well, the last results from yesterday, right? Beautiful. Up in the north. Yeah. A little bit of pressure coming out from here as well. So this is looking good. We still have 13 extra villagers for Vinchester, but once again, this is just a lot of investment from Mr. Vinchester. He had to pay for the extra TCs, the extra farms, extra villagers, etc. Meanwhile, here on the other hand, is just taking that down to the ground as Vinchester's losing veil after veil over here. All the resources he spent into his extra economy are kind of going to waste already. Yeah, and this is really good also from Hera. He ended up baiting all of these spearmen for so long. So he was able to keep on doing damage with the knights, and he ended up getting a lot of extra villagers. As a matter of fact, let's actually take a look at how many villagers we saw the blue player take. From these knights, only 5, so it's not a huge amount. And Vinchester is still 10 workers ahead. Defensive cast is coming up for Vinchester, who's holding on to a score lead, interestingly enough. And that is a big issue. Hera did not have chain bar than armor. Without it, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle for sure. Let's also update the stream title. Hera versus Vinchester. Best of 33. Showmatch. Good job hitting the units up as well. Oh, and Vinchester's going for Schlachta privileges. It's gonna be really good. Yeah, you know, as Hera was kind of banking on the knight play over here to get the lead in the game. Now that Vinchester is going to have a significant discount on Nightline units, 60% gold discount on those units. He actually might be able to get to 25 or more than that very, very quickly himself. Just gotta make sure that his food economy is up to snuff and he's got enough stables to actually produce the units with. So we'll see 2 stables for Vinchester. He's got the 3rd one coming up over here, but it's gonna take a while for him to get enough units out. As he starts queuing out the knights right now, he's going for it with 3 stables once again. Hera already has, though, a good amount of units out. Here we go. Yeah, well done. The knights are taking on the pikemen over here. He'll still be left on a good amount of knights to keep on doing damage with. So Vinchester, no wonder he needed the 4 TC over here to protect his economy, and still, he's gonna keep on trying to go for knights. Just gonna take a long time, even with 3 stables, to catch up to the amount of knights that Hera's gone for already. Beautiful, conversions coming up. Won't be able to get it. Yeah, and good defense for Vinchester. He's holding on for the time being. We are using record the games as we are behind by 1 game. They are already in game number 2 for the day. And we'll try to catch up, of course, to the extent we are able to. When we jump into game number 2, for instance, we'll just fast forward until we get some action, which is not really going to be a lot because of this being Empire War start. But yeah, sorry about that. I am very sure that it was meant to be 15 GMT start time for both days, but apparently they changed it. I'm not really sure when, because when I saw before starting my stream today, I checked Wikipedia. I am pretty sure that I saw it was 15 GMT start time still for today. I'm not really sure if they decided to just start it earlier. On the spot. Might be the case. But yeah, we're just trying to catch up. Yeah, and Hera still has a significant amount of knights to work with. He's bringing all of these back to defend himself against Vinchester's push. This is really good for Vinch. He's actually buying himself a lot of time. He's got a much stronger economy right now, though. So, with the stronger economy and Schlachta privileges already researched, Vinchester will be able to significantly outproduce Hera, who's stuck to 1 to C for the longest part of the game, right? But he needs the time to actually produce the units, so bringing all the knights back from Hera with just a few knights over here, just a handful of units from Vinchester, is fantastic because now he's got enough time to queue up the units, to keep on going for more knights and catch up in military count to Hera. If Hera had kept on putting pressure and he had just brought up a few of the knights back to defend himself, or potentially even had gone for, had sent the monks back only, for instance, probably he would have been able to suppress Vinchester's production before it got out of hand. But now Vinchester is producing the knights once again. He's getting to a good amount of units. Still nowhere near as many as Hera's got. Yeah, but Hera won't be able to put any pressure at the very least as long as the castle's up over here and Vinchester still has a good amount of pikemen. And the knights, of course. So here comes Hera, just trying to get the raids going. Might be able to get a villager or 2 over there, just gotta be careful. And this is good, actually. Hera is baiting the pikemen with a very small amount of cavalry units, and then the rest of the units will be taking so many villagers down, 1 by 1. There we go, Imperial Age is on the way now for Hera. Dude, Vinchester's production potential over here is so high. He's gone for extra stables. So he's gone up from 3 to 5 stables. And which lack the privileges and the amount of workers that he's got right now. You know, he'll be able to go for a lot of extra knights compared to Hera. So he is ahead in military right now and economy as well. But getting to the Imperial Age is going to be very good for Hera so that he can go for Cavalier, which will make the Knights so much less effective for Vinchester. But there is a little bit of time right now between now and Hera getting the Cavalier upgrade, where Vinchester will be able to take advantage of his production potential and just go forward and try to get the raids going before Hera gets a chance of getting the upgrades himself. So ideally, I will allow for Vinchester to just send the units and try to get some damage done before it's too late. He might not have realized that Hera's on his way to the Imperial Age, but he does have rams actually though, so he's thinking of going after the castle. Interesting. Alright. Obuch, pikemen, knights, and the rams coming in. Interesting. Elite Teutonic Knight, please. Both against Obuch, they might not be worth it. Yeah. True. So here comes the siege. He's going after the siege workshop first. He's bringing everything forward. We see the conversions coming up with it. That's going to be wasted conversions as Hera targets the pikeman. And 1 Obu. Those monk conversions go to waste. And still, he's not targeting the castle. What is going on with Vinchester? He's taking the engagement underneath the castle over here. He's got the rams just gathering dust. Behind. Hera gets to the Imperial Lich, and finally we see the Rams come in as the pikemen over there are doing a good amount of damage and pushing the knights back. Hera gets pushed away, and he starts going for Teutonic Knights, as a matter of fact. These are not elite, mind you, but I hope that's going to be enough to quench your thirst. Oh yeah, I see it now. It seems like it's doing the trick already. Even if it's just TK. Well done! Vinchester's pushback over here is absolutely fantastic. He does have a lot of his economy addled though, as Hera did go for a little bit of a raid over here, but with the pikemen and the knights that Vinchester's gone for, should be able to hold on to his economy still. So it's good. And the castle, you know what? The castle is staying up for the time being. Yeah, Vinchester's kind of spent his entire push over here trying to get the castle down, and for the most part, it's not really worked out too well. Military count that he's got still pretty decent. But mind you, Teutos get 3 murder holes, which means that any knights trying to get villagers down over here will not really be under too much danger as long as Hera will actually target the units. But yeah, you know what? Castle over here is taking still a lot of damage. The Rams are going down at the last second. Even the villagers repairing the castle are going down as well. The castle's going to stay up, is it? It's going down! The castle's going down at the last second! As the Ram, yeah, takes 1 extra doink over there. Castle crumbles, and that was just so satisfying to see if you're rooting for Vinchester here. There we go. Hey, misclick. This is fantastic. Vinchester still doesn't really have the economy to go up to the Imperial Age though. And he's making a play for Obu, which I am not 100% sure about. Hera being in the Imperial Age is going for the Cavalier upgrade. And even though he's got to pay full price for these units, they are going to be significantly stronger compared to anything that Vinchester's got access to right now in the Castle Age. Unfortunately, without the castle up, Hera cannot really go for trebuchets. He's gonna need to go for chemistry and the siege workshop if he's ever hoping to get the castles down over here. As Rams will simply not do the trick, obviously. Feel like that was worth it for Vinch? Oh, definitely was worth it. If Hera still had the center position over here, plus being in the Imperial Age, he would be in a much better position. But yeah, now Vinchester has been able to kind of keep up because of this, right? He'll be able to go to the Imperial Age very soon, and that's going to make it a little harder for... yeah, for Hera for sure. Unless he can go for Paladin. If he can go for Paladin, that's still gonna be better for Hera, but... Vinchester, despite not getting fully upgraded units, still lacking plate Bardin armor, of course, and not having gone even for chain Bardin armor, will still have significantly cheaper knights, so he could potentially go for a Cavalier, for a cheap Cavalier push. Which Hera's going to struggle against once again. So if he can go for Paladin, that'll be ideal for Hera. But for the time being, yeah, Vinchester is still definitely in the game. How did Hera catch up in build numbers? Looks at the LTC time. Yeah. It's a little bit high for Vinchester. It's not ideal. Defensive castle on the way for Vinch. Yeah, that's good. Probably would have liked it in between all the TCs, right? So maybe delete. Yeah, he's deleting this one. It's not good. Just delete one of the farms over here, 2 of the farms, right? And mining camp, and just go for a castle over there instead to protect everything. Good defense, and there is nothing forward over here from Vinchester. He's not putting pressure at all. Many of his units just being static at the center, the Obuch namely, right?
Rozkazania.
There we are. There we go.
Jakieś rozkazania? Owszem. Jakieś rozkazania?
Beautiful Imperialists here.
Owszem. Ja.
Elite Obuch. Conscription on the way for Vinchester. No wonder that they were still in game number 2 when we were done casting the Valhalla series. Dude, this game is pretty long for being an Empire Wars game. Yeah, it's taking quite a bit. We did some math yesterday and we concluded that it took about, I think it was like 17 minutes or so on average per game, and this one is definitely longer than that. Do Poles get bombard cannons? They do, yes. So they can go for it. Zero castles for Hera, although he could really use that free herbal medicine to heal his Obuch Cavalier. Right. Well, I do like the Obuch over here. It's going to stripe the units from the extra melee armor that they get. So despite technically the cavalry for Hera being stronger on paper, it could potentially end up working out to favor Vinchester. We'll see. Of course, he needs a good engagement for that to actually happen. Here he comes. Pikemen are coming up. We see the Obuch coming in as well. There we go. The pikemen are coming in head first, and the Obuch are going to follow suit afterwards. But in the end, the Cavalier, I think they're going to end up cleaning this up, right? The Cavalier and the hand cannoneer. We have hand cannoneer on the back over here for Hera, so that should be enough. And it is, yeah. The Obuch are going down. There's Winged Hussar now for Vinchester that just finished researching, as well as Blade Mail Armor, but I think that's a little too late, isn't it? I think it might be a little too late, yes. Extra stables coming in. Alright. And Vinchester's gone for Schnack the privileges already in the Castle Age. Now he's going for the legacy one, which I never know how to pronounce. How do you pronounce the first word of this technology? Something legacy. And that's going to give the Hussar trample damage. So it's good. Well done. Lettish? Is that correct? Lettish legacy? I don't know who I think sometimes suggested me to pronounce it like lactic or something like that. I wouldn't know. Teutons and Byzantines monk heal faster from greater range, but which is which? Teutons, they heal from greater range. They have 4 extra healing range, and Byzantines, they heal 100% faster. Actually, is it 100% faster or is it 50% faster? I think they heal units 50% faster. Let me take a look at the tech tree. conversions coming up. Is he going to connect though? 100% faster. There you go. That is a lot of windows are over here. That's a respectable meat shield, mind you, but it's still a big struggle for him. The hand cannoneer on the back over here, taking on the Yobuk, no problem. Yeah, and once again, Vinchester gets cleaned up, going down to 24 military units, and Hera still close to 200 population. Damn, boy. Nice. Yeah, the sneaky stable over here is not really working out for Vinchester. He does manage to get some winged Hussar on the back though. And this is great. As long as he ignores the Cavalier, he should get a good amount of kills. Yeah, well, that's not ideal. KD looks like Teutons. It's good for the time being. Vinchester's been paying very little for his units though. The Knights is gone for, where after researching Slack the privileges, Obok over here are not particularly expensive, and of course Winged Hussar are trash units. But Hera's just got a Paladin, and that certainly poised to change the situation over here for sure. As the castle crumbles, Vinchester kind of runs out of steam a little bit. I don't think he's got too much gold left. Especially if you take a look at Hera's map control. He's got the extra gold over here. He's getting control of the south as well. He just finished collecting the gold down south as well. So if we take a look at gold available to players, this is all the gold that's available to Vinchester, and it's just gone. So it's over, guys. Hera should be able to take this one. From this point onwards, it's just going to be paperwork for him. And yeah, with Vinchester being unable to afford anything, this castle is scrambling. The next one, there's nothing really stopping Hera from taking this one and from going forward and taking everything. So this should be going in favor of Hera, and that's going to be 10-7 as Vinchester calls GG. Well done. And Flygon, thank you so much for the bits. Appreciate it. Like and subscribe to Nova AOE so you won't get the pre-roll like Flygon does. Yeah. I'm sorry about that. Usually the ads that we play in between games are enough to disable pre-rolls for the majority of the game, right? However, because they were already in game number 2, I didn't really have the time to play a commercial before this one. I will now though, as we take a look at the achievements and download the rec for game number 2. I'll just go in to play a commercial really quickly. What do we get? We're gonna see a close to 2-to-1 KD ratio for Hera, which is fantastic, as well as a stronger economy, collecting about 4,300 extra resources or close to it, and a higher work count as well. So we'll just go back and I'll try to get the next game. And there we go. We're just going to go 2x until we'll start getting some action. But for game number 2 today, yeah, this is the current situation. Let's also update this. There we are. Let's probably just remove this. Yeah, that's fine, I think. Yeah, it's okay. I'm gonna keep track of the scout over here, and I also will update the properties of the font, because this capture which utilizes open sans, not aerial. Oh, I do not have open sans. RIP. Anyway, not too much action just yet. Vinchester is just going for the scouts. For civilizations, we do get Hindustanis for Vinchester, and Hera's playing with Britons. We might get a little bit of extra action over here. Not yet, not yet. He's not trying to go after the villagers, so we're just going to keep on catching up. Yes. Yeah, and he cannot do anything. Well, Flygon. Oh, we can go back to 1x right now. Yes, sir. As he gets the first villager pick over here. Now we are getting some action in Flygon. Thank you so much for the sub. It's appreciated. Screw the ads, it's September, not Downtember. Yeah, that means that there's a chance for us very subs to have a month to shine. More than September. Please sub to But thank you so much for the support and for the sub over there. Yes, September's here, guys. So 20, 25, and 30% discount on 1, 3, and 6 month subscriptions. If you would like to save big, you can go for a 6-month subscription for 30% cheaper. Or you can go just for the single month for 20% cheaper as well, which is gonna be good. Supports me, and obviously is going to prevent you from getting any ads. So it's very much appreciated, Flygun. Hera lost 5 games in a row and took it personally. I would imagine now he's won 5 in a row, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, by the way, this is not correct. This is 7 for Vinchester and 10 for Hera. I think I'm gonna have to keep on changing the score depending on the player generation, right? Yeah, that is kind of rough. But whatever. We'll just try to keep track of it. We didn't really have too much action over here. Let's fast forward a little bit more. Still trying to catch up. They are in game number 3 already, of course. So ideally, we can get through game number 2 before game number 3 is over. Yeah, and then try to catch up to live gameplay between games number 3, 4, and 5, perhaps. Castle Edge is coming up for Vinchester. Hera's very close, so he should be able to click up to the Castle Edge very soon himself. Nice villager pick for Hera. And Vinchester, boy, he's got a lot of scouts to work with. And Hera's got a lot of defensive speedrun over here to defend himself with. Plus, he'll be on his way to the Castle Edge. Now, significantly later compared to Vinchester, though. So what do we get for the red player once he gets up? He doesn't really have the stone to go for extra TCs, and he's not been collecting stones, so wouldn't be able to go for a castle. However, he does have 3 stables. Which means after getting to the Castle Edge, he'll be able to go for triple stable, camel production, which, even if it's not a good unit to raid with usually, more often than not that's the case, for Hindustan specifically, they do get 25% faster attacking rate. So, that is fantastic. They'll be very strong. They would definitely be able to get some villager picks, despite the fact that they are not the strongest. Beautiful. Stable's going down. Vinchester's got on the light cavalry upgrade now. He's got Town Watch. And I was kind of expecting to see the camel production come in, but he's not really been going for much of anything. He's going for chainmail armor, chain-barred armor rather. And the 4 siege workshops. It's kind of still not strong enough for him to really spam the units. But even still, he's just going for light cavalry. You know, the great thing about Hindustan is, regarding light cavalry, is that they get bonus damage against buildings, as well as the camel units. So light cavalry and camel rider units get 2 bonus damage against buildings, which allows them to get the palisades down pretty quickly. Allows them to get the stable down. Yeah, there we go. He's got chain-barred armor. And the back here does have the 2nd and 3rd TCs coming up in Vinchester. Vinchester's struggling a little bit currently. Wait a moment though, the quick walls on the left hand side are not connecting from Hera, so here comes Vinchester. This is gonna be bad. So yeah, the archers get pushed away from Vinchester, but check this out, that's a lot of light cavalry. And only about 7 spearmen over there, so you know, I think Vinchester could potentially end up getting some spearmen over there now. The villages are going down. And just gonna try to bail from here. He's not interested in taking the engagement yet, even though I think he might be able to. Wow! Hera calls GG in this position. This is very interesting, as he had the extra TCs coming up. Oh, that is why he called the GG! Let's actually go back 30 seconds, because this certainly deserves taking a look at. Oh boy, this was kind of risky from, yeah, from Vinchester. From Hera, rather. Oh man, that is one great shot. And that's gonna be, bang, another great shot. Yeah, and that's Hera just calling the GG right there. And that was another huge shot, by the way. So many of those crosses were going to go down too. So we had all the light cavalry over here. No defensive units for Hera to play with anymore. That was kind of risky for him to go past the siege workshop like this. And this was an incredible game-ending move from Vinchester. We're just going to skip the achievements over here. And I am consciously ignoring it, but I'm not really sure if everyone is going to know what to ignore if I show it. I already know where it is that it tells you who's won. A bait for every dead crossman. Oh, I'll take it. Nice, nice. Thank you, Flygon. Appreciate it. Let's see what we get, though. My favorite map, Pokeball. Let's go fast forward. It's unlikely we'll get too much action early on in this game, so we can just go for fast forward for quite a bit. Yeah, there's a scout over here from Vinchester, but he ends up getting picked up. That was a very nice trap, by the way, from Hera. Ended up trapping the scout with the spearman over there, so the scout goes down, and now Vinchester is kind of blindfolded. Well, players should be going up to the next stage very soon, though. And it's very interesting. The first time that we saw Northern Isles, we saw Italians from Hera. In Vinchester, I think he played Vikings, if I'm not mistaken. So this time around, it's going to be Italians for Vinchester, and Hera's going for Japanese. There we go. We're catching up. Look, man. No hands. Yeah. There isn't too much action, so we can use this one to probably catch up for the most part. Beautiful. Oh, Villager goes down and Spearman goes down over there. From Vinchester to Hera's archers. Nice, and we have the defensive archers over here from Vinchester, so now we can go back to 1x and take a look at this. Should be going in favor of Vinchester for sure. He's got the defensive advantage plus extra numbers, right? So he's taking the archers down, should be able to get the scout down as well, and that's going to kind of even the waters out a little bit. As both players are kind of, you know, on no scouts, kind of blindfolded for scouting information. Yeah, and the fight over water is still pretty significant. Now that the War Galley upgrades here for Vinchester, Hera's gotta be careful, but he's about to finish researching it himself, and it's the same for both players now. Fantastic. Back home, Vinchester managed to get the second TC up, and he's going from Monastery to collect the relics. Meanwhile, Hera's only now going for the second, for the second TC, so I think we can probably just 2x from this point onwards, right? As well. Until we get some extra land action, because water fights over here are pretty slow. Oh, that was a good shot from Vinchester. And Hera cannot really get a good shot over there. He's been going for a lot of demolition ships though. Vinchester hasn't really been investing too heavily into Navy himself. He's got only 4. fire ships. Hey B, is the score right? I thought yesterday Hera was ahead. Oh yeah, sorry, it's just that. Yeah, this is... I am keeping track of the score over here manually because Capture H only supports up to 21 games, so... The players keep on changing positions, so sorry about that. I just need to remember to switch it or to make sure that it's correct every time. And actually, this is not correct anymore, right? Because Vinchester won the previous one. And it's 10-8 now. Yeah, the demos were pretty strong. Down the south, Hera's coming in with the fire ships. And Vinchester is getting once again another great demo shot. It's been pretty good for Vinchester for the most part. Every demo that he's gone for, he's been able to utilize properly. Hera is ahead in work count though, a little bit, just by a little bit. Both players are on 3 TCs already, so it should be about the same from both players from this point onwards. Vinchester's the only player currently collecting stones, so he might be able to go for a castle first. I'm not really sure if he's going to try to contest the center or if he's going to try and drop a castle on the other side. That is another huge shot from Vinchester, and Hera's unit control has not been the best on water. No worries, I'm sure Vinchester would appreciate the score. Like, oh yeah, for sure. But you know, there's only 2 behind, so it's definitely doable over here for Vinchester. He can definitely come back still. Conversion's coming up as Hera bails over there. He's forced to get out of there. Vinchester is able to stabilize. Hera will be the first player to click out to the Imperial Age. He doesn't have the buildings, but he can go for them, and he's got almost enough resources. While Vinchester, on the other hand, if he utilizes the market, he should be on his way to the Imperial Age already, given the huge amount of gold that he's got piled up. Gotta keep in mind that Italians get a 15% discount to go out to the Imperial Age, so he's clicked up to every age, actually. And that is another huge demo shot. So yeah, he's clicked up. And that is another good shot. Oh, that is close. But yeah, he's clicked up and he still retains a huge amount of gold. Beautiful. Nice from Hera. Yeah, he's got a good amount of docks as well. How many do we have for Vinchester? 6 and 6, about the same for both players. Guess it's coming up at the center as Vinchester is getting to the Imperial Age. He's going for shipwright. He's going for fast fire ship right now, as well as ballistics and the galleon upgrade. While Hera is going for shipwright, he's going for fast fire ship. No galleon, but he is going for chemistry and he's going for bracer. Chemistry and bracer. But he's not going for galleon. That's interesting. I don't think he went for galleon yet. Yeah, I don't think he did. Now, whoever gets water control is going to get a huge advantage, as they'll be able to go for cannon galleon. And that's going to allow them to put so much pressure from water alone. Cannon galleon, for instance, will be able to target the TC from Hera over here. This TC as well. And I'm not really sure. I think they might be able to target this TC as well. Because how narrow the islands are for both players, there's really a whole lot of space to work with if you end up losing water control against enemy cannon galleon for sure. So Vinchester's going for a trebuchet just to try and get the docks down over here from Vinchester. And Vinchester's going for the galleon upgrade right now. Hera's going for the galleon upgrade right now. Sorry, Vinchester's going for chemistry. And galleon. He's got a good amount of galleon over here. There is a little bit of a choke point, so this could be really good for Vinchester. Now we'll take a look. That is a very good set of demo shots. Reducing the HP of these fast fire ships by quite a bit. If it was fast fire ships against war galleys and fire ships, standard fire ships, they would dominate. But against galleon over here, it's not necessarily going to be the case. Interestingly enough though, we have more units for Hera. did manage to get more galleon over here. However, it seems like we're still gonna have a few extra fire ships left for Vinchester over here, while not any fire ships left for Hera. So this is going to provide a meat shield for Vinchester to, yeah, to bring in front of the galleon. There you go. Keeps on trying to go against the docks. Just got a castle on the way. Beautiful. Yes, sir. Hera's military count still stronger compared to Vinchester. Vinchester manages to get enough units out just so that he does not get suppressed. But it's not ideal still, and he would certainly want to go for a few extra docks over here, given just how much he's starting to fall behind in military count. He's not going for it yet, though. How we get heated shots? We're not getting heated shot. It's not available to Japanese. Vinchester, I don't think he's gone for it. Beautiful still for Hera, right? 28 versus 21. Yeah. For the time being, it is the case. What is the transport ship doing here? Is Vinchester really going to try to transport anything, or is this a misclick? Just trying to soak damage? Well, yeah, that transport ship is not going to soak too much damage at all. How many galleons do we have still for Hera? 21 versus 22. Okay. Vinchester starting to catch up. I like this. Plus, he's gotten the castle up and the trebuchet out, so he's putting pressure against the defensive castle from Hera. This is very interesting. Up in the north, there's another castle from Hera over here, but I don't think Vinchester knows about it. Actually, let me take a look. Yeah, it's got no idea about the castle up in the north. Otherwise, he would have been able to send the trebuchet and try to put pressure against it. Well done, though. Ideally, Vinchester wants to go for yet another trebuchet as well. I guess, you know, the transport ship would have been good for him to transport this, the trebuchet, down south so he can take on the castle over here. That would have been much better. Oh, that's an expensive loss for Hera, though. RIP. He's trying to mass a good amount of units. He's got the cannon galleon over here still, though. So whilst Vinchester is trying to protect the trebuchet down the south over here with all his galleon, Hera's trying to protect his cannon galleon with all his galleon up in the north. In the cannon galleon, they seem like they are going to be a lot stronger because the defense over here is impenetrable from Hera. Doesn't that get the trebuchet down as well? Beautiful. And there's another trebuchet coming up from Vinchester. It's got to be from the back castle. Yes, it is. So you can go after the castle over here. And it's very, very important for him to get the castle down over here. Otherwise, Hera's going to dominate. With the cannon galleon, he's taking the tower down over here, and he could very well end up taking the castle down over there as well. For what Vinchester needs to get going over here, he needs to get past Hera's defenses. Because he's got the defender's advantage with the docks over here, he should be able to do it. Now we'll see. There we go, 2 trebuchets already. He's going up to the galleon, though, as opposed to the castle. I don't know about this. I guess it's alright because there is no heater shot from the Japanese, but definitely would have preferred for him to try and stick to the castle, right? Just try to get the castle down. With both the trebuchets, he would have been able to do it so much earlier, and now he's back down to 1 trebuchet. So that is not ideal. Cannon Galleon from Hera. They are down the south over here. That is not good. And Vinchester's taking the Cannon Galleon down right away. Yeah. He spotted those and he's tried to target them. I think Hera might have used this as decoy though, because he's been able to get a bunch of the Galleon down. As a matter of fact, Vinchester's going down to 17 while Hera's still staying on 30 plus. So it seems like Hera is going to end up coming out on top over here. Part of me wishes that AoE 2 had the catapult triremes in Galleon form from AoE 1, like a fire ship cannon Galleon hybrid. Slow AF could make these deadbolt dive easier. Especially since AoE 2 Onager line retains the anti-ship bonus. I actually looked it up a while ago too. Europe and Asia were actively using rock throwing catapults. Unit gunpowder fully obsoleted them. Right. Until gunpowder fully obsoleted them. Right. On boats, it's a shame that nobody will think to make a sneak transfer with those on board the rim. Yeah. So that's where the trireme name comes from, I guess. Anyway. We got Sneak's tails in the brain. Hera's looking good. Well, Vinchester is kind of housed over here, 185. Population certainly needs to keep on going for extra houses to get back out to 200. He does still retain control of the center, and now Hera's going to try to drop a castle over here. Vinchester has been getting a lot of extra gold from the center. If he gets pushed away from here, I don't think it's going to matter too much. How much gold is that there? 8,000. Yeah. Vinchester's not really been able to collect too much gold from this yet. What is the range of those towers? Oh, he's got enough range actually to deny the castle over here. That's why he's trying so desperately to keep the tower up. He's getting a bunch of villages down actually. There we go. Oh, and the castle comes up just at the last second. This is really good for Hera. As we saw in the previous game, Vinchester get away with the ram. Snipe on the castle. Now we see Hera get the castle up with the last villager. Hey, they bring a bunch of extra villagers, mind you. So there's that. But anyway. (42 versus 24). Galleon for Hera and Vinchester, respectively. Yeah, and the castle's going down to the trebuchets right away. Such a back and forth. The tower is going down from Vinchester at the center once again. It doesn't seem like, yeah, like he'll be able to contest the center anymore. And Vinchester will keep on collecting resources from here. However, the cannon galley will be extremely annoying. Vinch might win through goal control. There is a possibility that he could potentially win because of gold control. If you take a look at the amount of gold minus from here, it's just gone down to 0. So he's just ran out of gold. These 3 villages were collecting gold. And taking a look at the rest. Yeah, these villages, I think they were collecting wood, if I'm not mistaken. There is very little wool left for Hera to collect as well. There's just this on the very back, and there is just this as well. So this is about to run out too. So Vinchester should be able to out-sustain Hera, to outlast Hera by quite a lot. He's got a lot of extra wood available over here. He's got a lot of extra gold available at the center as well. And here, yeah, I just tried to send the villagers over to collect some resources. Won't be able to do it, of course. So, simply put, Hera cannot keep on going for units anymore. And whatever he's got queued up currently is gonna have to suffice, man. He's got 11 galleon. This is a big problem. He's canceling a bunch of the units and getting some of the gold back, but honestly, it's not going to be enough for him to do much of anything. So as long as Vinchester can keep on production going, he should be in a much better position. He's got fast fire ships coming up. Yeah. And he's got 2,000 gold in the bank. Here come the fast fire ships. Yes, sir. Going right after the galleon. Yeah, and here is starting to fall apart a little bit. To be fair, Vinchester's military count is not really the best. But he's going for more fast fire ships as well. He's going for more of it. He probably realizes Hera might be out of gold. If we take a look at the gold situation over here, Vinchester's got just one goal left over here, one tile. And because he's been collecting from the center for so long, he's gotta realize Hera must be completely out of gold right now. So it's only a matter of perseverance, and Vinchester's going to come out on top. Hera simply does not have the means to keep on going for military. He's dropping to 150 or so population, and Vinchester's going to take close to 200 pop. As a matter of fact, he should be getting there very soon, and Hera just calls it GG. So Vinchester will take another game over here to catch up a little bit. That's going to leave us on a 10-9 score in favor of Hera still. But we'll take a look at the achievements before jumping into the next game of the day. We'll play a quick commercial though, 60 seconds for non-subs. And let me take a look at the achievements. Hopefully the next game's still on and we don't have to go through record the games again and we can catch up. But the KD is very good for Vinchester. Ended up getting a 5-to-4 KD ratio, very close to it, almost quite 5-to-4. For Hera, he did manage to collect a lot of extra resources, but the cost effectiveness of the trades were not the greatest by the looks of it, and Vinchester was able to significantly outlast him. We'll just go back and wait to see if the next game is going to be live still, or if we have to use record the games. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to refresh the spectator dashboard over here just to make sure. Twitch, why are you still showing me ads? Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not really sure. Sometimes it happens that it's still going to show ads to subs. But it shouldn't last for too long. I think it might be just for a little while after you sub. Anyway, for the next game of the series, I'm going to need to switch the score over here. There we are. Beautiful. Because we're fast, we catch up? No. We don't want to miss on too much of the action. Just 2x. We're just going to 2x the moments where we don't have too much action over here. Inflection's coming in. And absolutely, you can still see what's going on, right? If we just go full steam. That's very unintelligible, so to say. Regardless though, for the next game of the day, and I think this is the fourth game of the day. Yes, this is the fourth game of the day. We have Berbers for Hera and Vinchester's playing with Britons. Field Age is fairly uneventful as both players are going out to the Castle Age pretty quickly. They've gone for a few range units, but not too many, and Vinchester's making a play for a stable, whilst on the left hand side, doesn't seem that we have a stable at all for Hera, despite playing Berbers over here. So Britons will be the ones going for Knights, and Hera won't actually be going for Cavalry at all, so it's probably just thinking of going for Skirmishers, I would assume. Could potentially go for crossbows, and that's going to transition very nicely into camel archers potentially, but he's not collecting any stones, so what is the plan over here for Hera? No cavalry, no castles, no camel archers, right? Just extra TCs by the looks of it. Yeah, it's gonna go for the second and third TCs. Vinchester, on the other hand, he's got enough resources for only one extra TC. Actually, never mind, no, because they have a 50% discount on TCs for wood. He should have been able to go for 2 if he wanted to, but instead he's going for the upgrades. The crossbow upgrade, Balkan arrow upgrade, And no extra TCs to speak up at all.
Ready.
There we are.
Mandatum.
It's interesting to see the players getting wins back to back to back. It just goes to show how close they actually are from each other. Kind of makes me wonder as well, if we were to have a best of 55 or something, what the score would be, right? Because if you were to take a look at yesterday's score, at times, depending on the best of what the series was, it would have gone in favor of either player, right? Early on, it would have gone in favor of Vinchester. Later on, it would have gone in favor of Hera, and so on and so forth. Now, it seems like Vinchester will be able to catch up. Happy this isn't a one-sided show match? Oh, for sure. And Seedip, thank you so much for the resub. 11 months, man. 1 month away from a full year already. Damn, boy. Thank you so much for the support. It's very much appreciated, and I hope I can take that as a good sign, right? That you still find good value and entertainment on the stream. Almost a year after you first sub. So we are starting to get a little bit of action over here with a few villages going down from Hera and the Magnal over here. This could be really good. We are going to go back to 1x. And by the time we jump into the next game, I think we are going to be almost completely live. Especially if any of the players needs to take a small break before the next game begins. Good Magnal shot! There we go! Magnal does go down in the end. We still have the knights over here, but with the monks over here in place, these knights cannot really do too much, so Vinchester's gotta bail, and he will. Can't keep on putting too much pressure. At this point in time, both players are on 3 TCs each. Just a Vinchester is the one aggroing here, and Hera on the other hand, not so much at all.
Mandatum. Yay. Ready. Yay. Ready. Mandatum.
4 TC on the way now for Hera and Vinchester. Still on 3 TCs. He's been behind in work account for quite a bit, but he's the one putting most pressure. So we'll see if he can get any damage done with this. So far, Hera's managed to defend himself pretty well, and with the monks over here, those knights are kind of useless. And with the skirmishers over here, Vinchester's crossbows are always under threat.
Yay.
The conversion's coming up.
Mandatum.
There we go. You see the knight converted over there already. Beautiful. And there's nothing for Vinchester to do forward anymore. His army composition is just not strong enough for him to get any damage done. So he'll just try and make a play for the Imperial Age. He's been collecting the resources, and he'll be on his way up very soon. He's just missing a building. He's getting a market up right now as well, which he doesn't really need. I would certainly prefer for him to go for university, or he's got the university already. He's gone for ballistics. I'm not really sure where it is. Might be forward or on the left-hand side. Wait. Hold on. Vinchester, how does he have ballistics with only 1 building? I think he lost the university. I think he probably went for the university forward, and then he lost it perhaps. Yeah, because he was able to click up, and he's got just a siege workshop. But then he also had ballistics, right? So that's kind of weird. Regardless though, there we go. For full screeners, not only did C-Dev subscribe for 69 months, he also sent the toilet emote. That is not correct. That was 11 months. We are some ways off from anyone subscribing for 69 months. Denmark, who is the longest running subscriber in the channel, I think is close to 4 years, but not quite there yet, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there we go. Imperial Lich is gonna be here very soon. And Hera's going up to the Imperial Lich now, significantly later compared to Vinchester, but with a much stronger population. He's got 35 extra villagers. He's got right now 15 extra military units as well, so he's ahead by 50 population or so. Dog months, close enough? Oh yeah, I'll take that one. There he goes. Hera's gearing up to hit the Imperial Lich. He's going for extra archer ranges. And he's playing against Britons. This is going to be for skirmishers. It's pretty common. It's what we saw earlier today on Valhalla, actually, against Britons. The skirmisher play over here is going to be kind of necessary. But Vinchester, he's doing a good job. He's got some lombos over here. He's taking advantage of the extra range to take on the skirmishers. He's got a second castle coming up over here, which is going to double up his lombo production as well. Nice quick wall, so the castle's coming up still.
Ready. Yay.
Here we go. Third castle on the way now for Vinchester as well. You know, for how long he's been in the Imperial Age, he's not really had too much to show for it. No trebuchets. He's got Embracer for sure. And he's still kind of lacking chemistry though. He's going for a university now. So he already has ballistics, so that's quite clear that he had a university before and he lost it. Getting the university up now will allow him to go for chemistry, the one upgrade that he's still missing. For the lombos, and ideally he wants to go for elite lombo man as well. For the time being, these are just going to be standard. Chemistry's coming up for Hera instead. And he's not going for bracer just yet. Just full on skirmishes, some knights from Hera, while Vinchester just gonna try to make the play for lombos. And ideally he wants to add some Warwolf trebuchets as well, but it's kind of rough. Wait a moment though, how on earth did Hera get away with 2 outposts inside Vinchester? It seems like Vinchester just realized about this now. He's trying to get the outposts down. This is actually huge. Hera's getting vision of this. Wow. Well done. He knows everything that Vinchester's got. Absolutely everything. Cavalier coming in. Oh, converted villages. That makes sense. A lot of villager picks coming up over here from the Cavalier. 8 from the remaining ones. 9. Yeah, and he had already lost a few by the time we selected these also. Yeah, not the best position for Vinchester to find himself. He'll still 100 villagers. It's not like he's dead. 100 villagers still an alright, workable economy. But Hera's just looking so much stronger. He's getting close to 200 population, and I mean Vinchester on 140 or so. Still struggling to mass even a good amount of lombos. He's got a 4th castle coming up over here, but honestly, right now, he's kind of struggling to even keep all 3 castles queued up. Yeah, good unit control from Vinchester is just that it's going to take forever. And every loss that he takes over here is going to be so worth it for Hera, even if Hera ends up losing a lot of extra skirmishes over here. It's always going to be cost effective for him as long as he does not use gold. Yeah, and Vinchester once again struggles big time, man. He's going for the Elite Longbowman upgrade now. This is gonna be good. Elite Longbow, they already get 1 extra range compared to standard longbow. So if he gets Yeoman on top of that, that's going to be 2 additional range, and that's going to be a lot easier to micro around. Because Hera is going to have to catch up for a lot of extra distance before he's even able to target Vinchester's units. So there we go. The only downside to the extremely long range of the longbows is that ballistics doesn't really affect you too much. In the sense that your opponents get so much time between your shots and the actual impact that they can just switch directions, and then ballistics is kind of useless. 23 longbows over here. It's going after the knights, going after the hussar. Yeah, we still need a lot more units for Vinchester to be able to take on this game, and you know what? Hera's raids over here are relentless. They do not stop. A lot of extra hussar over here, taking more villagers down. And it doesn't matter how many villagers they are able to take down. It's always going to be so good as long as he's able to keep the economy out from Vinchester. So, despite red players' good defense, the raids from here are simply starting to overwhelm Vinchester. They're struggling to keep up with military production again, and I think game's pretty much over at this point with the bombard cannons and the hill advantage over here. Hera should be able to take the castle down, and that's just going to be the beginning of the end for Vinchester, as every castle going down from this point onwards is going to prevent Vinchester from getting to a good amount of longbows. And yeah, his economy over here is still definitely overshadowed by Hera's economy. Yeah, longbows are going down over there. Even if they are taking the bombard cannon down, yeah, that's still going to be a pretty cost-effective trade for Hera. So the GG's called. Hera takes the 4th game, I think, right? The series going up in score to 11 as well. And let's take a look at the dashboard to see the next game is already there. Just 2x. On Shoals, we might be able to fast forward a little bit further compared to the previous one, so hopefully we'll be able to catch up a little bit more. So the score is wrong again, because of course it is. Can't expect it to stay. Yeah. To have the players stay in the same position at the scoreboard. But yeah, there we go. A little bit of action at the center. Not too much though. No demolition rafts over here. No fire galleys. Just going to be standard galleys from both players. So the matchup is Huns for Vinchester, Bohemians for Hera. Bohemians can be extremely strong on this map. And Huns I would have liked a lot better before the latest patch, but now that they begin with the less wood start that they usually get, right, it's not quite as good. That can allow them to get a significant lead early on, but now it's not going to be the case. Now Hera has resources, he's missing the building, but he should be on his way to the castle, it's very soon. Meanwhile, Vinchester's got very close to enough resources to go up, and he's missing the buildings as well. So what is Hera going for? He's going for a market. Did they nerf Huns? Not directly, but they changed it so that Empire War games have civilizations be affected by their starting bonuses, such as no house in support, no house in need for Huns, but they do begin with 100 less wood rather. That was not the case before. Huns would begin with the same amount of resources as everyone else, and so would Chinese, and so would Aztecs, right? And now it got changed, so they do begin with less resources compared to other civilizations. Not too much action over here just yet. We're still trying to catch up. Once we get to the castle edge, things are going to change. We see the second and third DCs coming up for Hera. And Vinchester, on the other hand, is getting to the castle edge, and he's going for the war galley upgrade. Might end up losing some of the fishing ships over here, though. He's trying to block the galleys, but he cannot do it. So all the fishing ships are going down. Yes, sir. All of them are going down as well. So Vinchester and Hera are completely out of fishing ships. Although, with the war galley upgrade over here, Vinchester will be able to get water control and hold on to it. So he's starting to go for extra fishing ships himself. After getting the dock down over here, well, he won't be able to go for much of anything on water anymore. With the second TC coming up in the north, Vinchester will be collecting gold from the center, while down the south we'll see a third TC coming up for him. He's significantly later to those compared to Hera, but Hera's not really been able to get significantly ahead in villager count, especially because of fishing ships coming out for Vinchester will allow him to keep up with the worker count for the most part. So yeah. There we go. There's a very good pushback from Hera though. Managed to get a good amount of fire ships over here. And he ends up pushing Vinchester away. Vinchester will end up losing the fishing ships over here. That was really, really well played from Hera. And Vinch is going to start going for cavalry archers. Well, he's got 7 only. He's not going full steam. Obviously with 3 TCs he's unable to go for too many cavalry archers. Plus he's got only 2 archer ranges. In the end, he'll end up denying this TC though, which is great. And yeah, Hera on the other hand is going to end up getting full water control. So we're going to see fishing ships coming out for the blue player. And with the dock going down over here, Vinchester is now the one who cannot really go for any extra navy units anymore. From this point onwards, I think we can probably go back 1-to-1x, as we have caught up to when the action is going to start happening, and Vinchester's coming in with a cavalry archer so far, unable to do too much damage, and Hera's looking great. He's got fervor coming out right now. Because of Bohemians, this is going to affect villagers as well, so villagers will start moving a little bit faster. Sanctity is going to affect villagers as well, though he's not gone for it just yet. There we go. Yeah, and the pressure from Vinchester just doesn't seem to be strong enough for here. So far, game's looking pretty good for Hera. One of the things that I was talking about yesterday was the civilization choices from Vinchester. Because while he did manage to win several games back to back during the early stages of the show match, he ended up utilizing some of the strongest civilizations he had available. Which is unfortunate, because then he doesn't really have quite strong civilization for later stages in the game. While Hera right now is making use of Bohemians. He's looking pretty good. He's been able to win most of the games. And actually, it's not been most of the games, right? It's been the same for both. We'll still have a delta of 2 points over here for the players. But yeah, he's looking very strong for game number 5, and it seems like he might end up taking this one. We'll see. Cast is coming in from Vinchester. Here we go. Stables coming in for Vinchester now as well, and Hera will be on his way to the Imperial Age very soon. There's a lot that Bohemians will be able to go in the Imperial Age. Halberdier get 25% higher bonus damage for Bohemians. We get incredible monks as well. On top of that, we're going to have for Bohemians also some of the strongest siege in the game with Hovnica. So there's not going to be a shortage of options over here. In Vinchester's going out to the Imperial Age very, very shortly after. Hera clicked up himself as well, so he's not going to fall behind too much. Yeah, and the goal situation has been a little bit of an issue for Vinchester, and we noticed that also in one of the previous games. So eco balancing has been a little bit of an issue for Vinchester rather. Here we go. Yeah, fantastic. Castle coming down. For Vinchester, down the south is going to kind of provide protection here as well. It's not ideal. He definitely would want to have it a little bit further forward so that he would prevent Hera from getting here in the first place. But it's good. Here we are. Perfect. Imperial Age is here for Vinchester now. Plate Bard and armor's on the way. Hera's got Halberdier, he's got Bracer and Trebuchets on the way as well. And Vinchester is starting to make a play for Tarkans. This is very interesting. Tarkans will not be good against the Halberdier and the monks from Bohemians, of course. However, if he manages to get a good amount of units out, given that he's got stables, right? If he goes for Marauders and manages to get a good amount of units out, he might be able to overwhelm Hera's monks. And obviously, as long as he's got access to gold over here, he might actually be able to even outproduce Hera for Tarkans and be able to get a better engagement even against Halberdier. We'll see if he can keep on going for a few extra range units to fight from behind as well. For the time being, it's just melee units for Vinchester for the most part. He's not really producing any CA anymore, so the Halberdier are going to be extremely effective still. And here they come from Hera down the south. Should be able to clean this up, or at the very least push Vinchester back, and he will. Now that he's got a castle coming up over here, he'll be able to go for trebuchets. Meanwhile, up in the north, he already had 2 trebuchets. Although it seems that the castle's going down from Hera. Vinchester's looking so much stronger up in the north. The Tarkans are taking the trebuchet down. Yeah, and we still have some cavalry archers over here, which will provide some level of protection against the Halberdier, but it shouldn't be too significant, especially as Vinchester's not paying attention to the units. Yeah. He's getting Thumbring right now, which is kind of important. He's going for skirmishers, and ideally he wants to get ballistics as well. Skirmishers and Tarkans could also be really good. It's going to be akin to the Scout and Skirm play in the Field Age, which works really well against Spearmen, right? But it will be against the Halberdier this time around. However, for the time being, Vinchester doesn't really have a lot in terms of military at all. He really needs to ramp production up. And for that, he also needs a little bit of a stronger economy. He's getting there. Don't get me wrong, he's already on 120 villages, right? So if he gets like 15, 20 extra villages, he'll be able to finally start to get the production going that he needs right now. For the time being, he's trying to get the castle up. Trying to take on the bombard cannon. He got it. Boulder to the head with the bombard cannon, and now he can try and take on the trebuchet as well. We'll see. Castle is coming up. Yeah. But the trebuchet is going down though to Halberdier. However, you know what? This trebuchet is targeted by the castle. It's targetable by the castle. Just Vinchester's gotta realize. Vinchester! Take out the trip! He's going for it now. And the trip's losing a lot of HP. Let's see if Hera will realize about this or not. He's sending a villager to keep the trebuchet up, actually. This is so awkward. Down the south, there's a trebuchet coming out over here for Hera, and I guess Vinchester already knew about it, right? He already knew about the castle, but he's not going for anything himself. Once again, the big bottleneck for Vinchester is production. His economy and his infrastructure, they're not strong enough. Now his economy is getting in good shape, but his infrastructure is just not strong. It's not strong enough. He's going for cavalry archers, right? He's producing from 5 archer ranges, which is respectable. It's good. It's gonna be up against skirmishes. So he also wants a meat shield. He also wants a cavalry. He's going for cavalry as well, but isn't able to queue up too many. Doesn't really have too many stables to work with either. So this castle's crumbling from Vinchester. However, it did buy him a lot of time to keep on collecting resources from here. And still has 2 castles left. Kind of forward up in the north, so it's good. And down the south, well, Hera does end up getting the castle down from Vinchester and getting control of the south gold. This is really rough. If Vinchester was able to keep control of both the gold locations, Hera would be running out of gold very soon. As a matter of fact, back home he's got a single tile over here, which has only 200 gold. So if he was able to hold on to both his positions, Hera would be kind of out of the game already. Without gold access, Vinchester will dominate. But now that doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. As a matter of fact, Hera's going for a very strong push up in the north. He's got the bombard cannon. He's got a trebuchet as well. And the castle's losing more HP than it's being repaired for. Well played. It's looking good for Mr. Hera. Beautiful. Guess it's going down. Yes, sir. And that's another fortification. Well, actually, never mind. He managed to get the trebuchet down. That was very, very close, actually. So, Vinchester's holding up to the north, but then he's gonna start getting breached down the south. Hera's villager count, interestingly enough, is actually not very high. The raids over here from Vinchester have been working pretty well. If you take a look at the Zico KD, he did manage to get a bunch of villagers from Hera. But still, the blue player has so many more military units and the armor composition is just so much better. He can use the halberdier over here for a meat shield. He can use the skirmishers to take on the cavalry archers. And then down south, we are going to have the same situation going on alongside some bombard cannons taking the TCs down, right? So this is really rough. Vinchester is about to lose both these TCs. Without the TCs, those villagers are going to be completely exposed. With halberdier and skirmishers over here already at hand, Hera should be able to take care of the hussars, should be able to take care of cavalry archers with good unit control, and he's going to be able to start raiding around as well. Plus, he's getting barracks up in the front to start going for extra halberdier. And then up in the north, Vinchester is not really getting the push going over here against Hera too much, so the push down south is so much stronger for Hera compared to the push up north from Vinchester. Yes. Hey guys. Hi, welcome. Good defense though, mind you, from Vinchester. Is able to stabilize over here. And for the time being, it's going to be about 50-50 map control, right? Hera's got control down the south. He's going for 2 additional castles. And Vinchester's got control up in the north, and the castle's still up over here. He's managed to stabilize. Now he's got into Cavalier. Hera, on the other hand, has got into Cavalier himself. I'm pretty sure it's just not gone for it. Good snipes. He's taking on the bombard cannons. That was so close. He almost gets the second one over here. He didn't really lose too many cavalry archers, so it's not bad at all for him. What else do we have from Mr. Vinchester? He's gonna try and roam around. He cannot really find an opening over here, unfortunately for him, so he'll need to go through the castle, like it or not, if he wants to get the raids going over here. But I do appreciate the fact that he was trying to fish for it. There you are. Yeah, game stabilizes, and Vinchester gets to 200 population. 146 villagers. 51 military. The game was looking so much better for Hera, though. Now Vinchester has been able to surpass the blue player in population. You know what? Heavy cavalry archers coming up. He's got iron casting coming in as well in the mix. There we go. Well done. Well done. Vnita's coming in now for Hera as well. From this point onwards, Hera should be in a pretty decent spot. His army composition is going to be pretty strong, with Halberdier dealing 25% additional bonus damage compared to standard. He should have what he needs against Cavalier and even against Paladin. We have the Paladin upper coming in for Vinchester right now. Once again, the one thing that Vinchester does have going for him though is population effect or efficiency rather, with the units that he's got. So once he gets Paladin, if he takes an engagement over here and he's left on more units than Hera, it doesn't matter if Hera's units are more cost effective as long as Vinchester is able to stay to 200 population. We see the siege drum upgrade coming out right now for Vinchester, and that is huge. There we go. Here comes the engagement. This is what I'm talking about. He's gotta get a good trade over here. So he's going back to try and bait those halberdier into the cavalry archers, and he's doing a good job. Now he should be able to clean everything out. So the skirmishes are going down, the halberdier are going down, which means the hoplite are gonna be completely exposed. Isn't Bohemians a better civilization on paper? On paper, it is. But the army composition that Vinchester's gotten over here is pretty hard to deal with, so long as both players are stuck in 200 population, because Hera, like, what can he go for? He's gonna go for the same cavalry. He does not have as good archery as well. I guess technically he does get pretty decent archery, but against balance over here, C-Tramp's not really going to be what he wants to go for. Instead, you're probably expecting them to go for something like Halberdier and Hupnitsa. But once again, because Vinchester's unit control over here is pretty good, as long as he's able to take care of these Halberdier, and he's able to stick to 200 population, he's going to have the most efficient units, even if they are not the most cost-efficient units. So Hera's got the better counter over here, so to say, but Vinchester, he's just going for a... This is just a power play from Vinchester. Basically, he doesn't really care about how expensive his losses are. As long as he's in 200 population, he's just going to keep on basically barreling through Hera's defenses, right? So we have the Trebuchet, the C-Tramp coming over. He's going to try and target the castle. There we are. Trebuchet is deploying. The Rams are coming in. Beautiful. Yes, sir. He's coming in right away with the Rams. He's going to soak a lot of damage. Oh, he's going after the barracks, actually. I thought he was going around to try and target the castle. Well, he's got a second trebuchet over here, so that's good. Another big engagement taking place over here. Once again, very, very important for Vinchester to take on the Halberdier over here with the cavalry archer so that his paladins do not take quite as much damage. And he's done a good job. He's selling a lot of food in order to get some extra gold and queue the units up. He's got more Rams coming in. He's got a third trebuchet moving on. And he's getting past the defense line from Hera. He's getting straight to the castle. This was really good though. Hera doesn't end up getting the trebuchet over there. However, Vinchester still coming straight through, straight into his economy already, and Hera's starting to crumble a little bit. He doesn't really have any defenses over here, not enough defense anyway. He's trying to go for some barracks to get some halberdier up over here in the defensive castle as well, but I'm not really sure this is coming up at all. Well, with the halberdier, he'll be able to take care of the paladin, right? But once the castle crumbles over here, it shouldn't take too long for Vinchester to come in with the trebuchets and go after this castle next. So once again, it's all about Vinchester's ability to sustain military production. As long as he's got extra gold over here, and let's see how much he's got left. He's got 9,000, right? So as long as he's got access to gold over here and he's able to sustain his production of paladin and cavalry archers, it's going to be extremely hard for Hera to keep on holding on against. There we go. Choices are coming in right against the next castle. Down south. Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage over here as well. A bunch of villagers going down. Down to 105 villager count. How fitting. It certainly started to look like 105 for Hera for sure. And Vinchester's play over here was absolutely fantastic. This is not something that I would have been able to predict at all. I would be expecting Bohemians to do significantly better than Huns, but in the end, Hera does call the GG. This goes in favor of Vinchester then, and that's going to bring the score up for Vinchester to 10. So only 1 point behind Mr. Hera, which is absolutely remarkable. We'll jump back right away. And hopefully we'll be able to jump into the next game without any issues. I will. And there we are. Once again, we are just going to go 2x until we have some action over here. And because the game only started about 6 minutes ago or so, there is not too much for us to catch up to. And given the time it takes for players to, you know, set up the lobbies and start the games, we'll be able to jump into the next game basically live. If we are not jumping into it basically live, we're gonna be able to catch up to live gameplay for sure. So it took some time, but we're getting there. What do we get at the very beginning? We're gonna see Vinchester. Okay, going for water. It's the same for Hera. This is just a no-brainer. And at the center, we're gonna have a little bit of pressure over here from Hera coming forward. There we go. Ah, yeah, the scoreboard is incorrect. Sorry. Once again, the players just keep on changing positions. It almost seems as if it's on purpose. There we are. Only one game of difference though. There we go. Yeah, good defense for Mr. Vinchester. There isn't really too much action yet, so I guess we can still just try to 2x. I do like Vinchester's villager going down the south over here, forward through the bull's skull. So he could potentially go for some walls over here, connect the ears to the jaw or the face, I'm not really sure what to call it. The cheek. But he's also going for a archer range actually, so... Yeah, I could try and put some pressure, I guess. He's got an archer coming up. Yeah, if he can push Hera away from here, that's ideal. Ideally, he would also want to go for some stone walls over here to try and prevent Hera from chopping through, right? And he's got the villager. He's sending the villager forward right now. Still not too much action, just a random skirmisher over here targeting a house, and then over here skirmisher is defending against an archer who's not really doing too much. And there we go. As the archer pushes the villagers away, and the villager comes over to get the stone walls up over here, Vinchester should be able to prevent Hera from chopping through to the center. Castle is gonna be here very, very soon though, so now we can go back to 1x. We're in an even series, so let's hope the Vinchester wins again. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, Hera can potentially win up to 5 more games, right? And as long as he doesn't win the 7th, or the 6th game rather, Vinchester is always going to have a chance of coming back, so... We could see Hera win this one, then Vinchester win like 2, 3 in a row. We have seen players just trade blows like that quite a bit. But it is very close. It is very close. There we are. Chain bar and armor is coming in. Beautiful. This push from Hera is coming in very strong. A Hoang-esque kind of push with the Knights in siege. We are just missing maybe some monks and pikes over here, but honestly, this is already looking so strong. And Vinchester, to be fair, he's got a decent amount of workers because of the second TC over here. He won't be falling behind too much as long as he doesn't take too many villager losses over here, but he's taking a lot of damage. And that's a bunch of villagers going down, allowing Hera to get ahead in villager count by about 6 right now. And Vinchester does not even have defensive units over here. Hera is putting so much pressure, he completely ignored the center. And Vinchester spent so much time, so many resources just trying, yeah, to make the center work. Or actually going for the center and preventing Hera from getting to it, right? With the second TC over here, yeah. That's extra resources Vinchester spent into trying to get control of the center, and now that's going to prevent him from getting enough defensive units out to defend against the push from Hera. So this is he's going down for sure. It doesn't seem like Hera is going to struggle too much to go after the second TC himself. Yeah, he shouldn't. It's a great snipe as well. And we're back for one moment and witness Hera being honked. Well, he is hoanging Vinchester right now. To be fair, Vinchester is not able to put a stop to the push here. So most likely he's losing the TC. Yeah, there we go. Wait a moment though. That's a good defense for Vinchester. No way! He's stabilized over here. Not only he's stabilized, but he's also caught up. Check this out. Same worker count. Once again, the second TC certainly coming in clutch for Vinchester over here. Wouldn't have been possible if it weren't because of it. And he's got 12 military units, so it's only 3 fewer military units compared to Hera, but it's going to be enough for him to defend himself. He's got pikemen, right? So against the knights it's going to work. We are talking about, you know, Celtic knights over here, which are not the best. There we go. They cancel each other out by the opponent being killed. Yeah. There's a great attack round against the knights. Here come the pikemen. Man shouldn't have going down over there for sure though. Beautiful. Having the north seems important also. Yeah, you're going to have a lot of extra resources for free over here, namely food, right? The only place you're going to be able to collect extra gold from after you run out of your resources, your starting resource. So after Hera runs out of gold over here, which he's got 2,500 left up, he needs to go for the center. That's where we are going to find the extra gold, but this is a lot of extra food for free. Kind of similar to what we had in the corners as well, on the left and right hand side corners, with a lot of deep fish available over here, which players have already gone through. I keep expecting the music to say away to hear some Might and Magic 3. There we go, another push coming in from Hera. Vinchester's gotta be careful. One big attack round over there and his entire defense crumbles. So he's going after the knights right now, trying to keep the magnet alive, but he's gotta be careful once again. Big attack rounds over there from Hera. And Vinchester, well, Vinchester's got 2 additional magnets over here that he's gonna have to be careful about, because if he loses the magnet and the pikeman over here, then the knights will be in a position to take on the magnets right before Vinchester's able to do too much damage. For the time being, it's going to be 1-for-1. Vinchester's coming in. He's trying to get the magnets down over there. He's gone for the 30C also, by the way. And the knights are coming over there. Good defense for Vinchester. This is so tense. Vinchester's got the defenses that he needs to hold on against. It's just that Hera, with this fantastic unit control over here, is always going to be threatening, taking the units down from Vinchester, right? Like, Vinchester can 100% lose these units to some good magnet shots from Hera. There we go. You see now the TC going down. That's a lot of knights to take on the pikeman over here. Plus 5 freaking magnets taking the pikeman down with absolutely no issues. Vinchester has gone from holding to absolutely crumbling in the span of 30 seconds. He's getting his own castle up over here to try and defend both these TCs. And I guess as long as he's able to hold on to this part of his economy, that's most of what he needs, right? He's got stone, he's got gold, he's got farms coming out, so he's going to have his food, and he's got a lot of wood. Yeah, plus with the defensive castle over here, it makes it very hard for Hera to keep the push going. However, there's a lot of extra resources once again that Vinchester had to spend into the TC, the farms, and the extra villagers. So far, he's lost 15 villagers, and he's behind by only 10, so he did go for a bunch of extra villages compared to Hera. If we take a look also at the resources, because Hera has not been investing so many extra resources into extra economy and just into military over here, he's got a stronger economy and he'll be able to go up to the Imperial Age faster, and this is huge because once he gets there, Once he clicks up, he can make a heavy transition to stone, and once he gets enough to go for a castle, he'll be able to go for trebuchets and take this down. So as it's usually the case, you spot the castle, you want to get to the Imperial Age, right? So it's going to be a race to it, and Hera is on an incredible head start to the Imperial Age, going up significantly faster. There we go, he's got the buildings and the resources, so off to the Imperial Age he goes. Vinchester, on the other hand, does not have anywhere near enough resources to go up, and he'll just be trying to catch up in economy once again. He's got another TC coming up down the south. Good raid, by the way, from here on the right-hand side. Ends up taking the villagers down. He has no access to stone, though. Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. He's been unable to come to the center. He could. This is open on the left, so he could just send villagers, but he would need some protection, and yeah, in the end, he's just going to end up buying the stone. He's just buying everything. He's just tanking his economy in order to get a castle up. Yeah. It's not going to come in cheap. That's for sure. But yeah, you know, he's got enough already to buy what he needs. That was actually a pretty decent trade for Vinchester, I would say. Yeah, the pikemen went down for sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like 10 pikemen, but that's also a lot of knights down. So I'm taking that trade for sure. Did that answer your question? Castle's coming in, and yeah, Hera's getting this up already. Meanwhile, Vinchester's getting a second castle up at the center. He doesn't have the resource to go up to the Imperial. It's gonna be pretty rough. Here's looking good though. 129 to 85 population. Beautiful, was to the castle. It should be crumbling very soon, right? We have the first threat coming out. Remember the kills get 25% faster attacking siege. So one trap over here is going to deal so much damage. It's going to take the castle significantly faster, and it's not just the one trap, he's going for the second one as well. 2 trebuchets will deal as much damage as 2.5 trebuchets from Celts. I'm genuinely worried that Hera might spec Paladin just to flex. Well, it's going for Cavalier. Paladin's going to be significantly pricier though. It's not something he'll be able to go for right away. But yeah, let's see. Nice reaction from Vinchester over here as well, preventing Hera from coming through the center once again. You know, this map kind of reminds me of Fractal a little bit, in the sense that not only it's fixed generation, but also in the sense that we have different regions within the same map, so a player can take advantage of one region and be completely uncontested from the other player until they're able to chop through, because they are divided by the wood. Regardless though, the castle crumbles over here from Vinchester. It really hurts as he was going for World Raiders. He's going to try and go for yet another castle over here, and yeah, Hera's gonna keep on going for more Cavaliers. There's nothing in the castle age that Vinchester will be able to go for that's going to put a stop to the Cavalier, not even pikemen, of course. Hera's position is pretty good. And you know what? I wouldn't be against Hera actually going for Paladin, because it's going to be even stronger, and as long as Vinchester is kind of stuck in the castle age, there isn't really much that he will be able to go for at all to counter Paladin whatsoever, you know? Not Wood Raiders, no Lone Swords, pikemen. Monks, of course, would be a potential choice, but given the amount of units we already have for Hera, it's looking pretty good for the blue player. I do like his low systematic push as well. He's doing a really good job. spikes couldn't counter even Kale Paladin in AOK, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Here, let's finally get into the center, by the way. Well done. There we are. Doesn't seem like Vinchester can really do much of anything. Still just going for World Raiders, and the production potential is simply not there. You take a look at Hera. He's producing monsters right now from 6 barracks, while Vinchester is producing World Raiders from up to 2 castles. Right now, it's not even 2 castle production for him. He's getting close, yeah. He's got the resources. We're gonna see the Paladin upgrade coming in for Hera. He's waiting. Yeah, doesn't need to go for it. Vinchester calls GG right there. So Hera takes the next game, or the current game, right? And that's going to bring the score up to 12 to 10 in favor of Hera. And Vinchester score is, of course, once again within 2 games from Hera. It's not bad. Let's go through the achievements really quickly and then jump into the next game of the set for sure. What do you have? For military, it's looking pretty good for Hera. He does end up getting a better than 3 to 2 KD ratio, as well as a stronger economy by a lot. About 17,000 extra resources. 17,051 extra resources for Hera, actually. Yeah, there we go. Hey, BB. Even nowadays, Capel and I completely fine versus Halberdier. Basically the same as Burgundian Paladin, but they are significantly worse versus ranged units. Right. So there is potential for up to 11 extra games still. Oh, just maintenance? Okay, okay. Hey, the players are staying in the correct spot for a change. Nice. Regardless though, we are completely caught up, aren't we? We are not. But, okay, yeah, there we go. We are completely caught up now. Nice. For sure, especially Franks, because they still had plus 20% HP, even the Bloodlines was only introduced in AOC. Right! Yeah. Yeah. Not too much action coming in just yet. We can take a look at the civilizations though. Hero's playing with Mongols and Vinchester's playing with the Vietnamese. Alright, let's take a look. Vinchester's gonna try and Hera snipe a villager. Might actually be able to get away with it though. He's gotta block the villager over here. However, we see a few extra villagers coming in from Hera to defend the weak one, and that's going to be successful. Meanwhile, there is nothing coming in from Hera on the other side to put pressure with. He's got just skirmishers coming out and spearmen, right? There might be a villager going down over here from Hera. We'll see. Vinchester's gonna try to go after the villager. He's going to commit to this one. Not quite, as the scouts coming over the villager and the spearmen are following suit as well. Vinchester's just going to walk away from there. Good job from Hera to leave the scout over here as well. Otherwise, the villager would eventually get picked up by Vinchester. Players at this level are not going to just let the weak villagers be there. They are just going to eventually come back and catch it. Now, the scout's gone from Hera, so Vinchester could go after the villager if he wanted to, but he's just trying to fish for weak villagers again. There aren't really any weak villagers over here, right? Yeah, not much to speak of. So definitely would have liked for him to go around and try to find the villagers still, but he can't do much of anything. And with the walls coming up over here, Hera will be completely closed off, as he's already gotten the walls up down the south. Yes. And Vinchester would just try to get the villagers down over there. Archer's coming in now for Vinch. That was so close though, the spearman. Oh, it got the hit. It got the hit. There we go. The gate's going down, and the house foundations over here are not particularly high HP. However, the skirmishers from Hera are buying him time. This is an incredible dance between Hera's defense and Vinchester's offense over here. The fact that he's coming in with the scouts is fantastic, but then he does decide to go back over here because he felt it was too risky to just stick in. Honestly, I feel if he just came in, he would have been able to find a villager or two for sure. There are some weak villagers over here, like around the berries, and then there's the one over here on the wood line that he pulled from getting the walls up, right? I think he would have been able to find a villager or two, but he definitely would have lost everything that he went in with. So it also makes sense for him to just be a little bit more cautious and stay out with the units. Yeah, it doesn't work here. We have a different set of BTTV emotes on the channel. Bloodline's coming in for Vinchester. As the castle age is coming up faster for him as well. Hera's going up to the castle age a little bit later. He did go already for a defensive tower, and he's not collecting. Okay, now he's gonna start collecting some stone. Where from? Okay, from the left hand side. It's gonna be good, and eventually will allow him to go for extra TCs. Idea. Oh, it's open! No way! Oh boy! That's a villager going down, alright! And that was a weak villager, by the way, from Hera, so Vinchester. How did this open? It was open the whole time! Dude, that is so rough for Hera! Oh boy! Oh, it's a hole indeed. The quick wall is coming up over here for Hera as well, but it's not going to work actually, and that's another villager going down. Well done. Vinchester is getting some good damage over here. So one thing is coming in and something else is finding villagers actually. So this is actually pretty decent. There's a weak villager over here as well. If Vinchester pays attention, might be able to snipe it. Even if we have some archers over here. That would be worth it. In my opinion, losing all those scouts for 3 villager kills, I think that's good. Especially as Vinchester's gotten a head start to the castle age and he's got the 2nd and 3rd DCs coming up right away. He'll be able to get ahead in villager count significantly. So he could have gone for the weak villager and he would have gotten away with it, but he would have lost the scouts. Instead, he tries to maximize the value of the scouts by going for extra villages elsewhere, and he's going to find another one over here, potentially even another one, as the woman is also kind of weak. So he's going after the villager. The woman was trying to body block over there, but that's another villager going down, and yes sir, 2 additional vills down to the scouts, and Vinchester's just played an incredible game so far. From the decision making of sticking outside the walls and not taking the risk of coming in with all the scouts for the potential of 1 or 2 villages at most, he's been able to keep the scouts alive for significantly longer than I thought he was going to. And he's been able to get more villages actually. He's been able to get 4 villager picks already. Back home, he's defended himself successfully, as Hera was forced into bringing the skirmishers back. And he's got the 3rd TC already up, the 2nd TC already up, in the defensive siege workshop as well. So from this point onwards, Vinchester's looking good. In this particular matchup, one thing that Vietnamese could potentially struggle against in the later stages of the game is a very strong siege that Mongols get access to. Obviously, Mangala is going to be pretty strong as well, but, you know, Rattan archers can be absolutely deadly against any ranged units. If Vinchester was ever able to go for castles, which he seems to be thinking now, given that he's going for stone. If he's able to start going for castles, if he starts pumping in a few Rattan archers, and honestly even standard archers into Arbalesters would scale pretty well because of the extra HP that they get for their bonus. They'll be very strong even against Manglai. So siege could be a problem for the Vietnamese player from the Mongols. To be fair, they do get bombard cannons, so they are going to have also some pieces in place to potentially counter that, but it's always going to be dependent on the actual decision making of the players, of course. And I'm pretty curious as to what we'll get. Chakras has been changed in one of the latest patches. Actually, I think it might have been last year's final patch or something. Chakras been changed so that the elephants get extra HP compared to before. I think it used to be 50 HP and now I think it's gone up to 70 or so. Let me take a look. 100 extra HP, right? But I still have not seen Vietnamese players make a play for elephants at all. Alright, ballistics coming in now for Vinchester. Horse collars coming in for Hera. Boy, he's in 3 TCs already. 21 farms. It's fine though. Vinchester is already on heavy plow. He's going for handcart already. This is really good. Vinchester's economy is so much stronger compared to Hera's. Hasn't really been able to get ahead in villager count by too much, as Hera's only 5 villagers behind, but handcart's going to be worth about 2 villagers, a little bit more than 2 villagers TC working time, so it's gonna be alright. For Mr. Vinchester is just making a play for the rat and archers. Very soon he's gonna have enough stone to go for the castle. Fantastic, now with ballistics he can take care of Hera's units. Yeah, wow. It's actually, look at this. I think there's actually a lot of respect from Vinchester to try and close the gap despite being the only player with ballistics. Because he respects Hera's ability to micro units despite the fact that he doesn't have the upgrade, right? Well, that's pretty good. Doesn't that clean that up, and now he's getting very close to having enough resources to go up to the Imperial Age. So what we will see, Vinchester will be on his way to the Imperial Age, plus he's gonna have a castle on the way. Which means once he gets up, he'll be able to go for trebuchets, and the castle's coming up forward, right? In front of the siege workshop, so he'll be able to go for a trebuchet right away, and it's gonna be great. Here we go. Perfect. Cats comes up. Oh, we have some crosses still left for Hera. Might be able to find some villager picks over here. Yeah. That's whatever. 2 villagers, right? Vinchester will fall behind a little bit further, but he was ahead in villager count for quite a while, so I imagine the gather economy 10 is still higher for Vinchester currently. It is, by about 20 minutes, and it's not bad. Once he gets to the Imperial Age, he's gonna start putting pressure over here, and he won't have to worry about defending too much, I think. Hera, he's waiting for the castle, and then he'll be on his way to the Imperial Age, while Vinchester, well boy, it's gonna be there in 1 minute. He's got an over 2-minute head start to the Imperial Age compared to Hera, which is massive. At this level, we'll see 2 trebuchets coming out over here, easy, from Vinchester, and Hera's gonna struggle big time. There we go. And now the castle coming up for Vinchester. So rat and archers, this is what I wanted to see. Glad that we have it. Yep. Insta GG from Hera. Nope. Take your filthy Rathan archers away from here. That's going to, yeah, put Vinchester 1 game away from Hera. And this is, once again, an extremely close series so far. Close to 7-4 kill ratio for Vinchester. We see for economy, a stronger economy for Vinchester as well by well over 2,000 extra resources, as well as a, yeah, you know, the village account was a little bit higher for Hera towards the end of the game, but this is because of Vinchester going out to the Imperial Age. Very soon, I'm pretty sure Hera was going to start losing a bunch of villas himself too. So, or not too rather, but he was going to start losing a bunch of villages himself. So, we'll just wait for the next one. And welcome you guys, everyone, to the next game of the series. So far, 12-11 in favor of Hera. Vinchester behind by 1 point. Yeah, and the players are in the correct position for a change as well. Wow, 2 games in a row. It's gotta be my lucky day. Hey, Fluffy Bunny. Ah, you're so sweet. All the amount. Love it. Welcome. How are you doing? I hope you're doing alright. I'm doing pretty well myself. Today we started 13 GMT. We had the first Valhalla main event series as well. And now we are catching up to the second half of Hera versus Vinchester. I'm doing well. Yes, I'm doing well. Thank you for your kind words. Good defense for Hera so far. For civilizations, Hera's playing with Chinese. Vinchester is playing with Aztecs. I am liking, you know, the Chinese over here. I think it's one of the better civilizations against Aztecs, but I think I'm liking Aztecs a little bit better. We'll see. We'll see, in all honesty. We already saw this matchup before. Actually, during that series that I mentioned. And yeah, it's always very interesting to see. Or tower coming in for Vinchester. He's putting a lot of pressure. He's gonna try to break through over here, just trying to prevent Hera from getting a decent economy. You know what's good versus Aztecs? Hand cannons. You know what's fine? Chinese do not get gunpowder, which is so messed up. Yeah, go figure. They got block printing because of historical accuracy, and we still don't have gunpowder for them. I mean, they do get chemistry. Maybe they could have a fireworks technology added to them. But yeah. Well, they have rocketry, right? Nice push. Yeah, this is pretty good. Vinchester is keeping Hera on his toes. Hera will still be able to go up to the castle edge very soon though. This is not really achieving too much. Beyond just pushing the villagers away from gold, it's not achieving much of anything else. Wait a moment, that's actually a very big deal though. Hold on, Hera does not have access to gold anymore. That is the only gold that he had kind of inside the walls, and then this one is going to be outside. Actually, that is huge. That is really good from Vinchester. Never mind. Yeah, and Vinchester will be going out to the castle edge himself as well. Hera was forced into using the market, but both players will go up at about the same time. Yeah, never mind. This is a fantastic tower, actually. Vinchester is collecting stone still. With 4 villagers, I kind of wonder if this is going to be for... Where are the stone miners? Is he sending these villagers to mine stone? Yeah, okay, that's it. This kind of makes me wonder if he's gonna make a play for a castle, or if he's just gonna try to get extra TCs up. Because Aztecs, they already get a strong economy as is. from the get-go because of their villagers' ability of carrying 3 extra resources per trip. But going for extra economy over here will allow them to catch up to the Chinese, who do begin with extra villagers. At the very least in villager count. Otherwise, Hera, yeah, might be able to start pulling ahead in economy. We'll see. Hera doesn't seem to be particularly interested in going for extra TCs though. He sold the stone in order to go up, so yeah, it seems like it's going to be full pressure from Hera. This is very interesting. You know, Vinchester should be able to defend himself just fine if he wanted to go for extra TCs by getting pikemen out, but most importantly by getting monks out. It's just that I don't think he knows about the stables, does he? Let me take a look at the tower's point of view. He knows about both stables. Yes, sir. With scale bar and armor coming out, we know it's not a bluff. And we'll actually get units coming out from Hera. So Vinchester, he's going for Eagle Scouts. He's got 2 barracks. Where's the second one? It's 4, right? Yes. Alright. That's pretty interesting. Yeah. And the monastery is coming in right away. As Vinchester is going to try to prep up the defenses against the possibility of night push. Squire's coming in. He doesn't have the Eagle Warrior upgrade. He's got scale mill armor, so that's going to help out a little bit. But yeah, he's got to get the Eagle Warrior upgrade eventually as well. Yeah, there we go. He's going for it. That's good. There we go. Hera's coming in, trying to find the villager over here. Might be able to get it. Ah, that is so close. The tower over here is actually doing a lot of damage. Vinchester's just gotta pull this villager away though to make sure that he doesn't lose it. Now that we have knights coming out over here, yeah, I just gotta be careful. One hit over there is going to get the villager down, I think. Yeah, I can just send one of the full HP villagers over to the wood, and there is too much happening right now, so I understand him not being able to take care of everything, but that's going to result probably in a few villages going down in the future. That is 3 going down right now though to the archers, and now the knights are getting a villager down over there. This economy from Vinchester is a little bit messy, with only 1 woodline left for him to work with. There's not too much left for him to work. Yeah. Afterwards, he's gonna have to go for a different woodline. He did manage to get a second TC in front though. He's going for the 3rd TC, so this one is going to provide protection and he's going to provide access to a different woodline. It's good. Vinchester might have fallen behind. He might have lost 6 villagers so far. He's got a little bit of extra TC time and he's behind by 5 villagers currently. But with the extra TCs, he'll be able to catch up in a snap. Well, here on the other hand, he's going for the second TC only now, but guess what? The converted knights coming over and getting villagers down. This is so much damage from a single unit. It's completely unreasonable. Yeah, and you know what? As long as Vinchester pays attention, he should be able to find the villagers once again, but he's not. So yeah, he'll end up getting cleaned up. Yeah, that's alright. Okay, yeah, he's trying to find the villagers, but he won't be able to find anything. Good amount of Eagle Warriors over here for Vinchester. And for the most part, it's going to be a defensive unit type for him, as he's just going for economy. Once he gets to a good amount of resources, to a strong enough economy to potentially make a play for full Eagle production, and he's able to go for like triple, quadruple barrack Eagle production, that's gonna be so good. For Mr. Vinchester. Yeah. He's running out of wood over here, going for a bunch of houses, and here come the knights from Hera. Here come the monks from Vinchester, trying to get the conversions, and Hera's playing with fire here. He's really pushing it. He's got 5 knights. 3 of these can get converted by the monks. And yeah, he was just trying to stretch the conversions over there. as much as possible while still trying to target villages, right? So this is kind of rough. He's going after the lumberjacks over here once again. Trying to get one down, won't be able to do it. Vinchester's got the Eagle Warriors over here, so he's going after the Knights. He's going for the conversions right now, not quite. He's going to go for it right now, though. Yeah, and with the archers, he can take care of the light cavalry. He does end up getting a conversion over there, plus 2 Knights going down, so Vinchester does end up getting a pretty decent trade over there. Hera was playing with fire, he got burned. Does have the 30C coming up right now, though, and he hasn't really fallen behind the villager count too much. So it's not too bad. There we are. Counter-attack? That could be really good. Given the amount of Eagle Warriors that he's got, that'd be fantastic. The only problem is that he's using the Eagle Warriors to defend himself against Scoutland units, which the monks won't be able to do anything against, of course. And the monks are only good against knights, so he kind of needs those in the back, or at the very least until he's able to get a good amount of pikemen to stay home and play defensive, then he won't be able to send the Eagle Warriors forward. The problem is that Hera's really spreading the units out, doing a really good job keeping the pressure up, and Vinchester cannot really be everywhere at once, so Hera does end up getting a bunch of villager kills over there. In the end, it's going to be 13-3 KV favoring Hera, and the actual villager count is actually favoring Hera as well at 70-69. Nice. 40C on the way now for Vinchester. We'll see if he's able to make it work, actually. Even 3TCC kind of struggled to keep working. There we go. Wait. Yeah, so far, Hera is looking much stronger. Oh boy. Vinchester is struggling to close the gap over here. You know, Hera might be able to just take this one and make it a 2-game lead once again. We'll see. It's time to save a good amount of resources. Should be able to go out to the Imperial sometime soon. While Vinchester, he's got so much gold. So much. He's going only now going for chain mail armor. But he's got it. He's got so much gold, he should be able to produce eagles for days. However, he doesn't really have the strongest production potential right now with only 2 barracks to work with. It's not the greatest. Actually, he does have more than 2. Doesn't he have 3? Oh, he lost the one that he had forward. Okay, so he's going for the 3rd one right now. You know, he's getting very close to having enough resources to go up. If he can get a university or a siege workshop, or potentially even a castle, as he's getting so close to having enough to go for a castle, he can utilize the market to balance his economy and go up to the Imperial Age. Hera, on the other hand, he was looking very strong for resources, but now he's giving up a few extra units, so not looking that strong anymore. The villager count is very similar between both players, and Vinchester, incredibly enough, is actually going to be the first player going up to the Imperial Age, it seems to me. He's got a more gallery economy time, despite not being on quite as many villagers. And this just goes to show how strong the Aztec economy is, really, as he's been behind the villager count for the most part in the game. He's going for a defensive castle over here, trying to go for it though, and there's a lot of knights coming over. That is a huge push coming in from Hera. Knights, light cavalry over here, going after the monks, going after the Eagle Warriors over here, even with chain mail armor. The Eagle Warriors are not going to be enough against knights, so he gets pushed out, and you know what? With the amount of knights that we have left from Hera, plus the scouts over here, doesn't seem like Vinchester's defenses will survive. And that is a lot of raiding potential over here from Hera. 37 military units, and he's just completely cleaning up every defensive unit that Vinchester's got to work with. As Vinchester calls a GG, Hera takes the next game, and this is going to bring his score up to 13. 13-11. Hera's still up by 2. And we'll see what we get, of course. But we'll take a look at the achievements before jumping into the next one, or before waiting for the next one. Very nice KD for Hera. He ends up getting a very close to 5-2 KD ratio. Conversions, of course, are not going to go into the calculation, but still, it was not too many units converted. Vinchester managed to get only 3 additional units converted compared to Hera. For economy, a stronger economy for Hera. We have a higher worker count for Hera towards the end of the game, and higher maximum villager count as well. So well done. Let's just go 2x and welcome you guys, everyone, to the next game of the series. So far, 13-11, favoring Vinchester. Perfect. Anyway, we have a little bit of pressure coming in from Hera. I was just checking with the chat, trying to catch up. We have a little bit of pressure coming in from Hera. He's come for the stable right away. Meanwhile, Vinchester is going for the second stable right now. Wow. And Bulgarians and Slavs for Vinchester and Hera respectively. Interesting. So far, so good. Both players have been going for scouts, and I'm gonna take a look to see if Hera's got a second stable himself. He does not have a second stable, so this could be really, really good for Vinchester. Perfect. This could be really good for Vinchester. After he is able to take care of the offensive units from Hera, he'll be able to go forward and start getting some good damage done himself. However, so far, it's gone in favor of Hera. He's gotten 4-0 KD, and he's gotten the only villager pick so far in the game. As Vinchester's got the defender's advantage over here, he's going to try to clean up the units, and he'll be able to, for the most part. Only 2 scouts left over there for Hera, low HP, so that he does end up bailing. As Vinchester brings a few villagers into the mix as well to fight the Spearman off. Could potentially go for his own Spearman. He's going for the first one right now, but it's gonna take a while for it to come out. And there we go, the Spearmen are going down. So now Vinchester, he's got 2 Spearmen, he's got 6 scouts in double stables to work with. Could potentially go for and try to put pressure against Hera, who has just now added the second stable, so Hera's not falling behind over here, just trying to keep up. Scale bar than armor is coming in now for Hera as well. Nice. Defense towers over there, providing great defense for Mr. Vinchester. Meanwhile, he's got his own scouts going forward. And Hera just ran out of wood over here, so he's collecting from the left-hand side still. He ended up moving away from the gold as well. He's not thinking of going out to the castle age, and yeah, anytime soon. He doesn't really have the resources for it. Vinchester, on the other hand, he is still collecting gold though, but he's not really going for anything that's going to make use of it. Yeah, not too much damage over here from Vinchester at all. There's a lot of economy still exposed in front for Hera, and Vinchester could go there. There's only 1 Spearman for Hera to defend himself, and 3 scouts, mind you. But the numbers are much higher for Vinchester. If he places cards right over here and takes the engagement with a higher HP units, he should be able to clean that up. But Hera is... yeah, Hera's not interested in taking the engagement, of course. Meanwhile, Hera's got his own scouts forward. 14-12 scout count for Vinchester and Hera currently. Vinchester. Oh boy, he's got a lot of villages exposed over there. That's gonna be 1 down. See another villager going down very soon as well. Not quite. Only the 1 villager kill. Actually, that's gonna be 2 villager kills over here. And you know what? Vinchester's trying to get his own villager picks over here. Actually doing a really good job. Ends up getting 3 villagers over here. Make that 4 villagers. Yes, and it's going to be 6-3. Eco KD so far for a 2-to-1 KD ratio favoring Vinchester, who is also going to be on his way to the Castle Age. How is Vinchester going up to the freaking Castle Age after going for this heavy scout production? Now, I gotta imagine that the food discount on blacksmith upgrades gotta help a little bit, of course. Yeah, and you know what? Big engagement's coming up over here, going quite clearly in favor of Hera, so we need Vinchester to bring the spearman over. He's going for a 3rd stable. So saving the resources to go up, certainly going to have a little bit of an impact on Vinchester's ability. To keep on going. Nice tower location for Hera. Vinchester should be aware of this. Is not. He's going for the counter push. Yeah, and Hera's got the spearman right at hand. So let's see if this is going to suffice. We have a good amount of spearmen over here for Vinchester, but it's a little bit of a struggle still. He ends up losing another village over there. Now the KD is gonna be about 3-2 in terms of eco KD ratio. And that's a lot of villages going down over here. Vinchester simply does not have the spearman in the correct position, so he ends up taking another village loss over there. That's going to bring the KD a little higher for Hera, out to 6-5. And yeah, Vinchester for the time being is able to keep on collecting wood from the very left-hand side, from the very far left. Plus, get into the Castle Age, will give him access to knights, and this is going to be game-changing. It's incredible to see, though, that despite the fact that Vinchester's going up by 1 full H over here compared to Hera, he's still being able to stay at a comparable working count because of the fishing ships for the most part. So yeah, Hera's gotta commit to this. He's going for it. He's taking on the spearmen over there. There's 6 spearmen left still. Only 7 scouts left. Even if the scouts are left alive over here, they're not going to be strong enough to take on the villages from Vinchester, as he's got too many plus with the knights coming out over here from triple stables from Vinchester. None of the fuel H units from Hera is going to be strong enough. So from this point, given the amount of farmers that Hera's got, he can try and stop production and try to make a play for the Castle Age as well. He should be able to get there eventually. He should be able to collect the resources. It's just that he's gonna be on the back foot as Vinchester. Now that he's got access to the Castle Age units, should be able to go forward and start punishing Hera's feudal town. He's gonna go for it. We see a TC coming up at the center as well for Vinchester to keep on collecting wood from there. And the knights, he's gonna send 4 right now. Meanwhile, Hera still has a respectable amount of scouts coming forward that he'll try to put pressure with, but he cannot do anything around the woodlands with. And Vinchester reacts pretty well over here, sends the villager over to the TC, and I think can garrison everyone except for the gold miners. So he's gonna need some quick walls over here, but he's not really going for it. This is not good. This is not good reaction from Vinchester. He's gonna end up losing a bunch of villages over here or getting completely pushed away from gold. Yeah. This is actually a pretty decent amount of damage that Hera's dealing. In Vinchester, he does have the knights over here, but that's a lot of pikemen, mind you, or spearmen right now from Hera, who has been collected enough to go out to the Castle Age very soon. And overall, Vinchester definitely still with the stronger units to work with, but so far, kind of lacking the numbers that he really needs to do some good damage over here. If he micros the units properly, he should be able to target individual villagers, but he won't be able to just patrol here and get away with it, right? And these are great walls from here. That was so close. That would have been a sick quick wall. Spearmen are just going to have the blood in their spears dry out, though. Won't be able to quench their thirst. Yeah, but Vinchester's still doing some good damage. And this is what I'm talking about. When microing the units in targeting individual villagers, he can still get some good picks. So he's going after this one, right? And he's getting villager after villager. Even after he took a few losses himself, he'll still be able to keep on putting pressure over here. And unfortunately, Hera's only now clicking after the Castle Age. So this is super rough. Even if Vinchester hasn't really gotten chain, bar, and armor, which is kind of necessary for him to raid underneath the TCs with the knights, he's managed to get a bunch of villagers down by manually targeting the villagers when creating distance against the spearmen. So it's been pretty good, and he's managed to disrupt Hera's economy a lot. So from this point onwards, given the fact that Hera's got only 5 scouts to work with, which will not suffice to do any damage against Vinchester anymore, plus the fact that Vinchester's got a stronger economy with about 15 extra workers, and he's got a comparable military count with much more valuable units, means that Vinchester is very likely to stay ahead for the foreseeable future. I just don't see how Hera's gonna be able to come back over here. Nice walls coming in for Vinchester as well towards the TC. Well done. 13 knights for him. Ideally, he wants to go for chain, bar, and armor once again. This is not great that he doesn't have it. Against the TC is kind of necessary. He's gonna try to breach through over here. I think he'll be able to. And interestingly enough, Hera actually needs to delete one of the palaces over here to get in with the spearmen, right? Because the gates up in the north, they were not completely built yet. So he's got the spearmen over here. Honestly, Vinchester can take the engagement over here, and he can commit to taking the gate down, and he should be able to. He's got enough knights over here to do it. So just go for it and come in. He's gonna try to. Yes. Okay, he's going after the house, after the palisade. There's so much surface area for him to focus on over here. I find it very surprising that he's actually trying to go for the palisades and the house. It'll still be enough though for Hera to call the GG over here, as he realizes there's just no way back into this game. And Vinchester, yeah, actually the score over here is going to be 12 for Vinchester. And sorry once again for the score, but this just keeps on changing, and I have to keep track of the scores manually because Capture can only track up to a best of 21, and we have gotten past 21 games. So it's 13 for Hera, not for Vinchester. It's 12 for Vinchester. I'm not going to bother changing it right now because it's the end of the game, and it might change again in the next one. But yeah, very, very well played. Vinchester ends up getting a fantastic KD in the end. Ends up getting about 2100 extra resources, a higher working count, of course, surprising no one, and gets away with the next game in the series. So let's go back. So it's not necessarily the case. They might just not be the top civilization, or at the very least, actually that is not even accurate, because if they were a top civilization, that doesn't mean the players are going to utilize them the first opportunity they get on a map they are strong in. But they could potentially also choose to save some of the stronger civilizations for later stages in the game. You don't want to burn through all your good saves, right? I think Rogeros are actually quite decent. Especially on a map like Morass, for instance. It can be really good. Yeah. Okay, this is about time for me to change the score though. Because now we are at the beginning, right? There we go, it's 13 for Hera, 12 for Vinchester. A little bit of a... yeah, a raid attempt over here from Hera. He's getting away with it. One villager pick. Not so much the case for Vinchester, despite being on 3 scouts. Yeah, Hera's been able to defend himself pretty well. We are completely caught up as well, so let's just go back to 1x to make sure we don't get spoiled for the end of the game. Another villager goes down though! Dude, Hera is... it's just popping up. This is unbelievable. He wants to retain the 2-game lead against Vinchester, and Vinchester, of course, is going to try to prevent that from being the case. He's going out to the castle age right now, but Hera's going up a little bit sooner. For civilizations, we have Sicilians for Vinchester, and Hera's playing with Mayans. So Hera will not only begin with an extra villager in the game, right, but also because he was able to get 2 villagers down, he should be on a 3-villager lead by the time Vinchester gets to the castle age. That is not going to be the case, actually, because the difference is only of 25 seconds or so. So I think Loom might be to blame. Not quite, actually. A little bit of extra idle TC time for Hera. That is not the case. Shouldn't Mayans begin with 1 extra villager over here? I'm pretty sure they should. Yeah, it seems like it's going to be just a 2 villager deal as opposed to 3. Well, that is very interesting. We'll see. There we go. There we are. Crossman upgrades coming up now for Hera. He's got the 2nd TC and the 3rd TC is on the way. While Vinchester's getting to the castle age and he's got enough resources to go for additional TCs himself as well. So he's going for the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th TC. This is common to see for Sicilians because of their castle age unique technology. First Crusade. They can get 7 sergeants per TC for free, up to 5 TCs, so up to 35 sergeants. So it's very common to see them go out to 5 TCs. We'll see if he's actually able to keep production going from these 4 though. It seems like for the time being he should be able to get away with it. He's got a significant amount of food and a significant amount of gold over here, so he should be able to collect, or should be able to queue up all 4 TCs and potentially even go for the 5th TC. And it's very important for him to try and make the farms, right? Make the farms ASAP so that he can actually sustain production. Defensive Magnet is coming up for Vinchester. And Hera? Yeah, it's got the crossbows coming in already. Nice reaction from Vinchester. Hera could be tempted to dive in over here. We'll see. You know, he's got the Eagle Scouts over there, so he can just come in with the Eagle Scouts, soak a little bit of damage, and then come in with the crossbows. However, he's just going to stick here. He should know about the Mangonel, and that is a good attack round from Vinchester. He's going to try and take on the crosses over there. He's got to be careful as we have the Knights over here. Vinchester's going to try and protect the Mangonel. Meanwhile, Hera's trying to get the Knights down with the crossbows. Potentially go after the Mangonel himself. And there is a 2nd defensive Mangonel for Vinchester as well, which is going to be so much harder for Hera to defend against compared to just 1. So it's good. See? That is a good attack round! It connects! And he's going for another one. He's gonna try to. Can I really do it? The crosses already took a lot of damage. Meanwhile, on the right hand side, we have more crosses over here as well. Yeah, and good attack rounds from Vinchester. The predictions have been on point. That's good. It reminds me of the previous set a little bit. Yeah, and you know what? He's getting some good damage down over here. That's a great attack. Well done. Well done from Vinchester. There we are. Four siege workshops coming in for Hera. In Vinchester, as expected, with 40 Cs, does manage to get ahead in villager count. The 50 C is coming up right now, as he's just managed to get enough wood for it. He already had the stone. He's going for it, and he's only able to produce from 3 TCs right now currently, but he's got enough food workers to produce from more. Actually, he's got enough food workers to produce from 4 TCs, and once he gets wheelbarrow, it's going to be enough for him to produce from all 5 TCs. Meanwhile, Hera on the other hand is just making the play for archers over here. He's been putting pressure, but he's so far been unable to really get like too much idle time out of Vinchester to speak of. Yeah, let's take a look at the gather economy time so far. It's much higher for Hera, interestingly enough. He's disrupted Vinchester's economy, but yeah, now from this point onwards, Vinchester should be able to, at the very least, stay ahead in villager count. We'll see. Beautiful forward castle for Hera, though, and Vinchester's collecting stone with 8 villages right now, so he'll be able to go for a castle himself as well. He's giving up on the TC. And he could potentially go for another one on the back, so he doesn't need to stay and commit to this one, right? We see that quick walls coming in for Vinchester. Ideally, he would want to go for a 50 TC elsewhere. Or a 5th additional TC elsewhere. And yeah, he's getting the market right now to balance his economy. What is the plan right now, though? And that seems like a good shot, by the way. What is the plan right now, then? The plan is for Vinchester to get a castle up. I am pretty sure he's gonna try to make a play for the Imperial Age, although Hera's gonna have him beat to the Imperial Age by quite a lot. So he can potentially go for trebuchets, I guess. But the castle is going to be important not only for trebuchets and defense against the forward castle from Hera, but it's also going to be extremely important to go for First Crusade, of course. So we see the castle coming up over here. It still has enough. Oh man, that was not a good trade. It still has enough stone to go for another TC, so he would still be able to go for all 35 sergeants. Nice. Second castle for Hera. Yeah, it's just going to crush. Just gonna crush Vinchester over here. Keeps on collecting stone, so he could very well be able to go for yet another castle afterwards as well. I love it. Nice shot. Oh, that is a great attack round. Gotta be careful not to lose the mana over there, but that's good. He'll try to deny the castle. You know, with 2 mana, it's so much harder for Hera to just get the castle up over here, especially with the villagers already there from Vinchester to repair the first mana with, and he's got a 3rd mana on the way, so let's take a look. Yeah. The castle's getting delayed for the time being. And Vinchester should be able to click out to the Imperial Age sometime soon. It's a little bit of a struggle though, as Hera's getting there so much faster. Vinchester's gotta keep on going. He's very close from having the resource to go up to the Imperial Age, and also there's only 1 game lead over here for Hera, so Vinchester definitely just gotta try hard a little bit. Oh, the manga shot though! From Vinchester on Hera's crossbows is huge. He ends up chunking a lot of HP off the crossbows, which didn't go down. Yeah, well done. And he'll still keep on denying the castle for the time being. There's that very small space for the Manos to maneuver over here now that Hera's got Embracer, as the castle's got a lot more range. Yeah. In the end, Hera will get away with the castle over here. Very low HP, mind you, but he'll get it up. Archer just coming out. We're gonna see skirmishers. Well, this isn't really a play that's going to work too well against Mayans, as they can make a play for Eagle Warriors as well. With the Lorada, they can take the Eagle Warriors up to 100 HP. So Vinchester is definitely going to need the sergeants here. They are very important. They are very strong, quite resilient, and they are going to take on Eagle Warriors, no problem as well. So he's going for it. He's got another TC coming up over here. That's the 5th one that's going to complete his assemble. And we'll see the sergeants come out very soon. He sends some villages up in the north though. It seems like he's going to try and go for a castle drop. I'm not too sure. This one is going down for sure. There's no question about it. So he'll have to research First Crusade with this one. Yeah, and it's gonna be skirmishers and sergeants. Meanwhile, the village is up in the north. I'm not really sure what he'll go for, honestly. He doesn't really have the resources to go for a castle anymore because it's just been repairing this one for so long. But he could try to buy the resources, perhaps. Yeah, and Hera should have vision of this, by the way. And Vinchester should realize about this now as well. He's walking straight through Hera's base. Yep. I have no idea what Vinchester's plan is with the villagers over here, but he's already gotten spotted by Hera. Regardless though, the TCs are up. Vinchester can go for First Crusade. Well, can he? He cannot go for First Crusade because he's tanking his economy in order to get a castle up in the middle of nowhere. What is that castle going to do? I mean, he can go for trebuchets and try to put some pressure, but this is really rough. Vinchester's economy is in shambles here. He cannot afford First Crusade. Yeah, and oh man, what is this trebuchet gonna do? I mean, really? Hera's going for his own trebs. There is nothing over here that Vinchester can do with that castle. I'm really surprised he went for it. I'm really sure if it was a little bit of sunk cost fallacy over here because he had already sent so many villagers for it. He didn't want to just lose them for nothing. But honestly, it seems like he's losing them for nothing. He's not getting anything out of that castle. He's losing this one as well. He doesn't have the stone to repair it. And he's lost a bunch of TC. So if he wanted to go for First Crusade right now, he'll be able to get only 21 sergeants, which is not good. Hera, on the other hand, is looking very strong. He's got momentum. Should be able to take care of this castle with no problem. And then, yeah, you know, down south, he's got a lot of boom archers and trebuchets to work with, so he can keep on pushing, take on the TCs, and all of a sudden there are no defenses for Vinchester whatsoever. Once again, definitely would like to see Hera make a play for Eagle Warriors, especially how heavily Vinchester is going for skirmishers. Eagle Warriors will be an incredible unit to go for it. To go for the push. Well done. It's looking great. There we go. Nice. Beautiful. Castle's going down for Vinchester, and it doesn't seem like it's going down for Hera. 4 castles coming in on the left-hand side for Hera as well. This is very close to being over already. Actually, in my opinion, the game is kind of over already. It's just that Hera is taking a little bit too long to make the transition into Eagles. While Vinchester is actually being able to stabilize over here with full skirmishes. Are you kidding me? He's actually getting away with the skirmisher defense over here and taking even the trebuchets down with skirmishers. Oh boy. Stable's coming out. Vinchester's going for. Dude, he's going for Cavalier. He hasn't researched Hauberg. I'm very sure he hasn't, right? He hasn't really had the economy to go for it, so. It's only now scale bar than armor coming. This is way too late. It's too little too late. Hera is going to end up taking the game. It's just how long it's going to take. That's really going to be up to him. Vinchester can't keep on holding over here against Bloom Archers with skirmishers alone. So yeah, we need Eagle Warriors or something else from Hera. Heck, even manas are going to be enough for Hera to suppress this. Well, the game should be over, right? Why is Hera not going for Eagles? Is he probably respecting the cavalry play, maybe? Even if he's not really seeing a hint of cavalry from Vinchester. It just seems so awkward to me. It seems so simple. Just Eagles and kill. 130. Yeah, 63 villages for Hera. In classic Hera fashion. With the difference that this time around he won't be going for Hazars, right? He doesn't have the unit with the civilization, which is, once again, another strong reason for him to actually make the play for Eagles. Finally! How many barracks is that? 4 coming up for a total of 6. 5 coming up for a total of 6. So he only had the starting one. And now he's finally going for Eagles. Yes, sir. Hera's woken up. Beautiful. So he'll end up taking this one. It's only a matter of time, and Vinchester should know that. Wouldn't be surprised to see Vinchester call a GG very soon, even before we get too many Eagles out. Hera's going for El Dorado. His units will be extremely strong and extremely resilient. Fantastic raiding units. And Vinchester, well, he's housed at 150 pop. He's got bloodlines right now. He's gone for chain bar than armor. His knights are good. He's got cavalier, right? And he's got a castle over here, although I don't think he's gone for halberd. Let's take a look. Nope. He doesn't really have the means to go for halberd right now. His economy's not strong enough. Otherwise, maybe he could make the knights play work, but not like this. I'll tell you that much. Elite warriors coming in now as well. Castle's going down. We're just going to leave Vinchester, only 2 TCs over here to keep on defending himself. He's kept on trying because, you know, this is not the last game, for sure. This is just the 16th game, so we still have 5 more to actually. So the 26th game, so we still have about 7 more to go. But this gives Hera an extra lead of 2 points once again. It's going to be 14 to 12 in favor of Hera. And that's something that Vinchester wants to avoid, because the closer we get to all 33 games, the more and more pressure there's going to be for him to win multiple games back to back if he struggles with these individual games before. So yeah, I understand him taking a little bit, right, and trying a little bit harder, a little bit longer, but it's been over. And from our spectating point of view, we know that Vinchester might not necessarily have known that, the same way that he didn't know that Hera had already expanded over the left-hand side when trying to go for the forward castle. They've been just trading blows over here, though. 1 game for Vinchester, 1 for Hera. Vinchester, Hera, Vinchester, Hera, right? Overall, the KD is a little bit better for Hera. It's not too bad for Vinchester, actually, considering the units that he was trading with. However, the economy being so much stronger for Hera, it does make a difference, because that means that he didn't really care about losing a few extra units or not taking the most cost-effective trades, because he already had thousands upon thousands of extra resources to train additional units with. So it was not so much about the cost-effectiveness for him. For Vinchester, yeah, I guess we are going to find out. Game number, what is this, 27th, right? Is here. So welcome you guys, welcome everyone to game 27th in this best of 33 set. So far, Vinchester on the back foot, still behind by 2 games. Hera needs 3 wins, and Vinchester needs 5 wins to take the series over here. We are completely caught up as well, completely live, and for civilizations, Vinchester is making use of Berbers on Frigid Lake, while Hera, on the other hand, is making use of Sicilians. Well, this is a matchup that's going to favor Vinchester. With 15 and 20% cheaper, stable unit production in the castle and Imperial Ages, Berbers are going to be a force to be reckoned with as soon as we get to the next stage. Sicilians, on the other hand, they do not really have anything going for them that's really going to make them particularly strong. They do absorb bonus damage, right? So that's going to make it very hard for Vinchester to make a play for camels against knights, for instance. Although, you know, Sicilians have gotten nerfed a little bit, and they only absorb 40% of bonus damage on land units, as opposed to the 50% that used to be the case before. Then besides that, they just have faster working or faster building TCs and castles. He's got twice the you know, food count on farms per each farm upgrade, and I think that's about it for the most part. They also get access to the dungeon, of course, as opposed to towers, but I think that's about it. So Hauberg in the bonus absorption from Sicilians can be very strong, but I'm still liking Berbers quite a bit because they're going to be saving resources. Because they get faster moving fishing ships and villagers, their economy is going to be stronger. Interestingly enough, though, Vinchester is actually completely ignoring the center, so it seems like he's just going to make a play for the Castle Age over here, while Hera, on the other hand, is the only player going for... Ah, never mind. Vinchester is going for the dock. It's just that he spent the resources going for the walls earlier. Yeah, check this out. He does not want to get raided. He does not want to get Hera raided during the Fuel Age, so he's just trying to go for the walls, prioritizing that earlier, and yeah, that way he won't have to worry about scouts coming in and sniping villagers, right? Hera's knives are probably one of the most frustrating things for pro players. Regardless though, Hera did manage to get 2 fishing ships out over here. Meanwhile, Vinchester could potentially make a play for the Castle Age, but he's going for a fire galley first, so he's gonna try and get water control first and then potentially make a play for the Castle Age. He's also been going for archers, which is not too bad for Berbers because they do have the ability of making a transition to... They do have the ability of making a transition to the camel archer unit, right? Here we are. And Vinchester should be on his way to the Castle Age very soon, while Hera, not so much. He did react properly over here though, going for his own fire galley. In the end, it's going to be very close and they're going to cancel each other out, we'll see. Unless Hera brings one of the fishing ships over to block some of the damage, but... Yeah, besides that, there isn't really too much going on land. We have the archers taking on the scouts over there. We don't have scale barley armor. We don't have bloodlines, but we don't have fletching. If we had fletching, those archers take the scouts down easy. Without fletching, not so much. What is this from Vinchester though? Why would he go with archers 4 without fletching? Why would he not get the upgrade when he's about to get targeted either? I just don't get it. He does not go in for another fire galley at the center though, and Hera's got 2 more queued up. Meanwhile, Vinchester's got just this one and now another one queued up. Oh, he does have another one queued up, but he's gonna be on his way to the Castle Age very soon. He's just been trying to save the resources towards going up. While Hera, on the other hand, he's getting close. He'll be up probably 30 seconds later. It's not a huge difference, honestly. So yeah. Market's on the way. Actually, Hera should be able to balance his economy and be on his way up very, very soon. Yeah, he actually beats Vinchester to it. That is really well done. And Vinchester, to be honest, he's had the option to go for the Castle Age for a while already, but he's kind of struggled. There we go. Alright, so Bloodline's on the way for Vinchester. Yes, he's got 2 stables. This is what we expect to see Berbers go for. Hera, on the other hand, yeah, he's got a stable coming up, alright, but that's going to be the only one, right? I am pretty sure that's the case, actually. Let me take a look. No, he does have a second stable. Not really sure what the second one is. But he does have 2. Oh, it's right here. I'm just too blind. I think the researching effect over here kind of blended it into the terrain. Anyway, excuses aside, this is a very good push from Vinchester as the Castle Age is here for both players at about the same time. Are we going to get the War Galley upgrade over here to speak of? It doesn't seem like it's going to be the case, no. Hera's just going for the Demolition Raft over here. They'll probably end up getting full water control, but is that going to matter? We'll see. As the Knights are coming out already from Vinchester, he'll be paying 15% less for those. He's got still a good amount of archers forward with fletching this time around, but now as the Knights come out from Hera, the archers are getting pushed back. However, the Knights are coming in from Vinchester as well. There we are. There we go. Nice reaction from Hera as well, going for the monks over here right away. Camels! This is interesting. Camels against Sicilian Knights seems kind of sus, not gonna lie. But yeah, you know, they have gone down to only soaking 40% of bonus damage, down from 50, so perhaps it's a little bit better right now. I'll tell you one thing though, Vinchester ends up getting completely clapped over there and pushed out of Hera's base. Both players still lacking in chain bar and armor for the +2/+2. Coming in, trying to anyway. One thing that I do like for Vinchester though is that he might have been falling behind in military count, but he has been getting ahead in work account. He did have the second and third TCs come up right away as soon as he got to the castle age, while Hera's only now getting the third TC up. So he'll just be playing catch up over here. Regardless of who ends up controlling the center, it seems like Vinchester is going to stay ahead in actual villager count. It still has been going for camels though, and I'm really sure about this. With a hill advantage over here, Hera should be able to take on those units, so Vinchester is gonna bail. He's gotta retreat. There's no way he'll be able to get a good engagement over here. Yeah, he's going back. He's going for extra knights though. The balance between going for extra villagers and extra military units over here is starting to mess Vinchester up a little bit. He's kind of losing on the villager leader, or at the very least is allowing Hera to close the gap quite a bit. And because of the KD being better for Hera, in order for Vinchester to catch up in military count compared to the Canadian player, he's gonna need to spend extra resources, of course, because he's just lost more. Yeah, he cannot do anything over here, just gotta get out of there. Not gonna be able to, as now he's trapped. The only way out is in! Oh, but he's not coming in! Oh boy, that would have been actually good if he was able to get a villager or two down with those two. I really like this map. It's good. Most of the maps, actually, if not all of the maps for Red Bull Legacy are pretty good and balanced. And it's open now on the back of Vinchester's base as Hera's coming in, streaming knights into the wool line from Vinchester. That's going to be the villager lead gone from Vinchester, going down to 72 workers, and even further down, 70 workers as Hera is getting hit. Oh man, and that's an overchop as well. That's a recent overchop, so you can still see the tree stomp there. Nice. Vinchester's going to clean this up for sure, but Hera's already managed to get a nice lead. Vinchester, yeah, does get the wall up though. But yeah, it kind of doesn't matter right now. The Vinchester's managed to stabilize because Hera's already done some damage, right? He's managed to get 16 eco units down so far in this game. And he still actually retains a higher military count. This is fantastic for Hera. It's kind of looking over already. Vinchester, in the same fashion that, you know, he displayed in the previous game, I think it's going to try to keep on going a little bit longer. It's going to keep on trying a little bit harder, but the game is looking very one-sided right now in favor of Hera. One more win would position Hera 2 wins away from taking the full set. Once again, Vinchester still has got to win 5 games to take the set here. We have a castle for Vinchester. I'm not really sure what he's gonna do with this. In the castle age, he can just go for Casbah, which doesn't really do anything. And in that position, this castle isn't really defending too much. He just calls it GG. This was a very awkward end of the game for Vinchester, but yeah, Hera does end up taking this one and increasing his lead further for the first time since the start of the day. That's going to be actually a 3-game lead with 15 wins. 2 more and Hera takes it. Vinchester once again needs 5 wins. It's rough. It's rough in Vinchester's shoes right now. 5-4 KD. At the end of the game, Hera's economy was so much stronger as well. There's not really too much to go through the achievements over here, so let's just go back. I'm just going to go back. Alright, and we are going to go 2x so that we don't miss out on anything. Just like this. Yes. Perfect. There we go. So we have Franks for Vinchester, go figure. And Hera's playing with Gurjaras. Gurjaras will be very strong as they have a pretty strong economy because of their ability to garrison heritables. Is gonna have also, yeah, there we go. He's sending the what is that? The geese, right? It's gonna have also 50% higher bonus damage from mounted units, which means the camels are absolutely out of this world. For Gujaras, I'm pretty sure they begin with 2 additional berry bushes, which is good. But then also, if I'm not mistaken, they have 25% faster training camel and elephant line units. Actually, I would have to take a look at that. And yeah, we're still trying to catch up, but it's fine. We are not too far behind in any case. Yeah, actually 40% extra bonus damage. And yeah, the elephant and camel units do train faster. So it's going to be a challenge for Vinchester for sure. I haven't seen this matchup before too much. But it's going to be an interesting one though in any case. And there's definitely potential for Vinchester to still do some good damage. So we're going to see from the get-go. He's taking the engagement against the spearman. Coming out on top and taking a villager down over there. Which is great. There we are. Beautiful. Vinchester is gonna keep on roaming around, and I think he should be able to find the bill over there. That is a good reaction from Hera. reaction over there as well. And yeah, Vinchester's just going straight into the wood line. And Hera should be able to quick wall this fairly easily. He's going for it. It's kind of open over there. He could have tried to get a villager down, but that would have signified losing a few villagers to the archers potentially. So Vinchester's just being very cautious. He's also the first player to go for a dock up in the north, and fish and ships are going to ensue, of course. And he'll be on his way to the castle age very soon. Frank's economy is really strong, and while Gujaras are also going to have a respectable economy, you got to keep in mind that a lot of the extra food for free that Gujaras are going to get from garrisoning herdables inside the mills is going to take a while to actually pay off. Yeah, and Vinchester cannot do anything over here anymore. Just gonna have to outpace these units once again and just try to find a different angle, right? Well, this is good because the spearmen and the archers are on the right hand side and they are very far away right now. The scouts actually have a little bit of space to work with, so they could potentially go after the foragers over here. And that is a very nice quick walls coming in for Hera, but not in time. We might see a villager go down over there. That is so close. Ends up chunking half the HP off one of the villagers, but yeah, in the end the spearmen do come out on time. That is really close. Both players are going after the castle age as well. Vinchester is going to be the only player also going for the dock down the south over here, so he's going to have control of both the north and the south ponds. If he can get villagers, he's going to get the archers, so he can get some damage done. Anything, honestly. Now that the scouts are trapped inside Hera's base, whatever damage he can do, honestly, is going to be better than nothing. Ideally, he would send the scouts over and he will be able to get the weak woman over here. He's managed to create some distance for himself, so if he's paying attention, yeah, he can potentially go after the foragers once again. Here on the other hand, got a dock up in the north. He's got a fire galley coming out, and while Vinchester's got a fire galley already out himself, he hasn't realized about Hera's dock location over here. Extra TC coming up for Vinchester the moment he gets to the castle age, as well as a monastery at the center. I like it. Good amount of archers for Vinch as well. He's been going for the crossbow upgrades coming out, Balking arrow. Same for Hera as well. And if I take a look at Vinchester's point of view, he doesn't really have a university on the way. If we take a look at Hera's point of view, yeah, he doesn't have a university on the way either, so no one's going to get ballistics, which means Vinchester's going to be in a better spot over here because of the hail advantage. Otherwise, they have pretty much the same upgrades. There we go, good unit control. Crossbows from Hera targeting the crossbows from Vinchester. Meanwhile, Vinchester was targeting the camels over there. Yeah, and in the end, Hera's going to come out on top over here for sure, losing the... or taking rather the knights over there and taking most of the crossbows as well. Finally, Vinchester has realized about the fire galleys over here. Has he actually? It doesn't seem like he has. He's losing all the fishing ships over there. And he's still just randomly patrolling the front of his... yeah, the pond over there. Well, at the very least, not going for any extra units. I guess he probably doesn't really care about that too much. Because of the extra TC, he'll probably just end up getting a hidden villager count anyway. So it's like fine to lose the pond over there, especially as he still has a pond down, yeah, the pond down south. There we go. There you are. Beautiful. So far, it's looking pretty alright for Vinchester. He's been able to get a villager lead over here. But this is kind of looking very similar to the previous game. Where yes, he does get the villager lead, but you know, Hera does end up getting a hidden military count, and he ends up putting up so much pressure that Vinchester struggles to hold on against it. It might not be the exact same case, of course. Vinchester does have a good amount of crosses over here, and he did manage to prevent Hera from coming into his base. But yeah, Hera definitely still has a chance over here. He's got more military units compared to Vinchester, and he's going for some upgrades right now. Chain bar than armor. He's got husbandry. There we go. Shrivansh Riders coming in from Hera. Interesting. Well, this is not going to be too effective against Nightland units, but it's going to be pretty effective against villagers over here. Yeah. They're charging their agility as well. Looking good for Hera, yes. Yeah. Check that out. And the 4 castle coming in. Vinchester has been collecting some stone, but it's not been to the degree that he would need to go for a counter castle over here. Given the amount of crosses he's got, the pikemen and the knights, he should be able to take care of these camels for the most part and potentially deny the castle. The problem is that Hera is willing to sacrifice the camels in order to get the castle up over here, because he knows how important the center is going to be for Vinchester, given the Frank's bonus of faster working foragers, right? So he does end up sacrificing most of the camels over here. He'll probably end up getting cleaned up, but he does manage to get the castle up. Yeah, he ends up getting pushed away over here, otherwise he would have gotten cleaned up. But he does get the castle up. This is huge, because with this castle here, he takes the TC down, and he pushes Vinchester further back. There's not going to be a guaranteed safe spot for Vinchester anymore, and it's also going to be very important, not only because of the berries, but also because of the elevation, since it's the only elevated area on the map. Pushing him away from here, especially when he's playing crossbows, right? Or actually setting a foot on top of the hill over here is going to allow Hera to be a lot more competitive. Interestingly enough though, because Vinchester was so far ahead in worker count, and he still is with 27 extra villagers, and the fact that Hera ended up tanking most of his military units underneath the TC over here, Vinchester is looking much stronger right now because he's got more military units, he's got a stronger economy, he'll be on his way to the Imperial Age very soon as well. And yeah, he's going for his own defensive castle, so that means going out to the Imperial Age. It's gonna give him access to trebuchets. He's paying less for this, of course. And we could potentially see even bombard cannons in the Imperial Age. There are a bunch of choices for Vinchester, but the key is getting to the next stage, getting up. And he's going for it, boys. He's going for it. That's Hera! Calls it GG. This is a very interesting position to call the GG in, because he actually had gotten away with the castle, he was getting some momentum, but he realized Hera's played this game thousands of times, right? He knows. He sees this, and in his head, the game's already over. He knows exactly what's coming up in the next 10 minutes. Usually, this could also lead to some early GGs, but in this situation in particular, Hera knew exactly what was coming up, and he was right. Game was looking pretty rough for him. So Vinchester takes this one. That's going to bring his score up to 13. There we go. And still, 2 points away from Hera, who is 2 points away from taking the set. Vinchester is 4 points away from taking the set. It seems like it's not a restart right away. Great. There we are. So what do we get for the next game of the set? And this is 15 for Hera, 13 for Vinchester. Vinchester's got Gujaras, an incredible civilization on a map like this. Hera's got Dravidians, which I had not seen before. Phase Gujaras, and I had not seen before on this map either, if I'm not wrong. By the way, guys, there is only enough time to play like 3 more games, so this and 2 more at most, because there is a server maintenance coming up, which they did not really give any heads up for. Just yesterday they said, yeah, tomorrow we're gonna have server maintenance, by the way. Lol. But yeah. Bloodland's coming in now for Vinchester. It seems like we are gonna be forced into a third day. Vinch House? Yeah, for a little bit. He has gone up on idle TC time to 24 seconds. That's not ideal. However, he does have an archer range. He's got the stable up. He's going for a house. Meanwhile, Hera on the other hand has been trying to prioritize the walls for the most part. Yes. And it's got 2 archer ranges. Coming out down south. I think it's traditional for best of 30 or so to each and everyone get server maintenance. Yeah, feels bad. But, you know, there is no way for Vinchester to win the show match over here before the server maintenance begins. There's only 1 hour left. He needs to win 4 games back to back to back to back. While Hera, on the other hand, just gotta win 2. So it's possible for him to win this, but we'll see. This one, the matchup, honestly, I'm liking it for Vinchester. I think he's got a very strong civilization for a map like this specifically. Because of this, his ability to garrison the herdables inside the mills is fantastic. Plus, he's got faster training camels and elephants. He's got 50% higher bonus damage from mounted units, right? So the camels are going to be extremely strong. And what will Dravidians go for? Well, not much of anything. Probably just archers. Which against camels can be strong, mind you. So yeah. Are Dravidians good at anything? They can be very strong on hybrid maps, water maps, and pretty open land maps with standard starts. Here in Empire Wars, I'm not 100% sure. Because on a standard map, they do not begin with extra resources, but they do get extra resources upon reaching the next stage, 200 extra wood. So going for something like Minotaurs into archers is significantly easier for them. And it can be very strong, very hard to stop on an open map. They can go up like really quickly and still get away with that, right? Or on a hybrid map, you are usually able to go for like galleys, fire galleys, that kind of stuff, the docks. As soon as you get to the fuel age, much easier compared to other players, but on Empire Wars, I'm not 100% sure. I don't think I have seen Dravidians use on Empire Wars too much. At all. Yeah, but I guess from the civilizations that Hera had left to work with, he probably thought this was maybe the least painful to lose right now, right? So if he loses this game, like at the very least it's just Dravidians and it's not one of the other civilizations that he has still, which are much stronger, in my opinion, in these settings. So just so that you have an idea, by utilizing Gujaras and Dravidians, Hera is going to have, for the next games, Bengalis, Incas, Koreans, and Tatars available. Vinchester, on the other hand, is going to have Bohemians. Gujaras, Bohemians, Japanese, Mayans, and Vikings. So I am liking Vinchester's civilizations quite a bit. You just gotta make sure that he actually takes good advantage of these, like especially Bohemians, right? Gujaras and did I say Mayans? Yes. Gujaras, Bohemians, and Mayans specifically are extremely strong. If he can win one game with either Japanese or Vikings, that's going to kind of seal the deal, assuming that he can win with the 3 other civilizations I talked about earlier. Otherwise, there's definitely a chance for Hera, of course. He just needs to win 2 more games out of a total of 5 remaining games, including this one. Here we go. Guess it's coming up for Vinchester. Hera's going up significantly faster though. Dr.V going next game, that's what they go for. Yeah, it's just gonna be crosses for him. There we go, Castle Age is here for Hera. So much earlier compared to Vinchester. He's got a second TC coming up, and Vinchester on the other hand. He's got double stable scout production once he gets to the Castle Age. You kinda gonna wonder, with double stable over here, he kind of made a commitment to military production already, but is it going to be for camels? Is it going to be for Srivansha riders? It's gotta be for Srivansha riders because of the archer count over here, right? Because of the archer army from Hera. 2 stables still not going to be that strong in any case. Yeah, he's going for the 3rd stable. I like this a lot more. This is so much better. I honestly have no idea why people call them shawarmas. Like, I see no resemblance. I'm sorry. Nice push. And here come the Srivansha riders. He's got all 3 stables queued up, so it's coming up. There are some spearmen coming in though from Hera. He's got the pikeman upgrade already, so it's going to be good. Is it going to be good enough though? Vinchester's trying to keep the archers alive, so if he can keep the archers over here, he can try to target the pikemen, and he's going to go for them right away. He doesn't end up getting 1, he's going to end up getting 2. All 3 spearmen down. The Srivansha riders should be able to end up cleaning out the crossbows. Well done. What do we have for Hera? He does have the 2nd and the 3rd TCs already up, so he's gonna have a stronger economy, but this opens a possibility for Vinchester to go for full aggression as well. So we'll see what we get. Beautiful. I look at the Vinch's farm upgrades, but then realize it's the fish map. Yes. And Hera's going for everything. He does have farms over here, but he kind of needs to go for some farms. I don't think he'll be able to just keep production going from all 3 TCs just by using the shore fish. That's a good attack round as well, taking on a bunch of HP of those pikemen as well, and he's got still the Srivansha that he sent forward. Now he can come back and get a good surround going over here. So he's engaging right away. He should be able to take on the pikemen over there. No problem, he does end up cleaning everything up, and now he's going after the crosses once again. He'll end up cleaning everything up, although Hera's bringing extra pikemen over here. He's got more than 1 barracks as well. He's producing from 2 currently. Unfortunately, the Magna was not in a good position, so Vinchester has to bail. I do like that he's trying to be aggressive. It's just that on this map, the players begin so far apart. Check this. It's an incredible distance, so if Vinchester really wants to damage, I would probably prefer for him to go for a much further forward siege workshop. Srivanshas are not going to be too much of an issue because they are mobile units, but the Magnus are certainly going to struggle to get there. That is really bad though from Hera. He left. The crossbows completely exposed over here. The Shrivanshas are taking these. Yeah. As the pikemen are coming over now. They'll end up pushing the Shrivansha riders away, and we'll see the man will go down. But that was a good final shot. The man will win with a bang. Of course, an upgrade's coming up for Vinchester as well. Fantastic. Here we go. Yeah. Vinchester is still ahead in military count, but just barely. Hera's actually done a really good job keeping up for the most part himself. A little bit of a raid over here. 2 villagers going down. Yeah. And 2 pikemen. But not too much damage. Hera's still getting significantly ahead in worker count. This has been an incredible defense for Hera so far. And Vinchester's been completely unable to put enough pressure over here to speak up. Gates going down for sure. There we go. Yeah, but we still need more siege. There is a second mantle coming up over here. And Vinchester is just taking so long to get... Oh, any damage done over there? 1 for 1. If he was paying attention, I'm pretty sure he should have very easily been able to get the mounted shot over there without taking a shot himself too. But yeah, Vinchester started to make a play for archers himself. So he's got crossbowmen, Bakin arrow, and then he's got the Shrivansha riders, right? That is not good though. We're gonna see the attack rounds over there. Hopefully that's going to suffice. Doesn't seem like it's going to be the case though. Very good in control over here for Hera as well, and Vinchester still waiting for a good engagement actually to get ahead in the game. And once again, not paying attention to the mangonels. He ends up losing the mangonel to Hera's 1 HP mango over there, and it's looking good for Hera, guys. Not gonna lie. Vinchester, I think he should have been in a much better position up until this point, but this is looking absolutely promising for Hera. Yes. What will Dravidians go for? Honestly, what he's been going for so far seems to be working out pretty well. Once he eventually is able to go out to the Imperial Age, we're gonna have stronger units, of course. So, yeah, that's going to make it significantly harder for Vinchester to hold on. Here you are. Only want to see scenes like not working at all. Not on this game for sure. There's a 50C coming out right now for Hera, so if it's been a struggle for Vinchester to get any damage done over here, just imagine how much harder it's going to be for him after Hera gets to the Imperial Age and once he is already on, like, well, I was going to say on like 50 extra villagers. He's actually on 54 extra villagers. Oh boy, Hera's gonna be on twice the villager count compared to Vinchester in just a matter of minutes. Should be on his way to the Imperial Age as well, and Vinchester not even close. Not even close. The raid attempts over here completely frustrated by the quick walls from Hera. How do you push with only cavalry versus walled opponent? That's why I wanted to see a further forward siege workshop as well. It took so long for him to get any pressure going, like any at all. Sure, the Shrivansha riders are going to take on the crossbows, but the pikemen were a big issue. And he never had the units in position. Like, the mangonels, every time that there was a possibility for him to attack around the pikemen, he just had the mangonels too far away. And it was not really possible for him to go for an oh god, come on. Slow transit. There was not a possibility for Vinchester to go for another siege workshop further forward after he had gone for the first one for a very long time, because his economy was, you know, he was utilizing his economy already to produce the units that he was going for. So going for another siege Church of 4 would have just delayed him further. So it was kind of like a lose-lose situation for Vinchester. Now Hera, well, Hera seems like he might end up taking game number 29th over here. That's going to make basically every subsequent game from that point onwards match point already. Tamarin's coming up now for Hera. Another castle on the left-hand side. MGG? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Vinchester's gonna keep on trying. He's got some armor elephants over here. However, the problem with this is that I think he only knows about one of the castles. Oh, he knows about them both. Well, yeah, good luck taking both these castles now that Hera's getting to the Imperial Age and, you know, getting access to extra upgrades. Vinchester's gonna keep on trying once again because losing one more game means that Hera's going to be 1 point away from taking the series. But realistically, I don't think there's a way back for Vinchester in this position. So he does call the GG. It was not instant, but it was the GG as soon as he realized the elephant play did not work. So with that game going in favor of Hera, that's going to put us on 16-13 in favor of the Canadians still. One game Hera has to win from 4 remaining ones in order to take the series. 1 out of 4 games seems like definitely doable, you know, if you ask me. To be fair, we have seen Vinchester earlier in the series, especially yesterday, take 4 games in a row. So it's not impossible. It just seems kind of, you know, improbable. Unlikely. Nice KD, Vinchester 5-4. We see a stronger economy for Hera by quite a lot, so the KD did not really matter for Vinchester. And yeah, not really too much to take a look at over here. It was pretty dominating for Hera. He defended himself beautifully and was a pretty rough game for Vinchester, this one. There we are. Welcome you guys then to Northern Isles for the 3rd time today. Not today, but for the 3rd time during the series. There we go. Overall then, what to expect over here. Both these civilizations are technically naval civilizations as well. Koreans are towers and naval. Japanese, I believe they're actually just infantry. I don't think they are actually naval. Let me take a look at the tech tree really quickly. But yeah, both are going to be pretty good on water. Okay, so Koreans are defensive and naval, and Japanese are just infantry. They are not naval, so I lied. However, they do have a pretty strong water play because of the efficiency bonuses that they get. Starting with having twice the HP and +2 pierce armor on fission ships, they are incredibly strong, even for tanking during navy battles. So that could be really strong for him. And yeah, it's going to make getting water control extremely important for Vinchester civilization as well. We'll see what we get. Last time it was Italians versus Japanese. Right. How do you avoid the Vinchester knows his civ pick? It's just good faith. Players trust each other that nobody's gonna be taking a look at the other player's stream or anything like that. And also, usually if any of the viewers spoils which civilization the other players going to go for, they usually get like insta-banned. Yeah, it's just trust. Guess it is coming up already for Vinchester. Hera's gonna be on his way up as well a little bit later. He does have a few extra military units though, mind you. One extra fire galley and spearman. Although he's not really getting anything done with the spearman. I think Hera's got, yeah, the spearman over here, and Vinchester's just been watching the front. What is Hera doing? What? Okay, he's trying. I think he was just trying to bait the scout into the fire galley, perhaps. Well, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of that. Another dock's coming up for Vinchester. Once he gets to the next stage, he could potentially come in and try to put some pressure on water. Maybe get the villager off. Yeah, actually, that sounded pretty bad. Maybe just pick the villager off, sorry. Here we are. Looking good for Hera, actually, I think. The HP pool is higher for him. The military count was a little bit better for Vinchester. Now he's bringing another one. Yes. If you play a game when maintenance is, well, you get to complete it, or you just get thrown out. You just get thrown out. You cannot. It just stops working. It disconnects. Galley's coming in. Nice, he's got it. So now it's fire ships versus fire galleys. Hera's getting pushed away. Yeah, so far so good. Yeah, well done. Second and third TCs are coming out for Hera. Meanwhile, Vinchester, on the other hand, is just going for the second TC over here. Once again, Hera's gonna make a choice to play fully for economy, while Vinchester, on the other hand, is going for villages. He does have 2 TCs, but he also keeps on going for a few extra military units. Now, the thing is, production actually is pretty good for Hera as well. Now, he's gotten the War Galley upgrade himself. He's gotten to fire ships in Vinchester. Well, let's see if he's got enough over here to take on the blue player. Actually, that's a lot of units from Hera. And the demo shot over there, it's actually quite decent. He manually triggered the demolition ship in order to maximize damage, and he ended up taking it. Now we're gonna see another demo shot coming out, and this time around he's just gonna choose to just pass by. Just go to the other side. There is no need for him to detonate, right? So yeah. In the end, seems like Vinchester is going to come out on top on water over here, and this can be good. There are a few reasons why getting water control on this map is going to be fantastic, and we have talked about it during the previous iterations of this one, or during the previous, games utilizing this map. But if you take a look at the map generation, the map is pretty narrow, right, for the land section. So this is what Hera's got to work with. This and this. If you lose water control, and let's say that Vinchester is able to go for like cannon galleon, right? He'll be able to target everything up until the center. So it wouldn't be possible really for Hera to make use of anything, honestly. He would completely lose control of his island. So water importance is absolutely game ending on this game. And even if you lose it early on, you still want to keep on trying to get it back in later stages of the game for sure. So we see a turtle ship! The Tortuga is here for Mr. Hera. And it's actually going to tip the scale, I think. It's really close. The turtle ship, as long as you are able to keep it up, is going to be so good. It's going to do so much damage from behind, so you definitely want to take it down ASAP as well. He's unable to do it though. Yes. There we go. Fantastic. Now he's going after the third ship. Another dog coming up on the back for Vinchester. He's the first player going to the center as well. He's going to collect the relic. Yeah, and the third ship goes down in the end. This is going to leave Hera in a pretty good spot though. And guys, remember, from this point onwards, regardless of how many games Vinchester wins, it's always going to be match point. Hera needs to win just one more game, and he takes the whole thing. Vinchester is in a world of pain currently. Galley Micro looks so much clumsier than Archer Micro. Yeah, it kind of is. True, true. Hera feeling really bad if Vinchester starts converted to her ship. Ah, absolutely. There you go, well done. I don't know, man. It's looking kind of rough for Vinchester. He stuck to 2 TCs and even still, he got pushed away from water for the most part. Hera's on 14 fire ships. Is gonna start making a play for galleys, war galleys rather. While Vinchester is only on 5 fire ships, 1 demolition ship, and it's just not looking strong enough. He's going for the 3rd TC at the center, but this is just so late. And Hera is going for a castle drop at the center. Let's see the conversions coming up over here from Vinchester. That might be enough for him to deny this. It's not. It's not enough. Hera's transporting further villagers. Oh boy, and this is just so rough for Vinchester. Game is looking extremely dicey for the red player, and yeah, it's gonna be kind of discouraging. Once again, the results of Vinchester's been getting in the past, especially this year, we're pretty good against Hera, but now it's not looking like it's going to go his way. As we get further and further into the series, Hera looks stronger and stronger, and Vinchester starts scrambling, falling apart at the scenes, while Hera on the other hand, well, is looking still pretty strong. With the castle already up, he should be able to go up to the Imperial Age. He's got the buildings, right? He's just gonna need to get a little bit more food, given that he's got 30 food workers. It shouldn't take too long. While Vinchester's got almost enough resources to go up himself, he's missing 1 building. And his food economy is not quite as strong. His gold economy is not quite as strong. So we're probably gonna see both players go up at a comparable time overall, I would say. Hera feeling really bad if Vinch starts converting the turtle ships. Yeah, that could be really good, to be fair, but it's not really been the case. Is the scoreboard flipped? Oh yeah, it is. Sorry. This is because this is a manual scoreboard. Capture H only supports out the best of 21 series. So we needed to improvise. There we go. Imperial Age is on the way for Vinchester. Although he loses the TC at the center. Oh wait, that was... Yeah. That was his TC. He's going to end up losing the tower over here. Most likely he'll end up losing the monks as well and the villagers. Now Imperial Age is on the way for Hera as well. What will going up faster give to Vinchester that he doesn't really have access to? He doesn't already have access to. He's got a lot of stone miners, so there is a possibility for trebuchets, right? If he doesn't get him the castle up. However, that is not going to be good enough for him to target this castle, for instance, because it's too far away from his shoreline. Which means that going for a castle and going for trebuchet is not really going to be anything that Vinchester will be able to take advantage of. Besides that, not much of anything, honestly. Land units, arbalesters, that kind of stuff. I mean, of course we are going to get access to Galleon, but it's not like Hera is going to instantly lose the moment the Vinchester gets Galleon or anything really, like fast fire ship. Hera's just going to bail. That is the difference between land units and water units. When you're on water and you're fighting and your opponent gets to the next stage and they start going for the upgrades, right? A Galleon is going to move at the same pace as a war galley. That was a nasty demo shot though. And the fast fire ship is going to move at the same pace as a fire ship and as a galley. So it's not like you just get up, you go for the upgrade, and you can just surround your opponent's units and win. Like you would be able to do in the Castle Age when chasing archers away with knights, right? Instead, Hera, there's like no need for him to take any engagements he doesn't feel comfortable with. And he just gotta wait. He's gonna be in the Imperial Age in 10 seconds himself, and he can go for whatever he wants. He can go for fast fire ship. You gotta keep in mind the Koreans do not get the access to demolition line units. So he cannot go for demolition ships or heavy demolition ships. But he can go for fast fire ships, he can go for Galleon, of course. He's going for fast fire ship right now, and he's going for a castle drop! He's managed to get 2 towers up on Vinchester's side of the map, prompting a defensive castle over here from Vinchester, who won't have enough resources to go for another castle to deny this one. This is huge, actually, from Hera, and it kind of feels a little bit like a genius move. By going for the towers and forcing the castle over here, he's able to actually go for the castle, which is the main thing he wanted to go for from the get-go, right? And Vinchester was simply forced into a castle over here. Is unable to deny this one, and now with another castle coming up for Hera, he'll be able to outproduce Vinchester for trebuchets. And the game's just going to, yeah, go south from here. So Vinchester knows this. He calls a GG, and guys, Hera takes game number 30th. Actually, game number 30, right? The 30th game. To get a final score of 17-13. He does end up then winning the show match against Vinchester and setting a precedent for the future. Whoever asks who's going to be better between both these players, well, for a couple of years, you're going to be able to point back to this series and say, well, that's been answered already, all right? So well played. Hera ends up taking this one. Fully deserved as well. He played really well, and Vinchester, to be fair though, did not go down without a fight. 13 games he took from Hera. It's not too bad. For the final achievements then, for this one final game, we see a little bit better than 5 to 4k ratio in favor of Hera, whilst for economy, we see a stronger economy for Hera, collecting about 9,000 extra resources, so well done. Society as well, much stronger society, collecting about, there's going to be 29 extra resources, 29 extra villages he was able to mass, I think. So, yeah, 39 actually. Let's go back.